My name is Christoph Trebesch. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all to Kiel, to the Kiel Institute, to our Kiel-CEPR conference in Geopolitics and Economics. I'll be brief, but I will just briefly say why we are so very excited to host this conference, why we are so very excited that all of you are here. So I'm speaking also on behalf of Katrin and Michael. We organized this together, and they will be moderating today and tomorrow, and keep the time and be very German about it. So why did we organize this conference? So we are convinced that there is too little rigorous work on the intersection of geopolitics and economics at the moment. We're seeing a fundamental change in the international order with the rise of China, growing Chinese-US competition, and the Russia-Ukraine war being just the most visible signs. And yet, there is many unanswered questions that arise from this that are little understood. So what is the impact of geopolitical shocks on the international economy, on international trade, on international finance? How does the international balance of power and economic trends, how do they interrelate? Is this shift towards a more multipolar order good news or bad news for global welfare, for globalization, for the exchange of goods, services, and ideas? And how should policymakers react to this changing world? So what are the economic tools that should or could be used to achieve geopolitical goals? This very conference brings together themes or brings together research on exactly these topics on which, from my understanding, there's way too little. We have papers on trade wars, on technology competition and geopolitics. We have papers on the economics of military conflicts. We have multiple papers on sanctions and other geoeconomic tools. And we have papers on the financial market impact, or the impact of geopolitical shocks on financial markets, on monetary policy, etc. So it's great to bring together some of the leading research in this field, and I'm looking forward to the discussions, to the debate on your papers. The second reason why we're very excited to host this conference is that we see it as the start of something bigger. Right? We have launched a new research initiative in geopolitics and economics at the Kiel Institute, of which this conference is the launch event. The idea is to bring together people from various backgrounds and fields that are interested and fascinated by geopolitical issues. So far, that's at least my perception, we've remained a bit siloed in our own field, where we've been interested in geopolitics from the lens of international finance, myself. But then much of the great work in this theme is being done in trade, in I/O, in finance, in economic development, in history. And the idea is to create a new platform for these people who usually don't meet to interact. So we want to organize conferences, workshops, online talks to build that kind of platform to foster knowledge, and also to bring these research results into the policy domain. So there's a lot of demand for knowledge and for advice on geopolitical, geoeconomic issues, and yet there's limited interaction. And the idea of the initiative and also of this conference is to foster this interaction, and therefore it's great that we have representatives of the three main ministries of Germany that are interested in geoeconomic issues here at this conference. So we have representatives of the Foreign Office here, we have representatives of the Ministry of Finance and of the Ministry of Economy. Thank you very much for coming. And we will hope to have more of that, to have more interaction. In fact, we see the initiative, or the Kiel Institute, as kind of a bridge between you, the international research community, and policymakers in Berlin and Europe and beyond that. And that is, those are the key motivations to do this and to push this research field. Let me conclude by saying thank you. Thank you to you for coming. You've taken long trips. I think the longest was 30-hour plane ride. So you've taken the pain of jet lag, you've invested time, and I'm very thankful and grateful that you are here and that this is possible. Let me also thank, however, the Kiel team who have made sure that all of this actually works. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Tanya, who has worked day and night to make this possible. Also would like to thank the Kiel presidency, who has co-financed this event, but also the student helpers and the media team for supporting us in setting all of this up and making things smoothly. So maybe we can start with a round of applause to all of those who have made this possible. Thank you so much for allowing this. All right, so now I'll hand over to the moderator of today.
Hi, so I will moderate the sessions. A very warm welcome also from my side. The first paper session is on the economics of sanctions, and the first presentation that we're going to see is from Dmitry Mukhin. The paper is called Sanctions and the Exchange Rate. And the discussant will be here via Zoom, if I'm correctly informed, perfectly. That is Isabel Vansteenkiste from the European Central Bank. So how do we proceed with that? The presenters have like 20 to 25 minutes for the presentations. Then we have about 10 minutes for the discussants. And I would ask the discussants, if you have slides, to also put the slides on the laptops, on the laptop maybe, you know, in the coffee breaks before, so that we don't lose time. And then we have 5 to 10 minutes for questions from the audience. Okay, so let's start.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot to organizers for putting the paper on the program. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thanks a lot for this initiative. Very excited and hope to learn a lot over these 2 days. So I'm going to present the paper, which is a joint work with Olli Kutshoki about exchange rate and sanctions, right? And the motivation comes clearly from the recent experience of Russia, from the dynamics of the ruble over the last half year. So what we see here is that the ruble exchange rate against the dollar was pretty stable before the war started. Thank you. So it's right the period before February 24th, and then we see that the ruble depreciated by almost 60% over the next 2 weeks, right, at the start of the invasion. Then we see, which is perhaps more surprising, is that the ruble went down, right? So it's actually appreciated back to its initial level by the end of March, and then was appreciating further, so it's reached the bottom somewhere in July. It was 30% stronger than before the war started. And even today, right, so 6 months after the start of the invasion, we see that the exchange rate is appreciated by about 20%. Okay, so this is kind of what we see from the data, and this raises several questions which were debated over this period of time, right? So one of them is that, so what explains these large swings in the exchange rate? The sanctions have been increasing gradually, right? No one, lifted sanctions so far, and still we see that the exchange rate moves in one direction, then in the other direction. So what explains this non-monotonicity? Then there was also much debate whether that means that the sanctions are not working, right? So this was, put very forcefully in Russia by Russia propaganda, that you see exchange rate is back to its initial level, which means that the sanctions are not working. We just need to wait. But also on kind of the opposite side of the spectrum, right? Many policymakers in the Western world, they also argued forcefully that we need more sanctions. The sanctions that we have imposed are not working. Another kind of, I would say, radical view is that exchange rate just doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant. It's artificial. The government, the central bank announces some exchange rate, but it has nothing to do with the real world. So let's pay zero attention to what is happening to the ruble. And finally, more or less, I think we kind of understand better now, by now, the answers to the first questions. I think the question which is still very much open is what is the effect of exchange rate on the government revenues, right? So we see that the government was running surplus, now it is in a deficit, so can somehow exchange rate policy help to increase government revenues? So these are the questions that we are after in this paper. And to make progress, we built on our previous work about exchange rates. So what is the key mechanism, what is the key part of the model is that the exchange rate plays the dual role, right? So on the one hand, this is the price which is important for the goods markets, right? There's demand for currency to buy imported goods. There is supply of currency coming from exporters, so exchange rates needs to equilibrate these two forces. And in this sense, the paper is very closely related to the recent and contemporaneous work of Guido Lorenzoni and Van Werning. But on top of that, we also have the important role of exchange rate in the asset markets, right? So also exchange foreign currency can be used as a reserve currency, and there is demand, precautionary demand for foreign currency. Okay, and so this is kind of the key two blocks, and we augment them with a large number of shocks, which represent sanctions and policy instruments. Okay, so let me jump straight to the model. So the model is very simple. I'm going to show it to you in one slide. Okay, so we think of a small open economy with three goods. So there is domestic non-tradable goods, there is domestic good which is exported, think of oil, gas, and then there is foreign good which is imported for consumption by the small open economy. Households make several decisions, right? So they get, I guess this one is not working. So they get labor income, this W, right? They make decisions how much to spend that on domestic goods, how much to spend on foreign goods, and then they make investment decisions, right? So they decide whether to save in local currency bonds, BT+1, or to use foreign currency bonds for saving. So the important part here is that we allow for this precautionary savings, right? We assume that households get some utility from holding foreign bonds, right? And the idea is that the assets are not perfect substitutes, right? Especially during the crisis, when there is high risk of inflation, domestic bonds are not very appealing. There's the stock market goes down, right? There's limited access to foreign assets. So in this case, there will be this shock Psi-T, which increases demand for foreign currency bonds. So the rest of the economy is kind of aggregated into one sector, right? So we're going to assume that all firms, banks, and the government, they are all aggregated into one unity. So why is that? Well, this is for simplicity, of course, but also we think this is not such a terrible approximation to the Russian economy, right? We think that, we know that most banks are directly or indirectly controlled by the government. A large part of the production sector is also controlled by the government. So we will assume that the government effectively makes decisions for this consolidated sector. Okay, so the budget constraint for this sector is shown on the slide, right? So on the right-hand side, we have the income from exports, income from domestically produced goods, minus the cost of production, right? This labor income that government has to pay to workers. And on the left-hand side of this equation is the change in the balance sheet of the government. Okay, so the first term is the change in the net foreign asset position of the country, right? So let's say the Russian government sells oil and gas to foreign economy, so it gets some foreign currency, right? And so all these foreign reserves or foreign currency accounts of Gazprom Bank, they are in this first term, F star. The second term and the third term, they are instead the liabilities of the government. Okay, so the government also allows households to keep some local currency deposits and foreign currency deposits, so which are these second and third terms. Okay, so the key assumption here in the model is that we use a very strong form of segmentation, right? So, and that's, I think, what really distinguishes this model from the rest, and also distinguishes the current situation in Russia from, other emerging economies, right? So it's almost impossible for foreigners to trade ruble in Russian market, right? Because they can easily get sanctioned by their governments. On the other hand, it's very hard for households in Russia to get access to foreign assets, right? And so as a result, there's this strong segmentation that there is some internal market in which you can trade dollars for rubles, and only household and the government can trade in that market. And then there's kind of external market where only the government can operate, right? So there is kind of no arbitrager who can trade both in domestic market and in the foreign market except for the government. And this segmentation particularly shows up as the potential difference in the interest rates, right? So R star is the global interest rate on dollar reserves, while R star HT is the domestic interest rate on foreign currency deposits. Finally, there's market clearing, right? So that aggregate demand for domestic goods has to be equal to the endowment, and there is the country's budget constraint. Okay, so in principle, this is a very simple model, but it turns out that it can speak to many types of sanctions and policies that were observed over the last 6 months, right? So you can think about export sanctions by changing the export revenues, right? There are import sanctions represented by the prices of imported goods. You can think of exit of multinationals, which decrease output in the economy, a freeze of foreign reserves, and then exclusion of Russia from financial markets, right? The inability to borrow. Finally, you can think about financial panic, about financial crisis, by thinking about this demand shock for foreign currency. On the other side, right, the government can also use 4 instruments. So it has this fiscal instrument, fiscal spendings. Then there's monetary instrument, which effectively changes the price level in the economy. There are FX reserves, and finally there's also this financial repression, right? What is the interest that the government is willing to pay on foreign currency deposits in this economy? Okay, so let me now kind of show you the main theoretical result, and then in the end I will combine all these different mechanisms and show you kind of their combination, trying to explain this graph that I showed at the beginning. So let me start with the trade sanctions. Okay, so our first main result is that it turns out that there is some interesting equivalence between import sanctions and export sanctions, right? So think about 2 types of policies. One is that you permanently increase the import prices in Russia, right? Or you can think of just forbidding of selling some goods to Russia. Alternatively, think of about a permanent sanctions on countries' exports, right? You buy less oil, less gas, and you also freeze some of the foreign assets. So it turns out that these 2 policies have exactly the same implications in terms of welfare and allocations, right? So if your goal is just to lower the welfare of the household in Russia, or you want to change the imports, right? These 2 policies have exactly the same effect, right? And I think it's very intuitive, right? So it's the same whether you give less dollars to Russia or you just make Russia pay more dollars for the imported goods, right? So in real terms, these 2 policies have exactly the same effects, and so in that sense, they are completely equivalent. So from theoretical point of view, this is just another manifestation of the Lerner symmetry. At the same time, the implications for the exchange rates are completely different, right? So it turns out that exchange rate will move in the opposite directions depending on the type of the sanction. If you give less dollars to Russia, there is less supply of foreign currency, so its price goes up, which means that the ruble depreciates, right? It loses value. On the other hand, if you increase import prices, that means that there is less demand for currency because you can't buy foreign goods anyway. And in this case, you get that the ruble appreciates instead, right? And so kind of the important lesson here is that there is no one-to-one mapping between welfare allocations on the one side and the exchange rate on the other side, right? Whether the exchange rate depreciates or appreciates tells you very little about the effectiveness of the sanctions. Right, and in some sense, right, we know empirically that so far most sanctions were imposed on Russian imports, not exports. Right, exports is also kind of gradually kicking in, but kind of the first type of sanctions that were imposed on Russia were on imports, and so it kind of makes a lot of sense that we see that exchange rate appreciated. So I guess again for people who kind of into this literature who know Lerner symmetry very well, maybe this is not surprising. What is a little bit more surprising to me is that it turns out that this applies not only to the welfare and imports, but it also applies to government revenues, right? So if you think that the goal is not, just to hurt Russians, but the idea is to decrease the amount of resources that the government has and which it uses to finance the war, then it turns out that this Lerner symmetry still applies. Okay, and that's a little bit less trivial, right? So clearly, if you impose export sanctions, right, there's less revenues from exports, so it makes sense that the government revenues go down. What is surprising that even increasing import prices still will decrease the resources that the government has. So why is that? This comes from GE effect, right? Because the ruble appreciates, it means that in ruble terms, the exports of the country will go down. Right, and so it will have less resources to finance its expenditures. Right, so it's not just the effects go in the same direction. It's exactly the same effect. If you decrease exports by X% or you increase import prices by X%, the effects on government revenue will be exactly the same. And the same applies also to CPI. So just 2 clarifications, right? So that you don't get me wrong. One is that, of course, it doesn't mean that you just want to do one type of sanctions. So in principle, we understand that there's limited scope for both types of sanctions, right? Because Russia has other trade partners. It can have parallel imports. It can substitute suppliers and buyers across countries. So as long as you can't close all imports, there is an argument to be made in favor of also imposing sanctions of exports, right? So it's not, So to some extent, they are substitutes, but in principle, given the limited scope, the import and export sanctions can be complements. Also notice that I focus on the permanent sanctions, right? So what about temporary sanctions? I mean, hopefully this will not last forever. So if these are temporary sanctions, then which one are more efficient? Well, in that sense, export sanctions can be more effective, right? Why is that? Well, because if you impose import sanctions, you generate incentives for country to save, right? You know that the import prices will go down in the future, so households want to save to wait till prices go down. If you have export sanctions, you decrease revenues today, right? And so the country wants to borrow instead. And if you combine that with the financial sanctions, which don't allow Russian households to borrow, right? So then the effect on imports and on welfare can be much larger. So front-loading of export sanctions can be more effective. Okay, so that's all about goods markets, right? Now, what about financial markets? What about this financial shock? So suppose that, right, as I said, I mean, the stock market tanked after the sanctions were imposed. Effectively, all holdings of foreign assets were frozen for Russians, right? So that kind of left only one relatively safe asset in Russian economy, namely foreign currency. Okay, so that we interpret in our model that as an increased demand for foreign currency. So how does that affect the economy? Well, the answer depends on the policy, how the central bank responds to this policy. So if the central bank does not respond at all, so in that case, you can show that, well, households will gradually accumulate this foreign currency reserves, right? So they want more of these reserves. They will gradually accumulate them. It will take some time. Depending on the parameters values, it can happen quickly, take some time. But gradually, they will reach this new level of foreign currency holdings. But to do that, they need to cut their consumption today. And so exchange rate depreciates, right? So exchange rate depreciates in the short run and then gradually reverts back to the initial level later on, right? So even though the shock can be permanent, even though it can be a permanent increase in demand for foreign currency, the shock has only temporary effects on the exchange rate, right? So once households accumulate the sufficient amount of dollars, right, they smooth their consumption and the exchange rate is back to the initial level. And so, I mean, I would say, right, that's as you will see later on, so this is exactly how we interpret the initial depreciation, right? So the first, before the import and export sanctions start working, before they were passed and kicked in, right, clearly the financial markets, financial shock was the first one which affected the exchange rate. So when foreigners were leaving Russian stock market, when households were accumulating foreign currency deposits, right? So that was the key force which was driving the exchange rate. But it turns out that it's not really surprising that that this effect wasn't very long-lasting. Question?
Can I ask you a clarification? So you are looking at one policy every in isolation to the other. So I was thinking, if Russia cannot export, right? How is the families can accumulate dollars? Where do they get them from?
Yes, no, this is, of course, an assumption that there is at least some exports, right? If it can't export completely, you're right, of course, there is no way, right? And then exchange rate effectively goes to infinity, right? But yes, I think it's fair to say, right, that there was exports, and actually, if anything, we know that in spring, exports went up because of high export prices. Okay, so then what are other scenarios? Well, the central bank can intervene instead and use its foreign reserves to offset this demand shock for foreign currency, right? And that's exactly what the central bank was doing over the first, let's say, 3 days, right? I guess the war started on Thursday, right? So on Thursday and Friday, the central bank was intervening before the sanctions on central bank were imposed, right? And that kind of limited the depreciation of the exchange rate. So it turns out that if the central bank is able to do this, then the path of imports and exchange rate stays completely unchanged, right? There's just, it shouldn't show up in the market at all, right? So why is that? Well, because households want dollars, the central bank gives them dollars. End of story, right? There's no need for other variables to change in the economy. So of course, right, once the sanctions on the central bank were imposed, it could no longer intervene. So it's still the case that potentially the central bank can do something like synthetic foreign currency deposits, right? So you don't have any dollars, but you can still write some contracts against households in dollars, right? You can still provide these contracts to provide this insurance to households, right? For example, you can increase your borrowing in foreign currency, the government can increase borrowing in foreign currency, decrease it in local currency. Of course, the problem is that this generates a huge currency mismatch, right? And the banking sector can, if the exchange rate eventually depreciates, right, the central bank and the private banks will experience huge losses, and so that kind of undermines the financial stability in the economy. So I guess there is also limited scope for such interventions. Finally, the first solution for the government, and that's was kind of the third policy that they tried, is to do financial repression, right? So because markets are segmented, as I said, the government can set domestic interest rate on foreign currency reserve different from the global interest rate, right? And so in that case, it can kind of disencourage households from holding foreign currency. And let me just show you very quickly this picture, because I really like it. Can I do this? No? Can somebody please click on evidence? I don't think I can do that. No? Okay. So what the government did was to impose a tax on buying foreign currency, right? So households who were trying to buy, and private agents who were trying to buy dollars, euros, and pounds, they had to pay 12% tax on these purchases. And you can see very nicely on that picture that once this tax is imposed, there's and this tax was not imposed on buying Swiss franc. Thank you. Thanks so much. Sorry. Thank you. Yes, I see. What am I doing wrong now? Anyway, sorry. Yeah, anyway. But what you can see from that figure that the exchange rate between Swiss franc and dollar is the same in Russia as in the world. Once you impose this tax, you see huge divergence. You see that in Russia, the Swiss franc becomes very much overvalued, precisely because this is one of the few safe currencies which were left untaxed at that point. Okay, so these are kind of three scenarios. As I said, the government has tried all of them. So the question is which one is optimal from the normative perspective, from the point of view of Russian economy, right? So the first thing is to observe is that the FX interventions, they can restore the efficient allocation. So they are clearly the first best. As we discussed, they might be not feasible. So in that case, then it's natural to ask whether financial repression can be optimal, and the answer depends very much on the distributional effects, right? So if you extend the model and allow two types of agents, right, some hand-to-mouth agents and Ricardian agents, you can show that even though, right, in a representative agent economy, financial repression is always suboptimal, it always reduces the welfare. In this two-agent model, there is an argument to be made in favor of financial repression, right? Effectively, what you want to do is that most households in the economy, they get their income stable in rubles. If ruble depreciates, the import prices go up, right? So they lose a lot, right? And so there's this negative redistributive shock away from poor households. And so if the government cares about that, then of course this financial repression is optimal. It will redistribute back from savers to poor households, right? You help agents who want to consume by not allowing effectively people who want to save to use this safe asset, right? By making it more costly for them to use dollar deposits. Okay, so in the last 3 minutes that I have, let me show you quickly the quantitative evaluation, right? So we use standard parameters from the literature, we calibrate shocks. Let me not spend time on this, but I want to show you kind of how all these things works when you combine all these mechanisms. Okay, so this is our simulations for the exchange rate and its decomposition into different shocks. And so each period corresponds to 1 month. Okay, so this is 2 years, a 2-year horizon. Okay, so what you can see here is that the key factor behind the initial depreciation of the exchange rate is indeed this financial shock, right? So we see that we actually can replicate quite closely the observed depreciation from the data, right? So the exchange rate jumps from 75 rubles per dollar to about 120. So, but this is a very short-lived shock, as I showed you before, right? The financial shock, once households accumulate the desired amount of foreign currency reserves, deposits, this shock effectively vanishes, right? Instead, what happens starting from period 2 is that these import sanctions, they kick in, right? So you can see that the import sanctions, they put a downward pressure on the exchange rate because households cannot buy foreign goods, right? So the demand for foreign currency goes down. And also, as I said before, right, we know that exports of Russian economy went up as well because of rising energy prices. So both export channel and import channel, they were appreciating the ruble exchange rate in this period, right? So gradually, the import channel disappears. The export channel actually reverses the sign, right? So now, by now already, we see that the export revenues go down, partially because oil prices went down, partially because Russia stopped exporting some goods, partially because of sanctions. And so we see that kind of in the long run, the effect of decreasing exports will be negative. It will depreciate the exchange rate. On the other hand, notice that, so this NFA shock, this is a freeze of half of foreign currency reserves of the central bank, right? So it's actually a huge amount of money. It's like $300 billion, right? But it turns out that the effect on the exchange rate is really small. So in terms of permanent income, if you take that as a fraction of all expected export revenues, it turns out that even these 300 billions are not such big sum, and so it has effect on the exchange rate, but it's relatively small. Similarly, the fact that there is a recession, the exit of multinationals, this domestic shock, it also has relatively small effects on the exchange rate. Okay, so this is the same picture for government revenues. Again, we see that first government revenues go up, but then they decrease, and this is like, I guess, 7% permanent decrease in government revenues. Very last thing that I want to say is that, so what is the role of the exchange rate in terms of government revenues? Well, clearly the strong ruble works against the government, right? Because you get, let's say, the same amount of dollars, but in terms of rubles, your income goes down when the ruble depreciates. So can the central bank do anything about that? Well, most simple solution, of course, is to have a monetary depreciation, right? Kind of print money. The problem is that that will generate inflation, right? And yeah, that has some costs, right? So it turns out that there is another solution, which we kind of discovered in this paper, is that the government can do a real depreciation, right? The government can do FX interventions and depreciate the real exchange rate. So what one can show is that that can temporarily increase government revenues. It doesn't have permanent effects, right? So on average, it can't change the government revenues over the infinite horizon, but it can redistribute government revenues. You can boost government revenues today at the cost of lower revenues in the future. And so this is what this picture shows, right? So these yellow bars show the required FX interventions to close the government deficit in the first year and partially in the second year. And as a result, the ruble depreciates, but in the long run, it will be appreciated, and that further decreases long run revenues of the government, right? So both kind of conventional monetary policy and FX interventions can be used to solve the problem in the short run, but there is no easy way out in the long run. Okay, so let me conclude, right? So going back to these questions that I asked initially, right? So it's really the combination of different shocks which explains this non-monotonic dynamics of the exchange rate. We see that initially they were mostly driven by the financial shock, but then starting from mid-March, we see that the supply of foreign currency increased, demand for foreign currency decreased, and as a result, the currency appreciated. That should not be interpreted as that the sanctions are not working, right? If anything, it's kind of a manifestation that import sanctions are working, and also that has important implications for government revenues, right? So I think it's kind of completely wrong to say that exchange rate is irrelevant, right? It's true that there are other frictions, financial repression, etc., but I think the exchange rate is still very, very informative about the current situation. Okay? Thank you.
Just a very short reminder until Isabel joins us via Zoom. This conference is being streamed online. So if there are any comments during the presentations, but also afterwards, we would ask you to get a microphone, like we have our technicians back there, and also Maya over here, who's glad to hand you a microphone so that everybody online also can hear your comments, okay? Great, so let's see. Hi, Isabel.
Hi, I hope you can see and hear me well and can see the slides. It's a great honor to be part of this conference. I'm really sorry I cannot join you in person. Some work obligations take me still to Paris today, and that was a bit of a difficult travel from Kiel to Paris still on the Monday. So I'm taking this here virtually, and it's a great thing that we have hybrid format so that I could still do this discussion. So let me maybe start in the discussion, as is the usual customary habit, to go very briefly through what this paper is about. I will do it really in a nutshell because Dmitry was very elaborate and very clear already on that. But really what the paper is about is analyzing the effect of sanctions on the exchange rate of the country that is being sanctioned. Now, I don't think I need to tell anybody based on which events it is motivated. If one just opens a newspaper, one can see it. And sanctions are still very high in the news. I think last week, again, there were discussions of further sanction rollouts potentially by the EU. So it is a topic that continues to occupy the minds of many. Now, how did the authors go about this? They use a model that they have developed and was published last year, which is a two-country small open economy model with consumption of non-tradable and imported tradables and exports of commodities. And that helps them to clarify this relationship between sanctions, the exchange rates, and welfare. So I hope my slides didn't disappear. I just see something changing. So basically, through this model, which is to some extent also tailored to the specific situation of Russia, because they allow for exports of commodities, they can see how the interlinkage between exchange and sanctions, but also between the sanctions and welfare implications domestically. And of course, besides sanctions, it also allows the authors to consider some countermeasure, let's call it, such as financial repression, which are quite commonplace if you think of such episodes in the past as well. So in that sense, the Russian episode doesn't necessarily stand out as being different. Now, what are the main findings? So first, the FX reaction really depends on the type of sanctions, because a sanction has a different impact on currency demand and supply. So here I just listed the main ones. So for instance, an import restriction would reduce foreign currency demand. So that would imply an FX appreciation, whereas on the opposite spectrum of that, an export restriction or a freeze of net foreign assets would reduce foreign currency supply and hence would have the opposite effect on the exchange rate, so an FX depreciation. And then, for instance, domestic financial repression of foreign currency savings can then counteract, for instance, such export restrictions on net foreign assets freezes, as it then would have an impact of an FX appreciation. Now, whereas the link between exchange rate and sanctions is not one-to-one, the authors find a similar finding on the link between exchange rates and welfare. So, for instance, the impact of import and export sanctions, as just mentioned, have opposite effects on the exchange rate, but they would have equivalent effects in terms of their allocation and welfare. And then finally, financial repression in the model it can make sense from a welfare perspective because it distributes welfare from savers to hand-to-mouth consumers. So you could understand why a government would engage into that when it's being subject to sanctions. So this is basically in a nutshell what the paper is about. So I'm just going to swift over to my discussion of the paper. And just my first reaction is a great paper because it really combines two areas. One is it's policy relevant and it's timely. So it really answers questions that we have really right in time and right now. And at the same time, it is basically well-founded, it's model-based, and also the model outcome and the results are very intuitive. You could see I can summarize this paper within one slide and no formulas needed. It's very intuitive and it makes a lot of sense what comes out of the paper. And so it's really helpful in terms of those who are looking into this and trying to understand when we see the ruble move, what that implies if you think of the impact of sanctions. Now, in terms of my discussion, I'm going to split this here in a few remarks. I call it a view from the field. I'm not going to go into the details of the models, but really going to go a little bit deeper into trying to understand what we know and understand of sanctions and try to look a bit empirically. Can we really say much, or can we really look at this chart that was presented on the ruble exchange rate and link it to the model findings? And actually, to start with, I'm going to all make you work a little bit in this discussion. So, as it's early morning and to keep you all on your toes, I thought, to launch a Menti meter. So you don't have to have an application or anything stored. You just can use any mobile device. Go to menti.com and type in this code, and you will get 4 questions on sanctions. Which I would kindly ask you, I hope this is going to work, fill out. It's anonymized, so I don't know who answers. I can only see whether answers are being given. And then I just wanted to use this a bit as a basis for my discussion. So it's not an exam and there's no right or wrong, or, it's basically questions towards you, to understand a bit also how the audience sees all of this. I give it a few minutes. So I see there's already quite a number of results, so I'm going to start sharing the screen on the results. I hope this works. Okay, very good. It's good I can see what you can see on the screen, so I can cross-check. So basically, the first question was just how many sanctions have been imposed by the West since the start of the full-fledged invasion. So, I see the majority of you all went for between 100 and 300, but there's quite some distribution here. So there are some other views out there as well. And I guess some of you may not have just skipped over this question. In practice, you can actually go to the Peterson Institute website and see all the detailed sanctions and measures that have been rolled out. There are more than 500. So it's a huge amount of sanctions, actually, if you look one by one what has been rolled out. Of course, some of them were fine-tuning sometimes of sanctions that were initially imposed that tended to have loopholes that needed to be further refined, but there were more than 500 measures rolled out since the start of the invasion. So going to the next question, what is the amount of Russian central bank reserves that have been frozen under the sanctions? The majority thinks around 50% of the reserves. So I would say, I guess, whoever filled this out was guessing, because in practice, no one in the audience should really know. You may have made educated guesses based on secondary information, but that information is actually not in the public domain. Then the third question, how long does it take for the EU to roll out a new sanction? So I see, the majority of you indeed thinks that currently it went faster than normally it does, and that's actually true. Normally it takes between 3 weeks to a few months to roll out a sanction in the EU, and basically, since the start of the Russian invasion, so in the early days, it took about 1 to 2 days, 24 to 48 hours for a sanction to be rolled out, so to be put on paper, approved, and go through basically the leaders level. More recently, it took a little bit longer. So for instance, 6 sanction packets indeed also took some time to negotiate, but clearly sanctions were rolled out much faster since the start of the invasion than before. And the last final question, what are the most impactful sanctions? There's a lot here. And actually, that also partly proves my point. It's very difficult to pinpoint at what was the most impactful sanction. And I'm sure some of you must have spent some time thinking about this. What does she mean with most impactful? Because, of course, it also depends on what impact you try to achieve. And that's one of the big questions still on what are the sanctions trying to do. Formally, of course, and what they all try to do is eventually try to stop the war. But there's many ways to do that, right? So you can, for instance, try to have an impact on the domestic economy. You can have an impact on the direct supply of weapons. So these are very different measures. But so there's a lot of views out here. SWIFT, I see mentioned reserves, SWIFT exclusion technology, diplomatic. So there's a whole host of ideas here. Let me go back to my discussion and show you and help you to understand why I asked these questions. Let's see, okay. So basically my bottom line of asking you these questions is there's a lot of sanctions being rolled out, and we actually lack quite a bit of information on the sanctions themselves. There's a lot of them. Do we really know all the details of each and every sanction? But also, for instance, their impact on the Russian economy. Good luck in trying to find out what really goes on in the Russian economy. The Central Bank of Russia still publishes information only in Russian. Actually, some websites are not accessible anymore from the West. So, maybe if you have some sophisticated VPN, you could try to circumvent it. But as a rule, it's very difficult to get that information for the moment. And this difficulty is even more so in the current environment. As mentioned, sanctions were rolled out very, very quickly. So within days. And sometimes, of course, that means the reason why it takes so long to roll out sanctions is because you need to think carefully about them. What are you trying to achieve? What is the effect you want to achieve with them? And how is the best way to set them up? But of course, given the urgency of the situation, everything was done much quicker, so there was not so much time to think. And so maybe sanctions also needed to have further fine-tuning and may not have reached their desired effect, let's say, from the first go. So my first question is a bit general, like how can we expect to understand the FX impact of something we aren't fully able to grasp? So that's a question for reflection and for further thinking about understanding these sanctions, what they really are, and looking much more detail. So a first side impact may not necessarily be what we see on the second side. The second question I have is the role of confounding factors. So I think you've seen this chart already. This is the ruble exchange rate vis-a-vis the dollar, and actually draw here two lines. And these are also the events that are highlighted in the paper. And in the paper, it's mainly stressed that in the first line, when you start seeing this rapid depreciation of the ruble, you saw the freezes of the net foreign. So the central bank reserves were frozen, and of course there was some capital flight out of Russia, and then basically you saw the turnaround when the government started to engage into financial repression, and also you had on balance maybe more sanctions on the import side from the Russian perspective than on its exports. Now, if you look at these two lines, actually these two lines could represent these events, but they can also represent two other events. So the first line is actually just the start of the war. And the second line is when the first in the media, they started talking about risks and threats to the nuclear power plant in Zaporizhzhia. I hope I pronounce this place correctly in terms of name. So basically, what are we really seeing in terms of effects? Are we seeing the effects of sanctions? Are we seeing the effects purely of the war and the effect that this war market participants think is going to start having on the economy in Russia, on the global economy? Are there assumptions being made on the types of sanctions? So there's of course also an endogeneity between the sanctions and the war event. So it's very difficult based on these charges to distinguish between what is what.
Isabel, I think we have to speed up a little bit.
Because, yes. I need like 2 more minutes, basically.
Okay, perfect. And then I would ask Dmitry to come in front and answer.
Okay. So just looking at the next chart, I think this is even more telling chart. This is the tenge, so the Kazakh exchange rate and the Russian ruble. So the Kazakh exchange rate on the left-hand side, ruble on the right-hand side, and you can see, of course, proportionately in magnitude, the movements were not the same, but in terms of the direction, they were completely in line, more or less, until somehow mid-May. Kazakhstan was not part of the war. They had no sanctions imposed, and nevertheless, they saw similar movements. So are maybe even other factors at play, market expectations, and maybe also like some sort of peso problems, small probabilities of certain events materializing that are having an impact on the exchange rate. Just as a side remark, interestingly, you see for Kazakhstan, this disconnect happening towards end May, and this is more or less when the government there wanted to start clearly communicating its move away from Russia and this separation off from Russia, basically. But just to flag, a country that was not subject to sanctions had similar movements in the exchange rate. Then just the two final remarks. As this, of course, results were shown for the ruble exchange rate, can we generalize the findings of the paper to other cases? It will be interesting to see. As I mentioned, the results are intuitive. It will be interesting to see whether we can generalize the results and see for other cases where we saw similar exchange rate movements. And do you have any evidence of the size of the impact? Of course, because, I said maybe the war was the biggest factor. Maybe it was indeed the sanctions. Some evidence and understanding of the size of the impact of these measures would be important. Just a final slide. Why do we care also much about this? Well, of course, because people have looked at the exchange rate, as Dmitry mentioned, also of whether sanctions are working or not. And understanding, of course, as this paper finds, some sanctions have certain impacts in certain directions and others. Understanding which sanctions have been most impactful is, of course, very, very important, also for future design and for future cases. And so having a better understanding of the impacts, the sizes, the directions of the moves on the exchange rate to understand indirectly also whether sanctions are working or not is, of course, very important for work in this regard. So basically, my remarks were mainly like a future work agenda to understand better and understanding better, because it's very important, to gauge and also not to have misunderstandings when we see movements in financial variables of whether sanctions are working or not. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Isabel. Thanks. So what am I supposed to do? Do I have to answer? No, let me just make one comment very quickly. So thanks a lot. All points are well taken. The picture for Kazakhstan, right? I think it's super interesting. I didn't know about that. I would imagine that the trade linkages and financial linkages play an important role here, right? Somehow. But definitely that's something to check more carefully. Thanks a lot. questions? Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I have two questions. One is, so in the model, if I follow, there's like 2 countries only. But one of the big things that happened is that Russia started to export oil to China and India. And so that obviously is going to wash out to a large extent the sanctions. And that can explain part of what we see. The other thing that surprised me is Russia was a net debtor, and at some point, I know the macro, so I not follow exactly all the details, but at some point, they announced that they were going to pay the debt in their own currency. That also should have a large effect, and depending on how large a debtor Russia was, the more the effect into appreciation. So I know you were not taking that into account.
Mm-hmm. So should I collect questions first and then reply, or?
However you like.
Okay, let me collect questions, yeah. Uh-huh.
Thank you, very interesting paper. I just had one question on sort of the equivalence idea of import and export sanctions. I mean, how does this result change when you introduce different ownership and distributional aspects? Because the import sanctions affected basically Russian population at large, while the export sanctions on energy in particular are really affecting a small, basically autocratic elite that, by the way, can use the dollars very nicely when they sit in Western bank accounts to undermine Western opposition against Russia. So I mean, getting a sense on the distributional aspects and how that would change the equivalence would be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So very interesting paper. Taking the West's perspective, I would think that the objective is more the government budget balance rather than the household welfare. I think that I would hope so. And in this regard, I think you highlighted that the exchange rate is relevant and that the appreciation may hurt the budget. But I wonder that seems to presuppose that the Russian government is really concerned with funding its local expenditures, but I think I wouldn't expect there to be any problem there rather than, I mean, you say there's still some trade going on, they still buy foreign stuff and there the appreciation may help them. So I wonder how that's modeled really.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, any other questions? Yes.
Thank you. I have a quick question on the way you think about, because you don't seem to have done it in this paper, the way you think about the freezing of the assets or a partial freezing of the assets of the central bank. That presumably has a very meaningful, or should have a meaningful impact on the exchange rate, which I think empirically we don't really verify. So I just wanted to see how you look at this problem.
Okay, let me reply now, right? Okay, thank you so much for questions. Very interesting point. So regarding the substitution effect, yes, clearly, right? I mean, this seems to be a first-order thing that in terms of trade partners, Russia now tries to trade to import goods from other countries and especially export goods to other countries, right? So we don't have anything to say about that in this paper. We just take it as given that this, when we say that the import price index goes up, it comes precisely from the fact that some goods are not possible to buy from Europe, so you have to substitute from, let's say, China, right? And because, I mean, just by a revealed preference argument, that the fact that you didn't do that before means that probably the prices, effective prices, are higher from China, right? Adjusted by quality. So we just take that as given. Clearly, yeah, by using more trade data, one can also think about these issues more seriously. Regarding Russia being net debt, that's actually not really the case, right? So the FX intervention, the FX reserves were much larger than all foreign currency debt. So if not these financial sanctions, which didn't allow Russian government to use its accounts in foreign banks, it would easily pay back the debt. Right, so it's all these problems with foreign debt, with serving foreign debt, come from financial sanctions. Fundamentally, there was just no issue about that. And also, whether that had effect on the exchange rate, that's I would say is not obvious, right? Because, as I said, the markets are completely segmented. There's some exchange rate for ruble abroad, And maybe if you pay in rubles to foreign banks so that they have to exchange it for dollars abroad, that's can be one exchange rate, and there's completely different exchange rate within the economy. So that's not obvious. Right, so regarding redistributional effects, I fully agree, right? That's exactly why we also have this two-agent extension of the model, because we want to show that the effects can be very different for just normal household, which only gets income in local currency, pretty stable income in local currency, and if exchange rate moves, then the import prices will increase significantly, while for oligarchs, maybe most of their income is in foreign currency. So that's absolutely true, yes. And that, of course, affects the optimal policy. Regarding whether it's the dollar income or the ruble income of the government which matters more, right? So, I mean, from the perspective of if the goal of the government just to buy foreign goods, again, right, there's this equivalence, because you get less dollars, so you have to pay more for foreign goods, then it's just equivalent, doesn't matter what you have, right? But for domestic commitments, they're mostly in rubles, right? And I mean, I don't know whether it's a monetary illusion or some kind of stickiness, but we see that people usually kind of, if it's not too high inflation, right, this increase in import prices is not so much. Okay, yes, and yeah, let's talk more about other stuff, because I'm running out of time. Yeah, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very interesting discussion. Sorry we're already running late, but because the discussion was so interesting. So let's move to the next paper. The next paper is called Sanctions and the Exchange Rate Test, presented by Arnaud Mehl from the European Central Bank, and the discussant is Volker Nitsch. Welcome.
Apologies, how do I upload the slides?
They should be open.
They should be open. Ah, yeah. Okay, I learned my lesson, so you have to use the mouse pad, right? And you... Oh, wow. That's a lot of documents. Ah, yeah. Ah, there we go. Okay. Got it.
Right-click and open with Chrome.
Okay. Okay. Super. Okay, thank you. Anyway, all right. So thanks, folks, to the organizers for having invited us very kindly and to have allowed that Isabel could discuss on Zoom. So that's also a paper with Isabel, with Barry Eichengreen from UC Berkeley, Massimo Ferrari, who is also at the ECB, and Roger Vickeri from the Bank of England. So since there are 4 central bankers on that paper, and especially on a topic like this, I mean, I will stress that the standard disclaimer does apply, so that everything that I'm going to say are just our personal opinions and not the views of the ECB, the Bank of England, or the Eurosystem. Now. The question we're busy with in this paper is exactly the same question as what Dima talked about in this paper. Actually, the paper that I'm presenting today is essentially inspired by Dima's paper, or I should say, the paper of Dima came right at a time when we practitioners were asking ourselves these questions. So what's the effect of sanctions on the exchange rate of a targeted country? In that case, it was Russia. And how can we make sense of it, and what does this mean? So we were struggling to understand, and wonderfully, the paper of Dima came, we read it, and we started to get really excited because we wanted to know more. Now, it helps now to have the paper of Dima to try to make sense of the effects of sanction on the exchange rate. And one key lesson that we drew from Dima's paper and also from a paper by Guido Lorenzoni and Ivan that came out at the same time is that there's one thing you need to remember. It's the type of sanction that really matter to understand the effect and the direction that sanctions can have on the exchange rate. Now, obviously, as always in subtle models, you may have different transmission channels that you need to think of. Dima spoke a lot about the balance of supply and demand in currency markets. In his model and also in the model of others, you have effects that stem from the rebalancing between sanctions and relative to non-sanctioned goods, or I should say varieties in goods markets. But one thing that's really key about those models, and Dima gave in the version that he presented today even more evidence of that, is that those models, they do a good job, in fact. They fit the data relatively well, and they help us understand and make sense of what happened in the ruble market after the war, in the sense that it's no surprise that the ruble appreciated. You had stronger import than export sanctions, and this acted to reduce dollar scarcity. And the fact that you had a switch from consumption away from desired variety to less desired variety acted to lead to an appreciation of the ruble. So all fine. These are great models. Now, we looked at that and we were thinking, okay, that's all fine, but is this model in a way general and sufficiently general to make sense of the effect of sanctions on the exchange rate in other cases? And it's true that matching development in this particular episode probably says, the proof is still to be seen, whether it says more about the broader applicability of this model to other times and places. And it doesn't really help that there is not so much evidence on how sanctions affect exchange rate in the scholarly literature. So we wanted to know more about that and try to get to other cases and understand whether those models works in those other cases. And one thing that Isabel really insisted on, and I think this was something which was really on the mind of policymakers at the time, is that you have huge confounding factors and identification problems at play when you try to understand of what makes sense of what happened over the past 6 months. And one key thing is, indeed, so we saw the response of the ruble exchange rate, which surprised many observers. Is this the effect of the sanctions that were taken, which in many ways were unprecedented, or is it just the reflection that you had Europe's largest military conflicts since 1945 occurring in Russia and Ukraine, and essentially a reflection of what was going on in the battlefield? Isabel showed that the chart, which was really important for us to try and make sense about those things. And indeed, you had sanctions that coincided with the start of the war. So each of those black lines are sanction packages taken by the EU and the G7. The first package of sanctions, or the second package of sanctions, does coincide with the start of the war, which is the red line. The trough of the depression of the ruble coincided with the Zaporizhzhia assault. And then at each point in time, you have something which is going on in terms of sanction and also on the battlefield. So what drives what, and how to split apart what's due to the sanction, what's due to the war operation is very difficult. So what we do in the paper is we try to use history. That's what we try to use to try and go deeper into the question. So we're going to use the longer history of sanctions to test the predictions of Dima's model and other models and tease out the transmissions mechanism to the exchange rate. We do that, and that's a bit the selling part of what we do. So we try to use this consistent conceptual framework that recently came to make sense of what was going on. We're going to try to show new evidence, and not the traditional evidence that people tend to look at. So existing studies try to look at the period post-1945, which is interesting, but we're trying to make the case that looking at the period before is probably more insightful if we want to understand current events. And we're trying to use data that have the sufficient granularity and characteristic that allow us to really test the theory as it should be. So we offer in the paper a new database on sanctions over 1914-1945. That's a nice period to look at because you had at that time very large economies, roughly of the size of Russia, which were targeted by sanctions in this era, which facilitated comparison with what's going on today. And we have a lot of cases of sanctions which are insightful and from which we could try and learn something. The way we do it is very simple, can be really simpler. We're going to estimate the dynamic response to sanctions of the exchange rate using very standard things, so local projection, where we control for a bunch of things. Where that's important, we're going to condition on the impact. We're going to condition the impact on the type of sanctions taken, and we're going to try to tease out the transmission channels by looking at the estimated effects of sanctions on the macro variables that plausibly act as transmission channels, in particular imports and exports. Okay, so there are essentially 3 findings from the paper, and I summarize them here. So the first finding is that I think we're one of the first paper, I guess the first paper that really shows factual evidence that sanctions taken against Russia are unprecedented since World War II. That's something that you read a lot in the press, that you read a lot in the media, but we provide like a more factual basis to that. To give you like a headline number, one of the numbers that we have in the paper, so countries which were sanctioned pre-1945, they're essentially comparable in size to Russia. Each of them, on average, accounted for 2 to 3% of global GDP and trade, and that's very different from what happened after the Second World War, where on average, and I guess on average is important here, they were essentially 10 times smaller. Another thing that we find in the paper, and I should say that this is work that we've done over the summer, so it's still relatively preliminary, but we tend to find evidence that the effects of sanctions, when you look at, when you break down sanctions by type, they actually work as Dima theory and other papers working on this would predict. Essentially, import restrictions work the way they should. They lead to stronger exchange rate and falling imports. You have trade embargoes that hit both export and sanctions that pull in different directions that essentially have no significant effect on the exchange rate. And as far as export restriction and asset freezes are concerned, we still have problems with identification, and we don't find really robust results. And that's probably due to the fact that the data we use are still limited, or things which we don't adequately control. But in a sense, the models tested that we look at in the paper, they don't match developments in the particular episode of Russia, but they have broader applicability. And if that's true, then this has important implications for policy, on which I come back if I have time. Okay. So the paper is pretty much a data paper. So it's a history paper, and it's very heavy on the data side. So most of the work that we've done is actually to try to build the data, to put them to test. And we don't start from nothing. We start from a list of economic sanctions that was developed by a team of people at the Peterson Institute. And also, there is an historian that wrote a book, a narrative book on the history of sanctions at the period that we're looking at. And what we do is that we try to go beyond, and we look at a broad range of primary and secondary sources, so the archive of the League of Nations, articles which were published at the time, either in the press or in academic journals, and you try to extract some interesting facts from the sources to actually build a database. Now, we focus on the period 1914-1945 because we think that it's a period which is interesting to look at, and perhaps more interesting than other periods. The period prior to 1914 is interesting too, but sanctions were often subordinated to military policy. Essentially, they were taken when there was an outright war between a country and the country which was sanctioned. And that's probably not enough to understand the situation we're in with Russia. And when there was peace or no outright conflict, they were really targeting minors, so countries which are much smaller than Russia today. So it's probably not the best place to start with. Post-1945, you had a lot of sanctions, often initiated by the US and other economies, but they were often taken to preserve democracy or human rights, so not the goals that we're thinking of today. And again, they were often targeting small economies, so again, probably not the best place to start with. That's an example of one of the many documents that we had to read to actually build the data. So that's for instance, a memorandum taken by the League of Nations in 1935 when Italy invaded Ethiopia and a bunch of sanctions was taken against Italy. So we read lots of things like this. We put the information of those things in little monographs like this one, and then we code the database. And the data that we have contain interesting information on sanction feature, which are going to be useful to test theory. So one info that we have is the date and the type of sanctions. So we have info on trade embargoes, import restrictions, export restrictions, asset freezes, financial market exclusion, and arms embargo. We know what the target and the targeting country is, whether the sanction is actual, whether it's a threat, whether there is a direct link to war or not, and that's important for identification again, and whether it's the initial sanction or subsequent sanctions that were taken to actually either escalate or de-escalate pressure. Now, so here's a breakdown of the sanctions that we have in the database by type. So each of the slices of the pie give you the count of sanctions which we have in the database. The main sanctions which were taken in the period which we look at are asset freezes. That's the yellow slice. But we also have import restrictions. That's the purple one. We have trade embargoes, that's the blue one, and export restrictions, and very few financial market exclusion cases. I think we have 2. And pro memoria, we also have cases of embargoes on arms. That's, this map essentially tells you how, which were the countries which were sanctioned during the First World War. That's essentially the Central Empires and the Ottoman Empire and also Japan and Korea. Then, in the interwar period, that expanded to more cases. So Soviet Russia was targeted, and also countries in Latin America. I think it's Bolivia and Paraguay and Mexico. And during the Second World War, you had many more countries. So Britain was sanctioned by Germany, France as well, Germany, and many other cases. So that's and you had also lots of cases of asset freezes which were taken by the US at that time. All right, so here's a key chart that essentially shows the average share of global GDP per sanctioned country in selected period. The gray bars are the average share of the average country prior to 1945. The blue ones are post-1945, and the red bar is Russia. So that's essentially immediately visible that the countries, or the average country prior to 1940, prior to World War II, was much more comparable to Russia than the typical country post-World War II. That's also true if you scale by, not by GDP, but by global trade. And if you try and look at the total share of global GDP, which was under sanction over the past 100 years, so you take all countries which are sanctioned and you sum their GDP, you see that the period pre-1945 was, there was a very large share of global GDP that was put under sanction pre-1945, especially during the two world wars. Whereas after 1945, if you take a relatively restricted definition of sanction, but one which is really close to what we have on our mind today relative to when we think about Russia, that share was much smaller. Same thing with we should say about global trade. Now, what we try and do empirically, we have the data now, so what we try and do in the paper is to get some very simple estimates of the reaction of the exchange rate to sanction up to a particular horizon. So essentially, we have weekly data, so I think we go up to the 3-month horizon. So we get local projection estimate from the log of the exchange rate of a particular country in a particular week. We have really good data for part of the sample period we look at, essentially from 1919 to 1938, so the interwar period. Which were brought by Roger from his PhD thesis. We're still working on the data for the two world wars, and this unfortunately has an impact on the results as I'm going to show you. We control for a bunch of variables, so we have the index of geopolitical risk of Iacovello. We control for financial openness. That's a period where you had lots of capital control, so you need to worry about this. We have currency fixed effects, euro fixed effects, and the important things that we condition on the type of sanction. So either the trade embargo, import restrictions, export restrictions, and asset freezes. Okay, let's say the theory that we test, or the prediction that we test are essentially taken from Dimas' paper. So the first hypothesis we test is whether import restrictions do strengthen the exchange rate, because in that case, imports and demand for foreign currency fall and the exchange rate should appreciate. Whether export restrictions weaken the exchange rate, because in that case, export and supply of foreign currency fall, so the exchange should depreciate. Whether the impact of embargoes, which we both export and import at the same time, is neutral, because the effects pull in opposite directions. And whether asset freezes do weaken the exchange rate, because you essentially cut the supply of foreign currency and the exchange rate depreciates. All right. So these are like the basic estimates we got on the full sample. Each of the panel essentially gives you the dynamic response of the exchange rate to a particular type of sanctions. So the first one is import restriction. The second one are export restriction. The first bottom one is trade embargoes, and the last one is asset freezes. I start from import restriction. So here, when you have an import restriction, the exchange rate does appreciate. Remember, that's the number of local currency per dollar. So when it falls, it's an appreciation of the domestic currency. So the domestic exchange rate does appreciate, as it should. The magnitude is relatively small, and that reflects the fact that exchange rates were heavily managed at that time. But the effect is there. On trade embargoes, that's the one below, you have evidence that there is no effect, and that perhaps reflects the fact that indeed, when you have trade embargoes, exports and imports are hit at the same time, so the two effects pull in different directions and offset each other. On export restriction, we don't find anything, and that's probably linked to the limitations of our data. We don't in fact observe many cases of export restriction that come independently for import restriction. So you typically have an export restriction and an import restriction, which is taken at the same time, and that probably confounds the effects of export restrictions. On asset freezes, we find absolutely nothing. And that's probably due to the very poor quality of the data that we have, especially during the Second World War, where most of the asset freezes were taken. And we can't really identify the effect because the data on effects are just too mediocre. Proof of that, or let's say an evidence of that, is once you start to exclude the Second World War and just concentrate on the very few cases of asset freezes, when we have better quality data, indeed you find that asset freeze is linked to a depreciation of the exchange rate, exactly as Dimas' theory would actually predict. All right. You still have broadly similar effect with some changing when you start to control for financial openness and capital controls. But we have some differences, and one reason for that could be that, okay, we better control for financial openness in that case, but another reason could be that we slice up, or we lose half of the observations. So what's due to the fact that we control better, or to the fact that we lose a lot of observations is hard to tell. Once we start to be really demanding and have time-varying country-year effects, so when interacted with each other, we find broadly similar things, but then, of course, the estimates become much more imprecise and much more uncertain, and we have wider standard errors. To get at the mechanism, now another thing that we try to do in the paper is to try to understand how relevant macro variables respond when a sanction or particular type are actually taken, and whether they respond the way they should, or the way theory would predict. So in that case, we shift from weekly frequency towards annual frequency, because it's very difficult for that period to find relatively high frequency data for the large panel that we have. We don't do local projection anymore, but we can do very simple OLS estimates as a first pass. And we do that for imports and exports. Now, if you focus on imports, when there is an import restriction or an embargo, which also hit imports react the way they should, although the standard error is relatively wide. They fall upon the imposition of an import restriction and an embargo. That's true when you control for not much. That's also true if you control for geopolitical risk. But when we start controlling for financial openness, you don't find anything anymore. And again, maybe it reflects the fact that we control for omitted variables in a better way with financial openness, or maybe it's due to the fact that we lose a lot of the observation in the sample. On exports, so when there is an export restriction or an embargo that also with exports, we don't find anything, so there is absolutely no effect. And it could be that something that I mentioned earlier, that in our export data, or let's say the cases of export restriction that we look at, or embargoes, are just not sufficiently precise, or we don't have enough independent observation on export restrictions to actually find an effect, because they often come with imports. But another reason could be that, besides that, simply the theory just doesn't work in that case. And a third reason, which is probably more telling and probably linked to what's going on in Russia today. So we have no proof that this could be the case, but it could be something related to that. Is that given that we look at annual frequency, it could well be that exports behave the way they should after an export restriction. So it could be that when a particular country imposes an export restriction to another country, it could be that the bilateral export of those countries actually fall. But then the country which is targeted could try to reorient its exports to another country. So you could have, in a way, trade diversion effects for that matter. And maybe you see that in the aggregate export that we see at annual frequency, which could explain why we don't have any effects. But whether it's data limitation, that trade diversion effect, or still omitted things that we don't control for is really hard to tell. All right, so the paper is still extremely preliminary, so there are many things that we still want to do and that we couldn't do in the past week that we want to try to do now. So one thing that we really want to do is to get better FX data for the second one and for the Second World War and the First World War. We want to work more on the mechanism, and there are very interesting things that we could actually use. So for instance, the US Treasury compiled data on frozen assets of its war enemies, which should actually use to see whether there is a direct proportionality between the amount of assets frozen by the US in the Second World War and the reaction of the exchange rate. We should really get at the mechanism that Dima was talking about. We want to leverage the richness of our sanction database a bit more, perhaps expand the set of control variable. We want to be able to look at the 19th century as well, and there are many reasons not to, but it's still something which is open. And there are deep dives into specific episodes that could be taken. So for instance, the case of Italy and Abyssinia is very similar to what we see in Russia and Ukraine today, and we wonder whether this is something that would deserve a treatment of its own. Alrighty, so I think I conclude here. There are essentially three take-home conclusions from the paper so far. One is that we have factual evidence that today's sanctions on Russia are really unprecedented since World War II. A second conclusion is that we have some preliminary evidence that the effects of sanctions on the exchange rate and the mechanisms at play do depend on sanction type, as theory would predict. But we still need to do more work to better identify those effects and the mechanism, in particular work on better data. Now, in terms of implications for research and policy, a first implication is that if the evidence that we have so far is true, there is perhaps, or this is suggestive evidence that the recent models that have been drawn out this year of the effects of sanctions on the exchange rate may have broader applicability than just today's Russia episode. And if that's also true, then it probably means that indeed exchange rate movements, in particular the rally of the ruble over the past 6 months, are not necessarily an adequate metric of the success or failure of sanctions, but a reflection of the type and scale and measures taken, and that's something which is informative, in particular in today's discussion as to whether we should leave the sanctions or not. Okay, I think I'll stop here. Thanks.
Muss ich irgendwas machen? Thanks. So, let me thank Christoph, Katrin, and the organizing team for kindly inviting me to this conference. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me start my discussion by putting the paper a bit into perspective. And suppose you're coming from outer space, you have no clue about the sanctions literature at all, and you start reading about this literature, and you randomly pick a paper. Then I think that chances are high that you pick a paper that's dealing with the effectiveness of sanctions, right? So my rough guess would be that about 80–90% of the papers in this field try to measure the impact of this policy tool. Generally speaking, it's a policy instrument from a toolkit, and we can apply standard cost-benefit analysis, trying to learn a bit more whether those measures are effective, right? Effectiveness then is often defined in a way that we try to measure or try to quantify whether they are successful, whether sanctions work. And success is, in its empirical implication, rather tricky because it's difficult to measure success, right? So generally speaking, it's often not known what is the final goal of a sanction. We want to implement a policy change, but then it's often a discretionary decision whether this policy change was actively achieved by this policy tool, and then it's often dependent on the researcher coming up with their own measurement of whether this measure has been successful or not. So a useful alternative that is then often applied is that we're not caring about whether sanctions do lead to a policy change, but you rather look at the targeted activity. So when there are trade sanctions implemented, we measure the impact on exports and imports. When there are financial sanctions implemented, we measure the impact. We try to quantify the impact on financial flows. There is less work, generally speaking, on side effects, but there are some papers on that. So in medicine, for instance, there is some work trying to quantify the impact on health outcomes. So I don't know whether you remember this public discussion, but when the US imposed sanctions on Iran, there were talks about a negative impact on the health of the Iranian population. There are other papers that try to quantify the costs to the sanctioner. Often we think that sanctions are targeted, trying to minimize the cost to the sanctioner, but still there are costs involved, right? With the disruption of bilateral exchanges, the sanctioner has to bear some costs, as we experience right now in Germany as well. So what is done here is the focus on the exchange rate, and that's new. I took a look at the classic Hofbauer study back from the 1990s. There's no reference to the exchange rate in the index. I checked the Kampfer and Loewenberg handbook chapter. There is a single reference to the exchange rate in one footnote to a policy paper of Kampfer when he was obviously analyzing the impact on sanctions on South Africa. And he was talking about terms of trade effects and the exchange rate, but otherwise, nobody's cared about the exchange rate before. The question is why? I think there are two answers. One is, again, the exchange rate is typically not targeted by the sanction, right? It's a side effect. And then when you take a look at the sanctions that have been imposed in the past, many of the countries that have been targeted by sanctions are typically poor, they're typically small, they have less developed financial markets, and therefore you do not care about the impact on the exchange rate of, let's say, Uzbekistan, typically, right? So that's a snapshot of one of my papers where we look at the impact of German sanctions imposed by Germany on other countries. And in this case, it's pretty clear, as Arnaud also illustrated, that Russia is a clear outlier, right? It's a completely different story from the typical sanctions that have been imposed since the end of World War II. There are other aspects, I think, that are related to sanctions imposed on Russia that may become a topic for research. It's not just the exchange rate, but also the freezing of central bank reserves is something that has not been imposed before, really imposed. maybe there have been some instances, but that's it's a completely new measure that has been taken, and typically we think about central bank reserves as being a very liquid form of assets, and now that's basically taken away. And when you talk to practitioners, that's indeed shifting something, right? And it's obviously a topic that deserves further research. Disconnection from SWIFT would be another topic, right? So when you have a look at this at this table of targeted countries, then well, you do not care about those aspects, and obviously disconnecting banks from that messaging system matters. So what are the challenges for this type of research? And I think there are three, and I'm almost already running out of time, so let me be brief. One is sanctions are by definition a pairwise measure, right? You have a sanctioner and you have a target. What Arnaud is doing, he's just looking at the sanctioned countries. So he's imposing, in principle, a 0-1 measure. A country is under sanction, yes or no. But this is ignoring many aspects that may be relevant. So for instance, we want to know who is actually imposing the sanction. Is that an important partner? Are there close ties established before? And many other details like the size of the coalition, right? All of this is not captured by this analysis. Second aspect, sanctions often come as packages. So they're comprising, as we've seen with Isabel's discussion, they're comprising a bunch of measures, a large number of individual measures. And if that's true, it's very difficult to disentangle the effects. In particular, that's relevant in this research because import and export restrictions do have opposite effects on the exchange rate, right? They wash out. So therefore, that's a challenge. Another aspect that may be relevant may be spillovers. So you can think about a situation that you impose sanctions that are well-defined, clearly defined, but they may have spillover effects on other aspects as well, right? So we did some research where we looked at the impact of financial sanctions and could show that financial sanctions alone also affect trade and merchandise trade and trade and services as well. So other aspects are affected as well. So there's likely a deterioration of bilateral relationships affecting many aspects of bilateral activities, and then it's difficult to identify the effects. Targeted sanctions, the final measure or the final analysis that Arnaud presented was trying to find out whether trade sanctions affect trade overall. And in principle, this does not need to be the case because many sanctions are targeted measures. So you identify specific types of products, you identify specific banks on which you impose sanctions, and the aggregate effects are completely unclear. Could be the case that nothing is showing up at the aggregate measure, at the aggregate level as a whole. So therefore, that's a challenge the research has to deal with. Some other issues that could be perhaps discussed later on is the reference currency that is used is the dollar. I would have expected, especially for this period of time, that the pound would be the reference currency, the dominant currency back then in the interwar period. I would like to learn more about controls because Isabel was mentioning the confounding factors that applies to this analysis as well. In its current stage, which is still very preliminary, the results are presented in figures. I'd like to see some tables. Generally speaking, summing up my discussion, I think the paper is economic history at its best. It's focusing on a relevant, interesting question, refers to theory, identifies unique episodes back in time because Russia is in fact different and maybe sanctions imposed in the interwar period have been imposed on larger, more dominant countries. It's compiling new data, applies sophisticated techniques, and even though the paper is still in a very preliminary shape, there's already a very detailed, long, 40 pages appendix, as I would expect from a history paper. Thanks.
Can I?
Okay. Well, Dima, no?
Sure.
Dima, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just wanted to echo what Volker said. So did you try to look at other outcome variables, right? Exchange rates are clearly very interesting, but looking at, so you look at effect of import sanctions on imports, but for example, what is the effect of export sanctions on imports? Do we see that there is this equivalence in terms of allocations? And of course, you can look at other variables like government spendings, inflation, other stuff.
So yeah, I'd like to come back to what Volker was saying. So essentially what you're doing here is trying to explain something that is country-specific over time, but those sanctions have a geography, right? It's a geopolitics conference. The geography really should matter. Who targets? What is the size of who's targeting? And the current level of trade, you have very good theory and empirics out there to actually have a prediction of how it should affect total exports and total imports. And that, I think, should really like help you in getting less noisy estimates of the overall impact. That's the first thing. The second thing is that you have incredibly rich history there, and who is actually targeted or targeting varies with the size of the countries because of colonial history. And so it's not at all the same, you know, when France is targeted, whether it had his colonies or not. And that maybe you can also think about during that period, and those changes of the boundaries of countries really affect how they are touched by those sanctions. My third thing, I was wondering about those controls also. Do you have any control for trade policy over that period? Because that should also impact.
Thank you very much. I think sanctions are there to cause a disruptive change in history. Right? They are there to end war, to prevent war, to change basically away from business as usual, if I understand correctly. And this brings me to a perhaps naive question of a non-monetary macroeconomist to the macro. I have the feeling that you treat the sanctions as kind of trade interventions, trade policy interventions, in a regime of business as usual. And I didn't see any variable controlling for whether the sanctions actually work, whether they make a difference, what kind of psychology effects they have on the world, whether people believe that this sanction works or not, whether the sanction actually worked or not. And I wonder whether that shouldn't be part of the model. If you look at a trade policy intervention, whether then it's appropriate to go on with the same model and disregarding these disruptive effects that the sanctions are for.
I see no one else, no? Okay. All right, so thanks a lot. I think I go...
There's one more question.
Oh, apologies, sorry, I didn't see. Ah, you were hidden behind the okay.
I wasn't sure exactly the reason why you were controlling for some variables such as geopolitical risk or other. You may want to, later on you may add other control. No, let me get to the point. I think if you think of the underlying model that's behind this is that there is a geopolitical event. It could be a war, it could be anything happening between two countries, and that causes sanctions, which then in fact impacts economic activity. In that case, I'm not sure if you control for geopolitical risk, whether you're actually biasing your coefficient towards having no effect, because the primary cause of what's happening is something you're controlling for. So you have to think a little bit about the design, and if you think about, say, wars affecting sanctions and confidence, you want to isolate just the impact of sanctions. So the stuff that you control for is particularly important, but you have to think whether you want to control or instrument, and these are two different research designs.
Okay, so let me start from your question then. Still more? Oh my God. Yeah, okay, we have to wrap. So we took your index essentially because we wanted to control for events on the battlefield, and we didn't have time to draw them up, to actually do the research and understand what was going on. So we took that one, which was readily available. We did this quickly over the summer. So as a first pass, we put that in, And okay, evidently this seems to be potentially problematic. So we still need to do the work and actually collect some information on war operations, which are the real thing that we want to control for.
Just to reiterate, you want to instrument sanctions with something that's causing them. So
yeah, no, I see that. I see the identification. You know, I'm just answering on why we did that. So we didn't have that on our mind. It was more like we don't have a list of war operations. So what can we readily use to actually control for that? We also have a problem of frequency. You know, the index is monthly. The data we look at are weekly. So that's also an issue. So that's clear and satisfactory. But that was the first thing that we did to get some results. But okay. Okay, sanction on psychology. So I guess we're trying to test the Dimas more. Okay, I'm not a movie star, so I don't know actually where to stand. Okay, so that's better, I guess. No, the effect of sanction on psychology. Sure, it's important, but it's more not really a question for me. It's more a question for Dimas, I suppose. So what we try and do in the paper was essentially to test the prediction of the model. So these psychological aspects is not really, maybe via expectations. I'm working on finite, so I don't want to speak for the theorist, but that's certainly something that needs to be attention to. How to do that in practice? Well, that's something that the three of us maybe could discuss. Okay, so Thierry's point. So essentially, what you're trying to say, we need to control for the level of trade. That's a point that we already got in a different seminars. I guess that's something which is really something which we need to do. Trade policy, we didn't think about this thing. Barry had the feeling when he saw the result of Dimas' paper that there were nice similarities between the prediction of trade policy or tariffs. And perhaps that's what you had in mind. No? That's why, in a way, there was an equivalence between those two. So that probably speaks to what you're saying. So I guess indeed that's something that probably we need to think about. And the colonial history, I didn't fully. I mean, I understand what you're trying to get at, but I would like to discuss with you how to do it more in practice, because that's something that triggered my curiosity, and that's certainly something which matters. Dimas' point, so did we test for, other outcome variables and import and exports, and in particular on the effect of, the effect of import sanction on exports, whether we have this equivalence? We didn't do that, but we could certainly do it. Thanks for the suggestion. That's very easy to do, so it's something that we could do. Also, government expenditure. And then Volker's, I mean, all the points of, I mean, I expected a lot of really nice points for Volker. I mean, I essentially agree with all of them. We should certainly, take them up. We did the paper in 4 weeks, so give us another 3 weeks, and then we have them. But do send me the slides, no? That's a nice. We have a lot of homework to do that I put at the end, but okay, give us more homework. We like. We're nerds, so we like to do homework. Okay, thanks a lot.
All right, let's move on. Next paper is on wars, sanctions, and sovereign default by César Sosa-Padilla, and their discussant is Fernando Broner. Welcome.
Thanks.
What's your name?
Yeah, this one, that one. All right. Thanks so much for having us, for inviting us. This is joint work with Javier Bianchi, who's at the Minneapolis Fed. And therefore, I should say that these views are our views and not the views of the Fed. And these are probably just my views. Okay. And this is, for now, called on wars, sanctions, and sovereign default. So let me start with a sort of selected chronology. Following the invasion, Russia faced a freezing of its reserves, which sort of amounted to like 30% of GDP. The goal was to hinder the financing of the war, but Russia was still allowed to use reserves to make debt payments. Until then, on early April, the Treasury blocked, the U.S. Treasury blocked these payments to the extent that they could, and then Russia failed to meet its obligations on on some foreign currency denominated debt. And then some days later, it was declared in default, at least by one rating agency. What we want to do here is we want to explore the role of restrictions on the use of these international reserves as economic sanctions. And to do that, we're going to develop what we think is a very simple model that in some sort of lenient view of the model can account for some of these events or some of these things that happen. Okay, so let me show you here, just completely as a motivation tool, let me show you the CDS, the implied default probability read from CDS on Russian bonds around this time. There's two lines here, one for the 1-year horizon default probability, the other one for the 5-year. And the point I want to make is that at the onset of the war and other sanctions as well, this default probability went up. And then around the April 4, there's another uptick of the implied default probability. Precisely, we understand it as a response to these further restrictions on the reserves. And this is the behavior of reserves. This is in billions. There's this sort of even during the period of restrictions, Russia was able to draw down some of these reserves. Okay, so to summarize what we do, as I said, what we want to do is present a simple model of restrictions on the use of reserves, and I want to understand them as economic sanctions. There's going to be, so the previous paper was a completely data paper. This is a completely non-data paper. All of this is going to be a simple model. We're going to have two countries, a debtor country, that's going to be Russia, where sometimes I'm also going to call that the foreign country or the sanctioned country, and a creditor country, we're going to think of that as the West or the US. I'm also going to call that the sanctioning country. The sanctioned country has to choose borrowing and reserve accumulation, and also may default on its debt. Now, the sanctioning country can sanction, that is, can impose restrictions on the use of reserves, and has its own welfare decreasing in the utility of the sanctioned country. So I'm going to be more explicit about that, but this is what we call the geopolitical externality. So in a sense, we're going to be modeling in a very simple way that the US or the West dislikes the fact that Russia has resources to fund the war. Okay? And then we're going to solve for the equilibrium of this simple model. Okay? So another way of saying this is that we're trying to think under what conditions would this sanctioning country choose restrictions that are hard enough that will trigger a default by the other country, when that default, in a sense, also affects the sanctioning country. So when would you find it in your best interest to push the other country into defaulting on you? Okay. What we find is that for a low geopolitical externality, for a low level of that, the optimal restriction involves squeezing the resources up to the point in which the foreign country is indifferent between repaying and defaulting, and we're going to call that soft restrictions. And then if this externality is sufficiently high, then the optimal restriction becomes a complete freezing of reserves, and that will induce a foreign default, and we will call that hard restrictions. So now, this result may be surprising because the default decision by the foreign country is optimal, and therefore restrictions beyond the soft one do not actually hurt the foreign country. The key for the result is that the externality is tilted towards the war period, which is going to be the present, and a default in the present or in the war period reduces the foreign utility in that period, and therefore it's even though it doesn't hurt, it doesn't create further damage in a lifetime sense to the foreign country, it's preferred for the home country. Maybe I'll be more clear, hopefully. All right. So to the model. So it's going to be, as I said, strategic interactions resulting from the possibility to impose sanctions and the possibility of a sovereign default. Two countries, as I said, which are going to have otherwise identical flow utility functions and identical discount factors. The main difference is that, as I said, the home country is going to have this thing that we call geopolitical externality. There are also going to be in the background financial intermediaries that discount flows at rate R. It's going to be discrete time, infinite horizon, and we're going to be making a lot of simplifying assumptions in order to solve this paper and pencil. So we're going to assume no uncertainty, and we're going to assume beta times 1 plus r equal to 1. So that's going to give us really simple solutions. Okay? So let me start. So the rest of the model is, I'm going to explain the foreign countries problem, then the home country problem, talk about the equilibrium for a second, and then be done. So the foreign country is going to start with some portfolio, A0 star, B0 star. So A0 star are the reserves, B0 star is the debt, and it receives a constant income Y star. Reserves are 1 period risk-free assets that may be subject to restrictions. And debt is long-term with decaying parameter, with decaying parameter delta. So if you have, if you borrow 1 unit today, then you pay kappa y minus delta, kappa 1 minus delta square, and so on for as long as you don't default. The budget constraint, which I'm writing down here in the case of repayment, says on the left-hand side that Russia is going to use resources to fund consumption, G star, which are the war expenditures, new purchases of reserves, and coupon payments. And to do that has its initial reserves, income, and the last term is the issuance of new bonds. So the assumption, an assumption is going to be important, maybe, is that, or not maybe, but that we make to simplify, is that the war expenditures are all coming in the present. So all the war expenditures are in period 0, which is the war period, then later on they're 0. But I think that is not super crucial. Now, there are 2 additional constraints. Okay, I rewrote the equation. There are 2 additional constraints. Constraint 2 is restrictions on the use of reserves. And that constraint sort of encapsulates 2 interesting cases. A case in which reserves are restricted for purposes other than debt repayments. So that is what our reading of what happened at the beginning of the war. Russia was able to tap reserves to pay debt. And then a harshest punishment in which reserves are not allowed to be used at all, and interest payments cannot be repatriated. Okay. And the second kind of restriction we're going to have is restriction number 3, which in words, it means that Russia cannot issue new bonds. Okay, so they are excluded going forward. So we're going to take 3 completely exogenous and to focus our attention on 2, the new stuff, the restriction on reserves. Russia can default, and if that happens, then there's a cost, phi d, that captures direct costs as well as reputational concerns. And it's going to be excluded, if it chooses to default, excluded from 1 period. And the budget constraint on the default is that you finance consumption and the war expenditures, and you have your income reduced by the cost. Okay. All right. I don't have a lot of time, but and now so we're going to make some parametric assumptions to sort of guarantee that these 2 restrictions that I had before bind, so that Russia is going to be against the reserve constraint, and it's going to be against the issuance constraint. Okay, and with that we can write down what the value under repayment is, where I'm using here that in the future, from period 1 onwards, the war is done, and the war is stationary, so we have a closed form solution for what consumption is. Now the default decision is strategic, meaning that Russia is going to default only if it's in its best interest, where D is equal to 1 in case of default. We're also going to assume that the cost of defaults are such that Russia is going to choose to repay if there are no restrictions, and it's going to choose to default when it faces the harshest possible restriction. Okay, that's a parametric assumption on the cost of defaults. With this assumption, then we get to the first sort of mini result, if you want, is that there is a threshold sanction. There's a threshold A hat that essentially says if Russia faces a sanction up to and including A hat, it will choose to repay. But if the sanctions are anything stronger than A hat, it will choose to default. Okay, so the equilibrium is going to be characterized by this first threshold. Now, on the side of the US or the West, the US has concave utility and cares about its own consumption, but also dislikes Russia's consumption. So this is the geopolitical externality. Okay? And the key is that this externality is tilted towards the present, towards the war period. Okay? The US has a portfolio that is alpha B0 star. So the US holds alpha fraction of the Russian bonds, so therefore a Russian default will hurt them, and has other net foreign assets K0. Right? So the resource constraint is the income in the US, that's Y, plus the R over 1 plus R, or 1 minus beta, so the annuity value of the net foreign assets. And those net foreign assets are going to be alpha times the Russian bonds, times the repayment policy of Russia, so that's why the default decision matters, plus the other assets. Okay, so this is maybe making it obvious why a Russian default will affect the US, because it's, or at least directly, it will affect the resources available. Right. All right, so the US welfare is just plugging those sticks back in. And the trade-off, the important thing is that imposing sanctions will reduce the political externality, the geopolitical externality, but it may trigger a default, in which case implies fewer resources for the home country or the US. Of course, the US understands that this the default decision by Russia depends on the sanctions, and that's in the choice set for the US. All right, so there's I don't know how I'm doing on time. Probably pretty bad. Okay. There's a formal definition of what the equilibrium is. I'm going to skip all of that, solve it backward, and let me say essentially that this is essentially the point of figuring out what's the welfare for the US in two cases. So it's going to be the welfare if the sanctions are soft, that's the first line, or if the sanctions are hard, that's the second line. Okay? So this welfare is going to be strictly increasing in the sanction as long as the sanctions are in the soft territory. And it's going to be independent if we go past this first threshold that I said characterizes the solution. So in general, the welfare for the US will feature a discontinuity at that threshold. Okay? It follows, therefore, in particular for our case, that the solution will be either that threshold or anything higher. So either you're going to squeeze everything you can up to that point, or you're going to go a bit more and trigger a default. Okay? That's exactly what I said. And what we find, that's the last bullet point, that when the geopolitical externality is low, then the outcome is to induce repayment, so squeeze the other country, but induce repayment. If it's large, then it's induce default. All of this is sort of formally summarized in this other result, which we think is a bit stronger, so we call proposition instead of lemma, but it's again another threshold. There is a threshold on the space of possible values of the externality. That's the eta hat. It's a bunch of ugly parameters, but all of that can be signed as positive. And the point is that if the externality is below that, you squeeze but induce repayment, otherwise induce default. Okay. So theoretically, this finding that a creditor may find it optimal to push the debtor into defaulting on him or herself is maybe surprising. I'm not saying you should be shocked, but it may be perhaps surprising. It's a bit subtle because the decision to default by the F country, Russia, is optimal, which means that restrictions larger than the soft restriction do not actually hurt, on a lifetime sense, do not hurt Russia. However, the crucial point is that the geopolitical externality is tilted towards the present, and inducing the default actually decreases resources in the present. So that's the reason to do it. We show in an appendix, however, that if the geopolitical externality were constant, meaning that all the lifetime utility of Russia enter the geopolitical externality, then in that case, as the theory will some intuition will tell you. In that case, it's never optimal to impose or to force the other country into default. Okay. Around 4, 2, 0. All right. So that's the end of the model. It's really infinite horizon and everything, but we made enough convenient assumptions so that we can solve this and characterize everything with these two thresholds. And then we want to sort of, in a sort of quantitative way, we want to get a sense of the quantitative effect of this geopolitical externality and sort of try to argue that under plausible parameters, the model can, in a sense, speak to these events. So we're going to parameterize F, the foreign country, using Russian data, as I said, H using US data, log utility for everyone, one period is 1 year, normalize the US income to 1, and then the Russian income is whatever the data says, so it's 1/14 of the US GDP. The world interest rate is 1%. The Russian portfolio is what I already argued, 30% of GDP reserves, roughly 20% is debt, and the maturity is exactly what or on average what we see in the data. The same with the US portfolio. All right. I'm assuming here, but it doesn't completely matter, that the US holds, or the sanctioning country holds 50% of the debt that the Russians can default on. Okay. All right. Those are the numbers. And then I'm gonna show what happens with the low value and a high value for the externality. And as I said, so here are two plots. The two plots sort of show the workings of the two propositions. The one on the left is the value for the foreign country. And I show that there is a threshold. That threshold, a hat, is so what's on the horizontal is the sanctions. And sanctions beyond a hat will force a default. And what I have on the right is the welfare for the home country, which, as I said, is increasing in the sanctions as long as sanctions are soft. And then at the threshold, there's a discontinuity. If the externality is sufficiently high, then you prefer more sanctions. So this value function sort of jumps up. Otherwise, if it's low enough, then it jumps down. So for the threshold value of the externality, put in permanent consumption equivalence, this is akin to saying that the US is willing to suffer a 0.01 decline in permanent consumption to reduce the utility of Russia to its level under default. So we think this is a very simple model to think about the implications of restrictions. We find soft restrictions come at no cost, so you squeeze all the way you can. But hard restrictions can trigger a default and do come at a cost. So even though the decision to default is optimal, we show that a complete freezing of reserves may be the best thing to do for the West when the externality is high. Of course, here we're simplifying a lot. Sort of obvious extensions include income uncertainty or maybe preference shocks, like a shifter in this geopolitical externality, interaction with other sanctions, trade being the most clear. And we have a very continuous punishment here, but we may think that reality is more closer to a discrete punishment technology. So that may lead us to slightly different conclusions. Overall, we think this is a very exciting research topic, lots to explore, and congrats again to the Kiel Institute on this new venture. Thanks.
Do I have to do anything, or? I sent it yesterday. Oh. Oh, okay. Broner discussion.
Where do you see it? Leonardo discussion?
I'm a discussant. Fernando, Broner here. Thanks. Okay. So thanks a lot for the invitation and also for the opportunity to discuss this paper. Okay, so what is it that the paper wants to do? They want to develop a simple model of financial restrictions as a way of imposing economic sanctions. In particular, they look at restrictions on the use of international reserves to make debt repayments. And more in particularly, they very specifically tailor the analysis to the case of the Russian sanctions.
You see the representation on the laptop, not on the screen.
Okay. So, what is it that they can explain? Well, they can explain why is it that Russia defaulted when the restrictions were tightened. Perhaps this first result is not that surprising. What is more surprising, perhaps, is why is it that this might have been desirable from the point of view of the US or the West? Why would they go so far so as to make Russia default instead of just keeping them at the point where they are almost defaulting but still being hurt by the sanctions, but at least they are not, the West is not being defaulted on. So that's what they try to explain. So why does it look like this? I have no idea. Anyways, so this is what they showed. They showed that more or less on early April there was a jump in the probability of default, or in this case yields. And in addition, reserves had been used up to that point, but from that point onwards, they were not used because they were restricted. Let me just skip this. So what I'm going to do is the following. So I think that César did a very good job at explaining his model, but still I think that there is a bit more room for to make it slightly more simple than they do in the paper. So what I'm going to do is to give you I'm going to give it a try and make the model even simpler, and perhaps use this simplified version to try to explain exactly what is it that they are doing and why is it that the mechanism is working in this way. So this is a two-period model, so there is really no reason to have this an infinite horizon model given the assumptions that they make. So let me just make this a two-period model. Here, foreign would be the sanction country. It has standard preferences, consumes at time 0, consumes at time 1, and it's an endowment economy. So the idea here is that somehow the sanctioned country is sort of liquidity constrained in the first period, either because it wants to spend a lot on the war, or in this particular case because it receives a lower endowment, but for some reason the sanctioned country is constrained in the first period. Home preferences, these are the preferences of the sanctioning country, which they're standard. I put here linear in consumption, so in this sense they want to be repaid. But crucially, there is this second term, this eta times u of C0, which basically means that the home country would like to hurt, in this case, Russia. Okay, so it benefits from the utility in Russia going down. Now, not only that, but it particularly cares about the utility of Russia, the period utility of Russia right now in this period, so it doesn't care about the intertemporal utility of Russia, it cares about consumption in Russia today. Okay? At the start of the first period, Russia holds some assets at home, A0 star. Foreign, Russia owes something to home. In this case, I'm assuming that it owes B star in the first period and B star in the second period. Importantly, Russia cannot roll over its debt. So in the first period, it owes B star, but it cannot roll over it. In case of default, Russia suffers an output cost phi in the first period. Okay, so everything up to here is sort of standard except for these preferences of the West, and in addition, the fact that Russia cannot roll over the debt by assumption. Now, regarding the sanctions themselves, the idea here is that the West, on the first, it can limit the use of reserves in the sense that they can only be used to repay debt. But second, in addition to that, it can limit how much of those reserves are available for repayment. Okay, so here A1 star, these are reserves in the second period. So if you put a floor on reserves carried over to the second period, this is analogous to restricting how many of those reserves can be used today. Okay? So the timing of the model is that first, the home country imposes limits on the access to reserves. So it is A bar if it's equal to A0 star, means that none of the reserves can be used. If it's equal to A0 star minus B star, it means that all of the debt repayments can be made with reserves. So in principle, it's somewhere in between those extremes. And then after that, the sanctioned country would choose to default. Given these assumptions, essentially when the foreign country decides whether to repay or to default, these are the two options. If it repays, it takes those reserves that have made available for repayment. And basic consumption is equal to the endowment plus those reserves that are available minus whatever is owed this period. And then the other reserves are left for the second period. If instead the country defaults, then in this period, none of the reserves can be accessed. It suffers the cost of default, but in the second period, it just has access to all of the reserves, okay? Okay, so if you look at these simple equations, what you see is that in case of the utility in case of repayment, it is decreasing in the use of reserves. Why is that? Because if the less you can use reserves today, the worse you are, because you're suffering this liquidity crisis. You need those resources today, so it's somehow hurting you. It's hurting Russia by making the use of reserves more limited. Instead, in case of default, utility is unaffected because the assumption is made that if there is default, none of the reserves can be accessed today, and as a result of that, utility doesn't depend on that. So naturally, there is a threshold. They make the assumption there is a threshold if the reserves that need to be carried for the next period are sufficiently high, then Russia would default, and otherwise it would not. Okay, so that's really everything there is to do with the model. That's really the model. Let me just show you graphically. And I have no idea why things look weird like this, but anyways. So foreign utilities. On the top graph, I have, I'm showing you utility for Russia, the intertemporal utility of Russia, depending on whether it defaults or not. So once again, you can see here that if it repays, utility is going down as the use of reserves is more and more restricted, whereas if it's not defaulting, it's just flat. So Russia, to the left of the threshold, would choose to repay, and to the right of the threshold would choose to default. But here, that's not surprising. What's surprising is that why is it that the West would choose a restriction that's so severe that it leads to default? Here it says home utility low area, so this would be sort of the standard case. So if the West didn't care about utility of Russia, or if it cared about the intertemporal utility of Russia, this is what the plot would look like. So as the restrictions become more and more severe, Russia is hurt, this benefits the West, but at some point there is this negative discontinuity in that if at that point Russia defaults, Russia is indifferent, because Russia is at an indifference point there, but the US is hurt because now they don't get repaid. So this is what a naive view of this problem would say, well, the US would never want to go beyond the level of restrictions such that Russia ends up defaulting. But if the geopolitical externality, as they call it, area, is sufficiently high, then you get something like the bottom picture, in which this discontinuity is actually positive. Okay, so why is it positive? First, because the US cares about Russian welfare, but in addition, it does not really care about the intertemporal utility of Russia, it cares about consumption in Russia today. And here defaults are associated with the reduction in consumption today and a large increase in consumption in the future. From the point of view of Russia, intertemporally, this is sort of attractive, but since the US only cares about consumption in Russia today, the fact that consumption goes down today is beneficial to the US. That's really what's going on. Okay, so let me just skip this because this is what I just said. Again, the important here is that the benefit to home of a reduction in consumption today and increase in consumption in Russia in the future, the benefit to home is greater than how much this hurts Russia. Okay, so Russia is willing to take this, but the US really is very happy about this. Let me just give you some comments. So, I mean, the mechanism in the model is clear and seems reasonable, but I think that the paper is much more in terms of justification of why the US would care about consumption in Russia today as opposed to the future, even more so than Russia itself does. Again, the idea here is that there is this kind of liquidity crisis, and by imposing this sanction and creating this default, this reduces utilities period but increases in the future. I'm also not exactly sure why is it that we think that the default would actually hurt Russia in the short run and benefit it in the long run. We have many stories in which we actually tend to get the opposite. Somehow defaults lead to saved payments today, which would tend to increase consumption today, perhaps and then the cost would be that in the future they would be able to invest less, to have less credibility, some reputational considerations. Here, all the assumptions are such that the default is actually hurts Russia in the short run and benefits in the long run. So I think that understanding why is it that the US has these preferences, and furthermore, why is it that the default has these particular effects on consumption today and in the future, I think they would need to do more on that. But the other thing is, I would like to understand better the nature of Russia's default. Okay, so here in the model, Russia is truly indifferent between defaulting and not defaulting. The model starts default. The moment it starts defaulting is a strategic consideration. But sort of, I'm not an expert on this, but many people have argued that Russia, if anything, they would have wanted to repay, but instead they were prevented from doing so by restrictions on financial markets. So if that was really the case, then sort of it's less surprising that this would hurt Russia, because essentially what you're doing is sort of forcing them to default, even though they might have wanted to continue repaying. So again, I think the paper needs some clarification on this. But in any case, I think that the overall project is super interesting, has lots of potential. The work is still preliminary, but I really look forward to the next version of the paper. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. No, I agree with Fernando that I think one aspect you have to work better is why the U.S. care about the consumption of Russia today, right? I think we risk here the following, more generally, not in your paper. Say, okay, we're a bunch of economists and we now start to talk about geopolitics and we put whatever there and justify. So I was thinking that one nice way you have to do it, although may make a model a bit more complicated, is to say, well, you know, at the time of war, when Russia is invading the US or an ally of the US, you want to hurt Russia. And one way to hurt Russia is to affect the consumption, so it's more likely the government fails. So you put like a probability that the government collapse or something that is affected by consumption. And it's just one step ahead. You move it away from the utility function because maybe it's not the way we think. It's naturally that in the utility function of the Americans will care about the consumption of Russians. But you say, no, this is an instrument. It's an instrument to destabilize politically Putin. And then you get all the same, right? But I think that could be a way to deal with that.
Very quickly, so in this model, if I understand correctly, the trade-off for Russia is that they want to avoid the cost of default, and that's the only reason to repay the debt, right? But I really struggle with this assumption, right? I mean, clearly there are all these trade sanctions. Clearly no one wants to lend to Russia anymore, no matter whether they pay back the debt or not. I think the biggest puzzle here is why would Russia want to pay back at all, right? And I agree that it seems like they want to do that, but it's very strange. You know?
No, 10 seconds. Promise.
It's up to them.
Okay, Christoph this side. Okay, thank you. Now, one thing. Is it really needed to restrict access of Russia to its reserves? Can't you just like tell Western banks not to process payments? Which I think is something which happens in practice.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks. Let me start by thanking Fernando for his discussion. I completely agree with you that this can be done in 2 periods, and maybe that's the way we'll rewrite it. And and I also agree sort of with the thoughts that you gave us moving forward. This is also related to Sebastian's point about the sort of this present bias for that we put into the geopolitical externality, and that we have to think harder about different modeling for the default cost and how that will affect for the result. If all the default is sort of in the present versus more evenly distributed over time on Russia, that's something that we definitely thought a bit about, but we should sort of flesh out more in the paper. So thanks. It's also I also agree with you that allowing for a forced default, for a non-strategic default, will also allow us for the results to go through. So I think we did have a footnote sort of suggesting that, but we can also bring it more to the front of the paper. In particular, to Sebastian's point, which I completely agree with, that we need to do a better job at sort of motivating this, why the US cares about this. We do have we do understand and sort of try to be explicit that this is a shortcut. And in the paper we say one reason, one rationale is precisely, it's almost verbatim what you said, that the US cares about low resources in Russia because that way may trigger discontent and bring down the regime. So we have none of those dynamics, but we sort of make the shortcut. As you said, but I agree sort of in principle. And to Dima, which is the, we also thought about this, right? So we had this sort of conversation about, well, they're already paying a lot of costs. So one reading of this is that this should be the moment to default instead of repay, because you're already facing a lot of pushback. We don't have a completely satisfying answer. Part of the answer that we had is what you also venture as the answer, which is they were trying to pay, and then eventually did pay in some other way. So our for now our sort of way of reconciling all of this is that they indeed see the cost as being substantial, more in the reputational sense than maybe than in other dimensions. So that's probably what we're capturing more with this simplified cost. And I don't think, to the very last question, I don't think it really matters. I mean, for our mechanism, what matters is that you can't bring this money. You can't repatriate the money. So whether it's whether you do it through reserve sanctions or through disconnecting from SWIFT, obviously the model isn't rich enough to distinguish these two. But I think one could understand the disconnection from SWIFT as a version of this. That may be pushing it too much. I don't know. Thanks.
All right. Welcome to our first panel, China and the World in 2030. I will be the moderator, and we will have 3 wonderful panelists. First of all, Laura Alfaro, who will join us online. Unfortunately, on short notice, she eventually couldn't come here, which is a big pity. We miss her. Yeah, who's a professor at HBS, or Harvard Business School, since 1999. She holds a PhD from UCLA and has actual policy experience. She's been a minister of the economy and planning of Costa Rica in 2010 and until 2012. She's a field leader in international finance and international trade, has a very exciting research agenda using rich micro firm level data, rich survey data. I believe some of which we will see today, and increasingly also focused on China. So she's an expert of the panel we're holding today, and I look very much forward to hearing her thoughts. Then we have Bruno Maçães, is that the right pronunciation? Yes, who is an author, politician, and consultant. He holds a PhD in political theory from Harvard University. He then, after graduating, entered academia, but then quickly became a minister of European affairs in Portugal. After this experience, he returned to become an author, to be an author, and has become a leading thinker in the field of geopolitics. Has written several books on China, on Eurasia, that I can strongly recommend, that are provocative and thought-provoking. So I'm a big fan. He has a huge following on Twitter as well, so I can also recommend that, and I very much look forward to your thoughts and to your views. And then we have Guntram Wolff, who just became director of DGAP, the German Council of Foreign Relations, one of Germany's leading think tanks. Before that, he has led Bruegel, the think tank in Brussels, for 10 years, which we were talking about it yesterday with spectacular success, making it one of the most visible think tanks in Europe, in fact, worldwide. So great that you're coming back to Germany to bring some fresh influence and ideas to Berlin, which we severely need. He's one of the leading policy advisors when it comes to geopolitical questions in Europe. And again, I'm very much looking forward to your thoughts. So the way we wanted to structure this today is to start with some opening statements. So we'll first give the floor to Laura, who also has some slides. And then we'll open it up with a couple of guiding questions, and then start with a debate. So Laura, the floor is yours. Thank you for getting up in the middle of the night.
Thank you very much. Again, apologies for not being there. It seems that you're all having a lot of fun. I'm actually a morning person, but fair enough, not necessarily a 4 a.m. person, although by now probably we'll see the sunrise. So let me just give you some thoughts on some work that I have been doing. Let me start by just saying that in general, I do think China's role and globalization has been good in a narrow sense of increasing trade, FDI, and capital flows, but also welfare. As you know, China's integration to the world economy has been the greatest mass reduction in world poverty the world has seen, with also benefits to some other countries. But globalization needs to be managed, and in particular in the north, there is a backlash. And this is the work I have been doing with David Chor from Dartmouth and Maggie Chen, where we have been analyzing the public support on globalization. This is some surveys that we have been doing now for 5 years. Just to give you a sense, this is work since 2018. Every year we have surveyed people, and in general, more than around 60% seem to be consistently against globalization in the sense of limiting imports, and we have asked about some other measures. But the objective really of our work has been to try to change attitudes through research-based facts. And so we have been randomizing treatments in these samples every year, where we have been given information about facts on globalization related to trade hurts, the negative effect of competition from China on manufacturing, but also positive on the effects that it has had on overall employment, in prices, and also the fact that the tariffs hurt in prices and income. And what has been surprising for us is that in the first round that we did, 2018 to 19, perhaps as expected, bad news on jobs led people or moved people to be more against trade. But paradoxically, when we told them good things about trade in terms of jobs, it was not symmetrical. We couldn't get them to support more trade. When we told them that it helped prices, we actually got them to be even more against also globalization. And thus we conducted these surveys every year just to see if there was something to these results. And again, year after year after year, again, for the last 5 years, even going through some unprecedented shocks, we consistently get people to be against trade, even when we tell them good things in terms of jobs and particularly prices. So again, we have been trying to understand these results. We have explored mechanisms. In fact, we directly asked them why they gave us the answer they gave us. And overall, what has been a consistent theme in the word clouds and also in the analysis is overwhelming concern about China, not only as a threat to jobs, but also as national security and in general, the economic role of China. Again, in terms of jobs, prices, and even when we mentioned them that the tariffs hurt the economy, we asked them why, and they would directly tell us because we don't want to trade with China. And so again, it does seem that any management of globalization in the US, and again, this is a trend mostly in the North, this backlash we have not yet seen in many countries in the South, does need to come with a discussion of the bilateral relation US-China. And the question is, does it matter? And I ask this because we have seen some reevaluation of global value chains. Firms have been trying to get out of China before the pandemic, even mostly in terms of cost, but also the trade war. We have also seen governments with actions against this dependence. But as we argue in another paper, not all of these global chains are so easy to nearshore or reashore. And this is work that I'm doing with Harold Fadinger and Jan Schmidt, where we're particularly looking at rare elements. As you know, they're not as rare, they're just very hard to mine. And they are at the core of most of what we have called this new wave of globalization. Technology is in everything computers, but also is in everything electric turbines. And so again, they play a big role and they're disproportionately being produced in China. As you know, some of these rare elements really do not have a substitute. And so in particular, in terms of electric, as you know, mining is concentrated in China, but the different parts of the production chain, again, concentrated in China. And so what is interesting, and again, this is probably speaking more about Europe and Germany, that they might be exchanging one source, one country of energy to another source, one country of energy. Even when I was in government, the role of diversification of supply and energy was in the table, even in a small little country like Costa Rica. And again, I do think that this has a broader implications in how we not only think about globalization, but also how we fight climate change. EU, in the Economics Intelligence Unit, has also been reporting that inside China, companies also have been worried about retaliation. So in general, again, concerns about the growth in China, but more generally also implications about globalization. And let me just end with this slide that we can retake later, something about concerns going forward in terms of their growth, the different profiles of their age population. But let me end here.
Out the first question. Okay. So thanks a lot, Laura. Very fascinating agenda. One way to structure this would be to think about key questions out there, and I'd really like to hear your thoughts. And one obvious question is like, is China still rising? Right? Is the current trouble in the real estate sector with Belt and Road and other areas where China is struggling with, is that a hiccup on a way up? Or put more provocatively, will this be a Chinese century or not? And I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
All right, so that's a really big question. You know, my inclination is to look at the broad structural trends, which I think do favor China, and not to be so fixated on the news from last week or last month or even last year. If you look at the story of America's rise from the end of the Civil War until the First World War, it was punctuated by lots of devastating financial crises that happen every 8 years. And that was actually the steps in the ladder through which the US rose to world supremacy. And I think that it's inevitably part of the process if you're going through fast growth and transformational growth of the kind the US had and the kind that China has. That's my general framing as I look at some of these news, which doesn't mean that China will not face significant troubles, and it doesn't mean that policy mistakes are not being made. I think COVID policy is one where everyone is very puzzled. Everyone I talk to, companies, you know, I've had companies tell me, we thought we understood China, we thought they were pragmatic, we thought they knew how to deal with problems, and what's happening now just overturns all those assumptions. So we see what happens, but the fundamental structural trends, the ability that China has, and you can see on the ground if you travel to China or live there, in terms of transforming its economy, upgrading the technological content of manufacturing, I think that's still progressing. I think the news from, for example, what's happening with chips are broadly consistent with this narrative. And I think also the regime has shown some ability to self-correct. That is the story in the past. We'll see now with COVID and other problems. But the picture globally is one where it's a little bit of a last man standing because everyone is facing significant troubles. And you also have to place China's troubles in that context. But to conclude, you know, there's this discussion, for example, on whether China will ever overtake the US in terms of total GDP. And I've seen even people make bets, and sometimes you know, scholars and analysts make bets about this. And I'm very puzzled by that because, I mean, I'll take any bet that in my lifetime China will overtake the US because it just seems, if you look at the population dynamic, it's not a judgment about the regime or the value of liberal democracy. It's just a judgment about population and growth dynamics, that China is 4 times larger than the US, and therefore you would have to have a GDP per capita lower than 1/4 of the US in order not to overtake the size of the American economy. And looking at the dynamics in China, that seems inevitable. It's a relevant point to make because obviously when it comes to defense spending and a country's ability to project power abroad, what matters is total GDP. It's not GDP per capita. For some of the things that we're interested in geopolitics, GDP per capita is actually not that relevant. So overall, to answer your question directly, I would think that by 2030, we'll still be talking about China's rise, and we'll probably, by that time, be trying to see exactly when the moment will happen when Chinese GDP will overtake the US GDP. A relevant moment, in a book I wrote about America recently, there was a lot of talk in 1891 about the moment when the US would overtake the UK, and so that's not new, this sort of discussions.
Well, so I guess we are supposed to have a debate, so let me take the opposite view. Not just for the case of the debate, but let me give you a couple of arguments why I think that China's growth potential is often overestimated in foreign policy circles. I mean, as economists, we tend to think about growth as, you know, really being driven by sort of 3 factors: capital, labor, and of course technological progress. And when you look at those and you start with capital, I mean, you will see that China basically ran a saving and investment rate of 40 to 50% over several decades, and a lot of the capital investment, especially since sort of the 2008-9, has increasingly been put into infrastructure and housing, so basically into concrete. And the question is this going to be the right growth model going forward, given the relatively high capital to labor ratio that China already has? And I think the answer is probably not. So I don't think capital and the saving and investment model that China pursued certainly in the last 10-15 years is going to be the driver of growth for China in the next 10 or 15 years, or is going to be a sustainable driver of growth. I mean, of course, you can still continue buying, building bridges, but that's not really sustainable, and it drives up your debt ratio without much productivity effects. Now comes the second factor, labor. So if we think about labor, China has benefited over decades from basically absorbing rural labor into the city working population. But it is also now, if you look at the demography of China at the moment, where actually working age population is starting to shrink, and so all the demographic benefits and the labor mobility benefits seem to also come to an end. And so to me, the really crucial question, therefore, remains the last one, right? I mean, to what extent is technology, technological progress, etc., total factor productivity, or however you want to call it, to what extent is that going to be a driver, and how much can the government really push that factor upwards? And I just read a nice little note by Michael Pettis, who is an economist. I think is he still in Beijing? Actually, I don't know. He's probably still in Beijing. And he has expressed, to my mind, quite rightly, a certain skepticism around the ability of the government to really push the high-tech sector. And his argument is basically that the one factor that the Chinese government can relatively easily redirect is availability of capital, but capital is already fully available to the relatively small high-tech sector. So there's a high-tech sector of some 10% or so of GDP, but that sector has enough capital. So it's not capital that constrains that sector. So the question is, what can you really do as a government to nurture and grow that sector so that it starts generating much more growth? And there I guess we can debate technology policy and the extent to which Made in China 2025, etc., will be a success 10 or 15 years down the road. But I think this is really the crucial question: to what extent will this be driven? Perhaps my last point. There is, of course, also, and that's an option that some economists tend to think about, is well, can the growth model be rebalanced from investment to consumption? And there, I guess my question would be, and there I'm not deep enough into sort of domestic Chinese politics, but my question would be, to what extent can the government, and especially the local governments, accept a significant transfer of resources from their own control to basically households that would drive that consumption? I mean, this is not just about transferring significant resources, it's really also about transferring, to some extent at least, political power that goes along with these resources. So my view is there will be really a lot of hiccups. It will not be easy at all for China. Now, will the mega trend, and I'm not going to weigh in on whether China is going to be bigger than the US. I guess it will be, but of course, a lot depends really on this total factor productivity growth differential between the US and China. And what we see at the moment is, of course, that the US has a fairly high TFP growth, fairly high productivity growth. It's still at the frontier in many technologies. Well, I mean, I guess we shall see. It's very difficult for economists to give predictions, and that's why I'm sort of just giving some arguments in the other direction also to stimulate our debate.
Laura, you want to come in on that one?
I mean, that's why I put this slide. When one sees this slide, one sees a couple of things. That the growth that was reallocation of labor and capital that was mentioned, but a concern going forward. Not only because of this, the fact that they have this age profile that no other country has seen transition this fast, but also because they have not been successful in changing it. So again, it does speak of the limits of a growth strategy that has been about forcing reallocation of resources, and the difficulty of the next stage that is about combining these resources efficiently. Whether it's going to overtake the US, I agree, there is a little bit of 1.3 billion people is destiny, and so it might be, but having 1.3 billion people without the GDP per capita, it's a problem. And again, I do think this imbalance, they know will come back to haunt. And as I said, they have not been successful in changing this. I just don't see people also wanting to have a lot of kids in the current situation. So it is a problem that is going to affect their long-term prospects.
All right, so Bruno, seems like you're in the minority here. So we see that, I guess.
So that's the difference between economists and...
So population is aging. It won't come from the labor, as Guntram and Laura are saying. The infrastructure growth model, to some degree, has reached its limit or is maybe broken. So we have to bet everything on technology. Is that? I mean, where does your optimism come from specifically?
I mean, I think it is true that the model has kind of reached the dead end. I do see awareness of that all across policy circles in Beijing when I lived there a couple of years ago. This was what they talked about with some elements of self-criticism. Guntram is correct, and Michael Pattis has written a lot about this, that the real question here is to what extent the politics allows for a correction. To what extent there has to be democratization elements that go along with a shift to consumption. That's a question mark that I have myself, because obviously one reason that consumption is so depressed is that it fits with the political model of state-directed economy, geared toward exports and keeping labor costs low. By the way, that is also a problem in Germany that we're seeing. So this is not unique to it's not unique to China. Now, I do think that what China is doing is trying to overcome the middle income trap and do that at scale. Is there another example of a country this large that was successful doing that? Perhaps not. And so it's not surprising that it will turn out to be difficult. And I have no doubts that we'll be talking about serious economic crisis. I think, as Michael Pattis says, maybe they will not take the form of a financial crisis because the system is different. They will take the form of a drastic slowdown of economic growth. That we're already seeing, perhaps this year only slightly above 3%. But that is, I think, part of the growth pains. And as a general note, I think that should be seen probably more as a positive sign than as a negative sign. That the regime, for example, has accepted this year that growth is going to be lower. And that already indicates a certain dissatisfaction with the current model and a sense that the current model cannot continue on the same terms. So I'm just, I think we're looking at the same facts. I'm just, as a non-economist, trying to place them in a broad historical, sociological framework, where I see a country that is very driven and mobilized around this idea of becoming the largest economy in the world. And I see a regime that, for all the criticisms we make in other areas, when it comes to policy making, one of the things that surprised me in Beijing was the extent and depth of debates about policy making, where, meetings like this people would talk about exactly what we're talking about here. The model has failed, we need to change the model. So it's not the Soviet Union in that sense that people, you know, as we heard before, the people are committed to this model and will not change no matter what. If that were the case, then I would be agreeing more with Guntram in particular.
Great, thanks. So I guess there is kind of a consensus that China will continue to grow to some extent, that it will continue to play a major role. So we are, in some way, we are living and will continue to be living in a more multipolar world, and then the extent of the strength of the US versus China, we will see. But in this more multipolar world, as economists, what can we expect when it comes to globalization? So is this rise of China and this shift towards you know, multiple centers of power, is this good news or bad news for globalization? Will we see an intensification of global trade, say, you know, a competition for Africa that leads kind of a race to the top? Or rather, will we see more like a Cold War, post-World War II area where we have like a kind of balkanization of global trade and financial markets into spheres of interest? So what is your view on kind of the future of globalization in this new international order? Maybe Guntram, you can start.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think basically it can be both, right? I mean, we don't know which one, but let me perhaps first highlight some of the upsides. I mean, China's Belt and Road Initiative, which was very negatively seen in the West, in Europe, etc., of course, has major positive effects on globalization, right? I mean, if you build an airport in a place where there hasn't been an airport, it increases connectivity. It boosts trade. If you build a ship, a harbor, of course, that also boosts trades. So all these infrastructure measures that China implemented around many countries, I do think they were actually boosting globalization and trade. Now, they came with some conditions as regards direction of trade, and in that sense, there has been perhaps also some, and you know, I think that was also differently implemented in different countries. But we know that if it comes along with trade agreements that are quite exclusive, then you also have trade diversion effects, right? So you can have both. But the infrastructure part should be in principle beneficial for trade. Now, I guess for me the key question sort of going forward is less so how much do we trade in general, but how do we manage excessive risks and dependencies on specific suppliers. And that's where I think the debate in Europe certainly needs to be. It needs to be not about autarky, decoupling from China, etc., because of geopolitical risks. It needs to be about how do we manage big concentrated risks. So what are those big concentrated risks? I think, Laura, you put up already some charts on sort of rare earth and other supplies where supplies are extremely concentrated. You can mention solar panels. I mean, solar panels are very much driven. Global solar panel supply is very much driven by China at the moment. I think the number is something like 85% or so comes from China globally. So there's these quite concentrated risks that it seems to me need to be looked at, and where we don't need to say we stop buying, but we need to be sure that if there was a disruption, we need to have alternative supply routes, and I just discussed that actually over coffee with Kai Konrad. I mean, it's not the fact that we bought gas from Russia that brought us in the crisis. It's the fact that we didn't have liquid LNG terminals in the North Sea that basically meant we were stuck with this one supplier, right? So we need to have alternative supplies, alternative supply possibilities, but we don't need to necessarily decouple from suppliers which are actually cheaper. So I would basically manage it that way going forward. But overall, again, I think a lot depends, of course, how the geopolitical confrontation will play out. If there was a big geopolitical confrontation around Taiwan or whatever, of course, that has big implications also for globalization. But I think at this stage, I would probably say it's more an upside, the China's integration into the world for global trade integration than a downside.
Laura, do you think we're ahead of a new golden era of globalization, or more on the downside?
So, as I said, I think the past has been great, but we need to rethink a little bit where we're heading. As I mentioned, there is a backlash against globalization. It's mostly in the north. A colleague at Harvard Business School, Meg Ritmer, has written about this, that there is this backlash of this interdependence of economic integration and security concerns. And you see it already playing out in the US. The new package that has been used to try to push technology, chips, energy, has this clause that it has to be produced within the US, which basically means that no one's going to get a subsidy to buy a electric car, as opposed to the position that the Europeans have taken. But that does mean that any subsidy you give is a subsidy that is going to China. I think here, Toyota has been very vocal about that we do need alternative sources of technology. I do think their model of going hybrid was the way to go, but it seems that a lot of pressure groups are trying to push towards this radical EV that does have the implication that we're going to be stuck sourcing materials from China in a world that has become tense. And again, the tension is not coming only from the West, and in particular the North, but also from China, that has reacted to these threats also by becoming more, if you want, by limiting a lot of the role of the private sector and becoming and having the state have a bigger say than it used to be, for example, 20 years ago. So I do think there's going to be a fragmentation. We're going to have to rethink some of these global value chains and technology. On your point of the infrastructure, again, there is still no backlash in the South, but Christoph has written a lot about this with Carmen, and there does seem to be a backlash in a lot of these infrastructure projects that didn't have proper evaluation and not necessarily were given returns. For the moment, China has been just restructuring some of these debts, but this may also come back to haunt us. The economic situation worldwide becomes a little bit more tense. But just to summarize, I do think we're going to see a fragmentation going forward.
Bruno.
I think I'm going to disagree with Laura again. I'm not doing it on purpose. No, I think, you know, there's a lot of talk about decoupling and the end of globalization, but then when you look at the figures, it doesn't look like that. Every quarter, record numbers of Chinese exports to the US. I was just in Canada. People there took me to visit the construction of an LNG terminal in British Columbia that is going to serve China with Canadian LNG, while Canada is still not equipped to export LNG to Europe. And I even asked people, is there a problem with this? And they said, no, of course not. The difference between chips and an LNG terminal is that everyone can see the LNG terminal is purely transparent, so we don't have a problem with that. Canadian authorities don't have a problem with that. American authorities don't have a problem with that. So there's a lot of trade happening. What I do see happening is a sort of different concept of globalization. That liberal globalization, where you have, let us say very briefly, you have universal rules, the rules of the road, as President Biden calls them, and that everyone follows the same rules and we accept the same model, and political power somehow retreats and it's the private sector that takes the lead. That model is in crisis, I think, and you have a much more geopolitical, geoeconomic globalizations. And the difference is that state actors are also engaged in the project of changing the rules and competing against each other to determine what the final shape of the system will be. And we've lost that naivete of thinking that spontaneously, the final shape of the system will emerge spontaneously from market processes. We now know that the final shape of the global system will emerge from this intense geopolitical competition, and one model will win, or there will be some hybrid compromise. But I think that's the difference. What I would call it is not decoupling, it's a form of industrial policy on a global scale, that the shape of the market is being determined by political actors, and they're engaged in an intense competition between them. In my book on the Belt and Road, I describe an exchange I had with a Chinese official where he says, and that has stayed with me, that exchange, where he says, the Belt and Road is the first example of global industrial policy. And then he even explained, and I think very aptly, that in the European Union, we used to have industrial policy, and when we moved to the European level, we abandoned industrial policy because we concluded it could only work at the national level. The Chinese gambit, let us call it that, is that you can actually shape the global economy as a whole in a form of global industrial policy. And increasingly, the US feels like this as well. And so they're engaged in the same competitive process, not to abandon globalization, but to shape globalization rather than leaving the final shape to the market.
Thanks. So let's do one final round of questions, and we can open up to Q&A. So, Bruno, what you just said, fascinating. I mean, we might enter a new era of globalization, which is highly geopoliticized, that works under great power rivalry conditions, and to some degree that's going back to historical norm. I mean, the first era of globalization before World War I was one in which wars were around the corner all the time, and yet there was intense trade and financial globalization going on, and it seems we've lost the tools. We lost our ability to cope with this kind of setting. We're certainly behind in Germany, we're certainly behind to some degree also in Europe. So what are the tools, what are the institutions we need to prepare for this new era of high geopolitical competition? What should Germany, what should, we have several policymakers in the room, and I know several have joined us online. So what should Berlin, what should Paris do, what new institutions are needed to cope with this and prepare us better? Yes, Guntram, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, look, what tools and institutions? I mean, it's sort of the way you frame it, you immediately push institutions, right? And so I mean, I guess the first question, is it really institutions, or is it much more domestic action, and if so, what kind of domestic action? And there it seems to me one key issue we need to really focus on is who should act and who should support the action. And I guess to the German debate specifically, I would say now is the moment for the policy-making system to tell business, don't expect that under every circumstance of geopolitical confrontation, you will be bailed out for your profits and exposures that you have to China. Meaning, put it differently, tell our companies that, well, they need to factor in these risks and potential disruptions. And they need to understand that if they make 50% of their profits on the Chinese market, that's their profits that they make, but it's also their risk that they make. So there's a very sort of liberal view, but I think it's a view basically focusing on the responsibility of firms. Now, going beyond the firms, I do think that firms on their own cannot capture all the externalities that there are in supply chains, in interactions, etc. And so in that sense, I'm actually in favor of an industrial policy debate in Europe. And I think, Bruno, you mentioned the Chinese official. I think that is indeed an issue that the European Union has sort of abandoned industrial policy at the national level because of the single market and because there was no European level really being able to do it. And that debate is now ongoing for a few years, how to recalibrate that. And I have to say, I think we as economists, I think we are really not very good in advising in that space. We don't really have clear concepts. We know what doesn't work, and I think a lot of what we hear from the capitals certainly isn't very convincing. Yeah, I mean, there's sometimes billions poured into specific issues. I don't know, chip factory in some place or whatever, while millions are missing in basic research or even education. And so there is a question of how to prioritize here from a political system point of view. But certainly, it seems to me this industrial policy debate is quite central. Third point I want to make quickly on the response is I do think we need to think actively, much more proactively about trade agreements with all kinds of places around the world, because trade, and there I guess Laura is interesting. It will be interesting to hear from you, because of course trade is not so popular among many, and trade agreements are not so popular in many parts of our societies. My impression is still that in Europe, attitudes are somewhat less negative than in the US, and I also think that the European debate is a little bit more nuanced than the US debate on trade agreements. But still, even in Europe, it's actually quite difficult to push through trade agreements. But as a society, it seems to me we need to get ready to accept that there are hard trade-offs. I mean, if we don't want to do trade, if we want to limit our exposures to China, etc., I mean, all of a sudden, well, that means prices are going to rise because we're going to have more expensive imports and so on and so forth. So yeah, I mean, what is it that as a society that we want? Do we want free trade? Do we want free trade and low inflation? I mean, to sort of push it a bit, do we want free trade and low inflation, or do we want high inflation and less trade? I don't know. I mean, so these are sort of the big kind of debates that we need to lead in our societies at this stage.
Great, Laura.
Yeah, so just a comment on definitions. If we're going into a world where there's more national security, there is more industrial policy, I do see that as a world relatively less globalized, because the previous phase of globalization was one of more, if you want, market forces. Fragmentation doesn't mean we're not going to trade. It's just that we're going to reallocate to whom and how we're trading. From the work we have been doing, and again, from political discourse in the US, the US is trying to limit some of that exposure to China. From the work we have done, it does seem to be that people are willing to accept certain costs in prices and trade because of that national security concern. And again, this started in the previous administration, but the current administration doesn't seem to be deviating in terms of that. So at least in the US, I do see that there is some trying to move away from that relation. And as you have mentioned, I do think that as economists, we perhaps are not best equipped to get a view on whether that is correct or not, because it is about, if you want, political and world domination. From a point of view of diversified sources of inputs, I actually do think the US is correct here. I do think it is a big risk to be so dependent on one country and one product, as you guys have seen, whether it's lack of infrastructure, so on and so forth. But it is not a position that I think the US has decided it wants to be and is trying to get away from it. I do have to say, though, that if the world is becoming more industrial policy and national security, we do need to keep in mind that we moved away from that, perhaps for ideology, but also because we found out it was not giving us efficiency. And so if the concern in China is that they need to also go to a growth development strategy about efficiency, that also questions how fast they can be able to go there. Governments may be good at many things, but it's hard to argue that the private sector is not better at coming up with certain type of innovations and certain forms of efficiency. And as I said, there are certain things that are very hard to command. And so we also need to be careful in terms of, if we do think we're all going to go there, the view that we have in terms of growth and efficiency going forward.
Great, thanks. Bruno.
I'll be very quick to leave time for questions. So I think we're all trying to find a way to make this new geopolitical moment compatible with something like global trade and global economic exchanges. That's the challenge. And I think there are ideas in Brussels on how to do this, and you can discuss how realistic they are. There are, I think, fewer ideas in Beijing and Washington, where the assumption seems to be that at the end there will be a winner and the loser will accept that they are the losers, which seems to be implausible, that either the US or China will accept a subordinate place in the world economy at the end of a long process. So I see a bit more clarity in Brussels, where people are actually looking for a way to protect globalization from politics. I also, let me finish this, I also like Guntram's idea that we can use that concept of moral hazard here. You know, there are geopolitical risks, and let companies deal with that. I was surprised to see, let me say as a way to finish, that Uniper has on its website from 2018 or 2019 a great praise of Nord Stream 2. It is praised as the future, as the way to create prosperity and stability in Europe, with a few lines attacking the Americans for daring to criticize Nord Stream 2 and for thinking that LNG is the future of energy in Europe. And this is signed by the CEO of Uniper. It's still there. It hasn't been deleted. I'll credit them with that. But then you get to 2022, and suddenly Uniper is asking for a few billion, and all that seems normal when they have it on their website that they made a big gamble on Nord Stream 2, and you know, the gamble didn't pay off, but now they want a few billion from the public budget. And as someone who was involved in the Eurozone crisis, and we kept hearing at the time how moral hazard is such a terrible thing, you would have expected that the debate in Germany would have been that we don't save Uniper because they made their own bets and they should pay for them. But that has not happened. But I agree with Guntram that this is perhaps a way to actually make geopolitics and globalization compatible. Let companies deal with those risks and pay for them when they make the wrong bets.
Great, let's take some questions from the audience. Wolff, please.
Well, thank you. I would be interested in a question to the panel with respect to the boundaries, to the spatial boundaries of China. This is not the same as limits to growth. The Russian narrative is where Russians live, there is Russia. Can we say the same for China? We have 100 million overseas Chinese. And these people are not tourists. These are businessmen. Are they influenced from the Chinese government? Does the Chinese government has a grip on these companies? Are these companies maybe the source of economic growth? Maybe not on GDP, but on GNP for China. So how do we deal with these Chinese overseas businessmen in Southeast Asia, in Africa, and all places where we expect growth rates to be much higher than, say, in other countries?
Collect a few more.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So I just wanted to ask, so if we allow for a global industrial policy, if we don't also need a global competition policy? And what does that mean when you look at the World Trade Organization and the political dysfunctionality that is there, which is also a result of this power competition? So I think there's an impact on a political level that does impact in the medium or long term also the economic side of things, where we were hearing that all in all, overall, the impact of China is positive. But I think that this aspect of political dysfunctionality in terms of what kind of policies we're able to enact on a global scale has to be factored into account.
Microphone. May I ask a question? There's a question to Bruno. There's a lot of criticism for Nord Stream 2. And the question for me is always, was it a mistake to create this infrastructure, or was it a mistake not to create other opportunities to import natural gas to Germany? So is the creation of this opportunity to get cheap gas from Russia, is that the mistake? Or is the mistake not to create alternative supplies? It's a very short question.
Thank you. So it's also a question for to Bruno. Actually, two questions. One is, I mean, you put things in a broad historical context, not saying that there's nothing new under the sun, in the sense that there was a similar debate as to whether the UK would overtake the US back 100 years ago. My question is this the right historical analogy? Can't we think, let's say, of others? Like, let's say in the 50s, you had a debate as to whether the Soviet Union would overtake the US by the time when they launched Sputnik. In the 80s, you had a debate as to whether Japan would overtake the US when they bought the Rockefeller Center. And I wonder whether those two could be also potential analogies, in the sense that they could help us make sense of whether there is a risk that the contradiction in China's development model could actually become very visible right now. That's the first question. It's a symphony.
Battle's over.
I guess they agree with me, you know? It's a trumpet of triumph. The second one is, it's on the role of institutions. So I think you said that the current political system was very alert about what's going on and ready to adapt. And I read many other scholars saying that, in fact, the current political system could be actually an obstacle to adapting the Chinese economy to the knowledge economy, to a culture of innovation and change. So I wanted you to elaborate a little bit more as to why you see it as an asset rather than an obstacle.
Okay, well, very last, Nancy.
Hi, thanks for the great discussion. So I wanted to touch upon this point that you guys all mentioned about the future of Chinese GDP and how the population may or may not change. I think Laura was emphasizing this. So, you know, in the World Economic Forum, they were talking about this report. So a team from Shanghai estimates Chinese population to be down to 587 million by 2100, right? And the U.S. Census Bureau is estimating that the U.S. population is going to be across the 400 million threshold around 2050. I mean, the exact estimate is like 487 million or something like that by 2058. I mean, these estimates are noisy, but the point is that at some point in this century, they're going to cross. Right? So another way of asking this question of whether Chinese GDP is going to be bigger than the US or the same, we can just ask, given that they're going to cross, do we think, is there any reason to think that per capita GDP is going to, you know, multiply by like 4 to 6 times, right? And again, like we can be very generous in how noisy we think these estimates are.
Why don't you pick and choose? I mean, starting with the same round before, Guntram, then Laura, and then Bruno.
Well, I mean, many questions I think were for Bruno, but just to say on, just to say, and I guess that is a reflection of having mostly economists in the room, but okay, I mean, just on this global industrial policy point and the global competition policy point, I mean, I mean, of course, theoretically, I guess you're right, but of course, we're not going to get that. And the question is, and that's perhaps where the institutional point becomes relevant, the question is to what extent are our institutions, such as the WTO and others, to what extent have they become completely obsolete and non-functioning, and to what extent do they actually still serve a purpose and at least allow the settlement of some of those conflicts in some organized way. And you know, I think there is certainly, from my point of view, and you know, I worked a lot with my dear friend André Sapir, who is a sort of a big multilateralist and a big fan, has published a wonderful book on Princeton University Press with Petros Mavroidis on China and the WTO, where he takes basically the optimistic case and says, well, there is actually still scope for the WTO, and these are the things we need to do to manage that part of globalization. But how realistic it is and how much you will really achieve with that, I think people can have divergent views on this, and perhaps I'm certainly much more skeptical than André and Petros have been. So that's perhaps on the institutional point. On on the population point, I mean, I haven't seen this very stark number that you just mentioned, but I do think the population issue is I mean, it's not just the overall population size, it's the working age population. And, you know, really working age population is starting to shrink. And, you know, that matters. And that matters also for dynamism of economies. I mean, it's sort of interesting when Japan had this big housing bubble and then the very long period of recession and stagnation afterwards. Well, it was exactly at the moment where basically working age population started to shrink. Now, I'm not saying, I'm not sure it's causality, but at least there's a correlation here that at least I think is noteworthy and could be explored further. On the political model, perhaps there I'm actually with Bruno. I mean, yes, I think the last years under President Xi, there were some issues that were apparently very difficult for internal correction to work, including the zero COVID policy. But on the whole, I mean, from my visits to Beijing, I did observe also quite a lot of policy debate and actually a very high level of knowledge. And I think one issue we certainly need to reflect upon as Europeans is how much do we know about what's going on in the policy circles in Beijing, and how much do they actually know about what's going on here? And you know, the asymmetry of information is just absolutely mind-boggling and staggering. I mean, China knows what we are debating, and not just China. I mean, many people in China know it, and they know it in very, very great detail. We basically have a very rudimentary view of what's going on in the debate within this Chinese Communist Party and the political system in China. So in that sense, I'm a little bit less pessimistic on the political model. I think they have capacity to really self-correct. Okay.
At HBS, we have a group of political scientists, and I have learned that when all these questions come, it's best to leave the political science to the political scientists. So let me just, some broad points. I do think the demographic transition is something to be worried about, because again, we have seen examples of demographic transition. I was mentioned Japan, Europe, so on. But we have never seen at this level, this dramatic, in a country that was still middle income. The other countries, when they had the transition, they were rich, and it's dramatic. And I do think it's going to affect a lot of the things they can and will do. In fact, it is possible that they have this zero COVID policy because of this transition. It is also the fact that it's not only that the vaccine doesn't work that well, it's that they never took it. But also they do have a very vulnerable population in terms of working age, and that they are worried about the implications. So this, I don't think is trivial. And as I said, they have not been able to manage it, because this is not as easy to manage. Every country that has gone through this transition and then tells their people, go have kids, they have realized it's not so easy. And if you think about it, why on earth are you going to have many kids if the prospects in the future are becoming more complex? And also it's an economy where you have to put a lot of income into your kids for them to be successful. So I do think this is something to think about. And the other point on the international institutions, I do think we're going to have them. I don't think they're going to go away. It is one of those things that when we get rid of them, someone will invent them. So they have a feature that self-creates them. But we also have to acknowledge that they have been successful when the main players have wanted them to be successful. And this be Europe or the US. We cannot deny China is a big player, and it will continue to be a big player. But if China doesn't want to play by the rules, there's nothing that any country can force them. And as I mentioned, the backlash has been mostly in the north. The South, and we saw it also in the reaction to the Russian war, have just decided to find a way to continue their activities. And so they will continue to find a way to perhaps please the West, but continue to trade with China. So that also questions how functional these institutions can be if the big players don't want them for them to play.
Bruno. Let me try to be quick, but there's three questions I wanted to address. First, Nord Stream 2. I broadly agree with you. I think this has a long history going back to the 50s. Once Europe no longer had colonial empires, and once the US in 1956 told Europeans in very clear terms that we could not have control over the energy routes from the Middle East, Russia appeared as an obvious alternative. It was difficult to avoid. In some respects, it was a product of American policy, by the way. And so we shouldn't be surprised that Russian energy would play a role. But during the 70s and 80s, when these things were discussed, and by the way, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken wrote his undergraduate thesis at Harvard about this, about pipeline politics in the 80s. And you read that story, the book is available on the internet, don't have to buy it even. If you don't want to. But if you read that story, you realize that one of the conditions the US imposed at the time was that Europeans would not exceed 20% of dependence on Russian energy, on their total energy imports. And that over time was just forgotten. By 2013, Germany was up to 40% of total gas imports coming from Russia. And then, incredibly, in the 10 years from 2013 to now, it rose from 40% to very close to 60%. Why did this happen? Because that is the question, I think. If it had stayed at 20%, we certainly would not have this problem. I don't have the position that it is immoral to get a particle of gas from Russia. I do think it is imprudent, to say the least, to allow 60% of your total gas imports to come from Russia after Crimea. It's a debate that I'm surprised is not happening to the extent it should in Germany. The question of U.S.-China GDP, I just don't agree with this view, which seems to be so popular, but I think every economist must find it very puzzling, that there's a value judgment here. That, let us say, if China has a GDP higher than Malta or Luxembourg, there are democracies, that sometimes that's an indictment of democracy. It's just about the numbers. And we have to see demography. I don't believe in those predictions that the two lines will cross. By the way, the US is having a demographic crisis as well. It's very recent. But if you look at last year's numbers, actually for the first time in American history, total population has fallen. And I don't see the US embracing immigration, which was the reason American population was growing. So
they might not be embracing it, but they're coming. Yes.
That's right, but let's see after 2024 if that continues. So I think it's just about the numbers and not about a value judgment here. And sometimes, let me say this, we tend to look at the debate with sort of these lenses that only see the negatives in China. Why are we not discussing inflation and how it's become this intractable problem in the US and Europe? In Europe, really intractable, I think. And in China, it's not there. So it's an advantage, but we tend to overlook that. And finally, very quickly, I like the idea of global competition policy. And by the way, I think that's what the EU is doing or trying to do. And it's not surprising because it is almost a religion in Brussels, competition policy. But this idea that, for example, you have a tool against economic coercion, that when China applies economic coercion, you respond back, and that has a deterrent effect. And therefore, you can actually create a global framework, starting in Brussels, that limits political interference with the economy. I think it's a really exciting idea. And it's an area where we should have really high praise for Brussels because it's both thoughtful and it's bold, because it's actually a way to try to shape the global system, do it unilaterally. The other two main actors are not interested in this, but let's try to actually impose this from our end, having relative success so far, but I think that's precisely what the EU is trying to do, and not doing it so much at the WTO level, but actually trying to do it more or less unilaterally, but believing that the other state actors will have to follow to some extent.
Great, I think that was a
wonderful panel. Before you get food from us, you still have to do a little bit of work. We'll take a group photo outside, and you'll get the real Kiel experience with wind in your face. I'm sorry about that. So don't run straight to the food, but 2 more minutes of work. But most importantly, thank you so very much for this wonderful debate. So let's give a big round of applause to the panelists.
Laura for waking up at 4.
Thank you. Thank you, Laura.
It's day now. Ciao, thanks, bye.
Very good. So welcome to Power in the Pipeline with Dominic Broner and Quentin Gallia. As an introduction, you know, we have heard many things about resource courts. There is a huge literature on the resource courts as reason for interruption of institutional development, corruption, and increased incentives to hold on power. But the specifics of the natural gas market have additional features to those that are shared with other natural resource windfalls. In particular, obviously, as discussed also in the panel, we have the dependence factor. It's an asymmetric network, directed asymmetric network, that therefore creates different domestic and also international relation incentives by the dependent countries. So this paper will offer the first, in some sense. We'll see if we get to literature review in what sense it is completely the first one, that does offer an empirical investigation of how the structure, the network structure of the gas market creates incentives for the various countries to sustain the political power in the central countries. So being central, being intermediaries in the gas markets is very different from any other markets. In oil markets, basically only producers have rents. In the gas markets, the intermediaries have rents when they are central. And so what we are going to show is that the more centrality, the more betweenness centrality a country has in history, the longer the regime tends to last. And therefore, what we are going to see at the end as a hint related to current events, the potential explanation of Russian war related to domestic politics do not make any sense. Therefore, the paper could also be used to at least reduce the space of potential explanations of what is happening. So in terms of the potential reasons why, this is the slide on the expected reasons, yes? Yes. So in terms of the potential reasons why one might expect that a country that is becoming more central in the gas network can have a longer regime survival, we could think of 3. There may be others. One is the external reason, namely the countries that are dependent on the more central country are more reluctant to sanction, and we'll show exactly in which sense. And the second one would be internal, so there would be a greater incentive internally to reduce democratic competition. And the third could be that indeed a country that is becoming more central in the gas network and therefore has greater rents could be thought of as becoming richer in general and therefore lower pressure from the people to change, right? And so what we will show in this empirical investigation is that there is a strong evidence for the first, weak evidence for the second, no evidence for the third. So this is kind of a summary of what you're going to see. In terms of the objectives, therefore, of this short presentation, first we are going to talk about the evolution of the gas network and what role it played, and how we can evaluate the effects of changes in centrality as causal by controlling for degree centrality, which relates to the links that are formed directly by the countries. And then we will test these mechanisms, and finally we'll conclude with the connections with current events. Notice the second last bullet point refers to one of the questions we discussed this morning, namely, we have something to say about which sanctions are related to the increased durability of regimes, and also the who as well, like which countries are affected in a differential way by the increased centrality of one of the countries that would deserve a sanction. Okay, so there is some connection between this and what we have seen this morning. All right, so this is a picture, yes? So this is the picture of how the gas network looks like in 2018. With, I may be confused with colors, but the red colors of the dots refers to greater centrality, where a node is more central. So they're colored in some way. And so we are still looking for a software that does this map a little bit better, because obviously when you go from the round shape to the flat shape, like the centroid, are not exactly on. But anyway, so this is the picture. And now notice that this picture in 2018 is very different from what it was at the beginning of the period post-USSR. From 93 to 2010, the number of links in this pipeline network doubled, and in 2018, it's almost triple what it was in 1993. So there are more links within continents and across continents, but it's still Central Europe, Central Asia, and Middle East that constitutes, in a sense, the main component of the network. But what is useful also when talking about who sanctions instead of the which sanctions, is that when we talk about dependence, we talk about dependence from the pipeline network. Therefore, if the dependence factor, the sanction hesitancy effect that I'm talking about is relevant, then we should see that no reluctance and no hesitancy exists by the countries that are actually not on the connected component. And so that will be a useful thing to keep in mind. So to reiterate, what we do is we have a time-varying network data from 93 to 2018. So therefore, in every year, because links are added almost every year, or sometimes multiple links in a year in that period, you have constantly changing centrality numbers for all countries. And therefore, this offers a possibility to check what's going on. And as I mentioned before, the main methodology will be to especially use the changes in centrality that come from links that are far away from the node that you are evaluating. So clearly, the addition, if a country becomes more central because the country itself built a pipeline upstream or downstream, that of course may be fully endogenous. Whereas if we take the changes, the addition of Georgia-Turkey link in 2007 or Azerbaijan-Italy links, etc., and see the effects that it has on Ukraine or Belarus, that's basically where the effects are cleaner in terms of identification. Oh, sorry. So the data, so we have made a lot of efforts, especially content, to collect this data. No, it's not always easy to find exactly when a link was created and who initiated it. So we have more data than what we can use. For some of the links, we also have more information about the contracts even, but not for all. So for now, we are not using the data that is not complete. In terms of the democracy, we use the usual data from 2 or 3 standard data sets in political science, Polity4, varieties of democracy, and Freedom House. For the duration or survival of leaders, we use both Archegos data set from Gomans and the democracy dictatorship data set of Chibab. And basically, we construct from both this dummy equals 1 when there is a leader turnover, head of state turnover in a year. Okay, and then we'll use the standard controls from the standard World Bank data set, GDP, population, and especially log of oil rents and log of gas rents divided by GDP, because we want to emphasize in the regressions, which I won't show you, because even though someone said that they like tables, I'll show you figures. but on the paper, you should find the tables, and you will see that indeed, contrary to the relationship between other natural resource courts problems and various variables like conflict, etc., where, well, it's the rents themselves that matter. Here, you can use them as control, but they don't even appear as relevant. What matters is the network structure. All right, so this is the econometric model, yes? So very simple. Here, because of the country and near fixed effects, there is no constant. There is the first coefficient is the one that matters for us. Namely, we want to see what the effect of betweenness centrality is on the variables on the outcome variables of interest, namely survival, and then democracy, various sanctions decisions, and performance of the economy. And the second DC, degree centrality, is basically there as a control. So we are using basically the identification strategy like in a Donaldson and Hornbach paper, where they study the effects of the railroad network on growth, and where of course when they evaluate the effects of the centrality of a city on growth, they are putting as a control the changes also in the local network, because those would be endogenous. Okay, so that's basically the story. Of course, there are more details in the paper, but I just wanted to get to the essence quickly, because then Michael will give us much more details that I can give. So this is the main results picture. Yes. Yes or no? Sorry? Identification strategy. This is the identification strategy. So I thought, okay, so the one before was just a definition of betweenness centrality, which you read in my absence, and so it's fine. But notice one thing I can tell you about the definition of the betweenness centrality is that so maybe I'll talk more about this with Sandeep at dinner. But I actually tried to microfound this thing, and it's amazing how difficult it is to find microfoundations for betweenness centrality, because basically the effect of it's already difficult to evaluate, let's say, the the bilateral monopoly situations on each dyad in a network when the outside option is basically what is happening in all the other dyads around in the network, and with endogenous prices and endogenous volumes. And also putting in there also the idea that you should focus on the shortest paths rather. So very, very difficult. But for now, we are just using it and doing the empirics. Okay, so the identification I mentioned, and let's see the main results picture, yes? Mm-hmm. So for those of you who like table, sorry, I mean, the table is in the paper. This is just a forest plot that shows the coefficient of interest for the between a centrality. The red vertical bar at 0 is there because if the confidence interval is all to the left of that, it means that it is significantly, the coefficient is highly significant, and that's what it is. And it's very robust because now you can see that there are four different coefficients plotted in this forest. So two relate to a pair of coefficients relate to with and without controls, and here with controls it does even better. And the other thing refers to the two data sets that we use. So you have 2 by 2 different cases. In all cases, it's significant and negative. So significant negative means that when a country becomes more central in the sense of between a centrality, there is a significant reduction in the probability of head of state turnover. Okay, and this is basically what I was referring to when commenting on the opinion that some people have about Putin, that this was a war of weakness due to domestic politics concerns. This at least doesn't square well with this data, because if anything, the prospect of a Russia that will have lower BC in the future, because we will all try to reduce dependence, will actually, if history continues on this path, reduce the durability of his power, whereas remaining on a path of high between a centrality with the addition of Nord Stream 2 would have been a guarantee, according to this history, of staying in power longer. Okay, so there could be, of course, opinions about history not being relevant for Russia, of course, but at least that's what this data show. Okay. Now the second point is about the mechanism. This is the sanction stuff. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. So here you have more dots in the forest. Why? Because now, on top of the distinction with and without control, we also want to distinguish between within the connected network and outside. Okay? And moreover, I want to check whether there is something significant going on when looking at all possible sanctions, or zooming on the sanctions that would have been most important, for example, in the periods between 2014 and 2022, namely the arms sanctions and the sanctions to prevent war. And what you can see is that even though in the any sanctions category, the countries within the network are less likely to sanction, but not in a significant manner. When you look at the arms sanctions and sanctions to prevent war, the negative impact, that is the reduction in the incentives to sanctions by countries that are dependent on the same network, is significantly decreasing. Whereas the countries outside the network, like the US, let's say, it's precisely, even though it's not significant, the sign actually goes in the other direction. So there is a sharp distinction between the incentives of a country that indeed is dependent on the high BC country and those outside.
We have 5 more minutes.
5 more minutes, very good. So the next possibility for the interpretation of the main result was that maybe there would be a significant change in internal access to power. But what you can see from this plot for the coefficient effect on democracy, the results are in the negative direction, but not significant. So if anything, there is a reduction of democracy in the countries that become more central, but it doesn't seem to be the main mechanism at work. And finally, when looking at the same type of analysis of the effects of the changes in between a centrality on things like state capacity, GDP, quality of governments indicators, etc., they are all non-significant. So it seems that among those 3 intuitive mechanisms, it's the external changes, the external differential effects in the international relations that matter the most for the increased regime survival. So concluding remarks, this short paper has made the point that indeed natural gas is very different from all other natural resources because of the sharp dependence, sharp asymmetry in the network, and that and we have shown that mostly there is evidence for changes in the sanctioning pattern. And finally, so that I'm actually maybe 1 minute ahead, the hints for current events are the one I just mentioned before, namely that at least it doesn't, it's not consistent with this data, any idea that thinks that pushes for the domestic politics interpretation of Putin war. Of course, instead, there is no rejection of other hypotheses like the geopolitical hypothesis on NATO expansion, but obviously implicitly there is also no support coming from this on economic motivations for this war. Right? So the geopolitical one, which could be real or perfect propaganda because it's more believable on the fear of NATO seems to be the most likely one. But another implication of this framework for current events, again, but this time looking more at history, is that in 2007, when the Georgia-Turkey link was formed, this created already the first alternative, and on top of Nord Stream 1 and the plans for Nord Stream 2, that's when basically Ukraine started to see that the revenue shared with respect to Russia in the gas trade that would no longer pass naturally and solely through Ukraine would go down. And so the political instability that started in 2008 and brought Putin to the first actions in Georgia and Ukraine were potentially connected to this story. I'm done. Thank you.
Fantastic. Ooh. Okay. Yeah? All right. So thank you very much, Massimo. And as the only organizer who didn't speak yet, thank you all for coming and welcome to Kiel. So I will be your discussant now and for the next 10 minutes of this beautiful paper by Massimo, Power in the Pipeline. So to contextualize again the paper, it can be ascribed to an old debate, the one linking natural resource abundance and regime stability. And the literature can be summarized by saying that depending on the resource that we look at, we usually find different effects. And this is consistent with the possibility that there are multiple competing mechanisms at play that are more or less represented in different types of resources. The authors of this paper propose a new mechanism, one based on geopolitics. And the idea can be summarized as follows. So imagine that, consider a country, say Iran, that has abundance in a particular type of natural resource that gives it leverage over other countries. Well, then because of this leverage, these other countries would be more hesitant in making negative interference towards Iran, for instance, sanctioning it. As a consequence, Iran would be more stable. So this is my summary of the chain, of the logical chain of the paper. Now this, of course, while it's very new compared to usual explanations based on the political economy at the domestic level, it's still hard to disentangle in general. For instance, oil can give you leverage over other countries, but it also affects the conditions of the political economy at the local level. And this is where the authors come up with a very interesting and timely research setting, empirical setting, which is to study natural gas. And as Massimo explained, the reason why this is particularly good for the story they're trying to assess is that natural gas, as we all know by now, flows through a network, and it's very expensive to deviate from this network. And because of this natural structure, we can disentangle local effects to those that are more related to the network itself. For instance, the leverage of a country within this network will depend on its position and also on the whole structure of the network, and not only on its abundance of gas or the number of pipelines. So to be more specific, the contributions of the paper are first to propose a new dataset, to offer a new dataset of 30 years of evolution of the natural gas pipeline network. And second, they propose an interpretation of this measure that is standard in network theory, which is betweenness centrality, and they interpret it as the leverage that a country has over other countries. Now, let me give you an example to make concrete what this interpretation entails and why it makes sense, and this example will also come up later, useful for some of the discussion. So imagine that a very simple network connects gas from Russia to Ukraine and then to Germany. Now, the construction of a new link between Russia and Germany, Nord Stream 1, for instance, would reduce the betweenness centrality of Ukraine, according to this measure, because now the shortest path between Russia and Germany is not through Ukraine anymore. And this, of course, is natural to interpret as a reduction in the leverage that Ukraine has over Germany. So using this interpretation, the authors find with their empirical analysis on the effect of betweenness centrality on other variables, they are able to show for fixed local conditions, so for instance, the number of links that a country has with the network, and other, for instance, the rents that they obtain from natural gas, they're able to show that this unadded centrality, so more leverage over other countries, implies that the regime survives for longer. And also they show that they are less likely to be targeted by sanctions, although here the significance of the results depends on the type of sanctions that we observe. So let me start with the criticism now. So first there is a caveat in the interpretations. All right, a caveat, not a criticism. So the main thing that I think the authors would benefit from working on is to try to rule out other interpretations that are still plausible. For instance, let me give you an example. So suppose that there is a protracted civil war in a country, and the neighboring countries that are connected by this country through a pipeline are worried that the conflict in that country, the civil war, will damage the pipeline and reduce the security of their energy supply. Well, this means that they might be willing, in a time in which there is a civil war in a country, to invest on a new pipeline that bypasses this country and thus reduces the network centrality of this country. Of course, civil wars imply more likely regime change, and the atrocities that go with civil wars are likely also to lead to sanctions on the country in question. Now, this and other interpretation of this kind require, of course, the idea that pipelines are built in a minute. Pipelines take several years to build and to plan. So a potential check for this story, which I think would be important in the paper, is to make sure that, for instance, network centrality today cannot be explained by past variables like the occurrence of civil wars. Okay, so this was the main issue with the paper, and I think where the authors could improve upon. But I think there are also several low-hanging fruits from this paper that could be collected by the authors, improving the paper even further. One is that the authors study sanctions, which is a negative type of interference on a country. Well, another story that can connect geopolitics and this network centrality that the authors study can be a story of positive foreign intervention, like foreign aid. If a country is very central in the network, then other countries will be more willing to invest in the stability of that country, and therefore to stabilize that country and prolong the duration of their regimes. And I think this is an alternative mechanism to sanctions that could be profitably explored by the authors. And finally, I think that the authors could benefit by thinking of deviations, actually, from betweenness centrality towards a more bilateral measure of leverage. Again, let's go back to the example of Nord Stream 1. Right, Russia and Ukraine and Germany, this is the simple link, and now you can think that the construction of Nord Stream reduces the centrality of Ukraine, and of course reduces the leverage that Ukraine has over Germany. But this doesn't mean that this leverage should also be reduced towards other countries like Romania. So exploring at the bilateral level how changes in the network structure affect bilateral relations can allow, first, to have a better identification for the questions that they have in mind, and second, to use the full structure of the bilateral data on sanctions without having to aggregate them at the country level. So I think this is a low-hanging fruit that would also be interesting by itself to create these bilateral measures of power from their pipeline data. So in conclusion, let me recap the takeaway. I think what is the generalizable lesson of the paper, which is that, for instance, a country like Iran that has abundance of a natural resource that gives you leverage over other countries, then should be expected to be more stable, to have longer regime duration, because they can use this leverage to discourage negative foreign interventions. So this is a new and simple idea, and the authors with this paper propose a very important data set and couldn't be more timely. And the empirical setting to study this particular type of question is really great. The caveat, as I said, is that other interpretations are still possible. By the way, the paper has been framed at the moment. I mentioned civil wars, but also a country following a particularly aggressive foreign policy could also lead to similar patterns. But simple tests can exclude them, exploiting the fact that pipeline takes long to build. And finally, possible improvements, as I said, is to extend the analysis from sanctions to foreign aid, use a bilateral measure of leverage over other countries rather than just, in some sense, hiding behind betweenness centrality. And finally, even if we want to focus on centrality, I think there are measures that could better account for the richness of the data. For instance, weighted betweenness centrality could also take into account the fact that Nord Stream 1 would have a different effect depending on how big it is and how easy it is to replace Ukraine, like gas flowing through other pipelines. Right, so this is it on my side. Thank you very much. So
you go back there and get other questions. The mic. Okay.
All right.
Questions? If there are any.
Fantastic study. Thank you very much. Very interesting. I wondered how important is which country initiates sanctions. So the question is, do you consider all countries in the network symmetric as the source of sanctions? Because my feeling is that in the last 30 years, but in particular in the last 10 years of unipolar hegemony within a large part of the world, it is particularly one country that initiates initiatives for sanctions, and I wonder whether that enters to some extent into the analysis, which the empirical analysis which you're doing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thanks for the paper. I have a naive question on how these networks are extended. I mean, I understand the identification strategy, but I wonder whether the central countries, say Russia, has no say in how the network evolves, even at the periphery. After all, they are supplying the gas, and so I wonder whether they are asked or whether they can't say nothing about this, or they push for extension, say.
they respond to this?
I have one more comment. Thank you for the presentation. Just a quick comment on the interpretation of the results. Benign interpretation for the West, let's say, is that, well, in some of these countries we would want to interfere for good, and we refrain from doing that because they're central. A less benign would be, well, sometimes we like autocrats to be in place because they're predictable and you can do business with them, and that might be better than messy democracy. So there are instances where, for instance, to secure a supply of natural resources, not only have we refrained from intervention, we have actually supported some of these regimes. Thank you.
Yes, before I forget, I answer these three. So the evidence on the third question, so the evidence on the fact that there could be reluctance to support change, perhaps even related to autocracy, and perhaps also related to other natural resources, is in some paper on Africa. So our paper is not the first one to show effects of incentives, external incentives to maintain the relationships with the people in power at the moment in countries that are rich. What is novel, of course, is that because we use the network, which they don't, we can say a little bit more about disentangling who has the biggest incentives. And so, for example, there may be, of course, incentives for everybody related to what you said about autocrats, but clearly what we focus on is the differential incentives for those in the networks with respect to those outside the network. So that is clearly a separate effect. On the issue of interests of, for example, Gazprom, etc., in the other pipelines that are not adjacent to Russia and Ukraine, in general, the interests have been against those, right? And in fact, in my studies, in my previous studies on this topic that related to conflict, one could see clear evidence of the coalitions that formed around the Libya conflict and Cyprus gas exploitation, rights, etc. Because depending on whether it's Turkey or it's the Mediterranean coalition that extract that gas and bring it either towards Italy or towards the TANAP pipeline, you have completely different effects on the centrality of the current strong sellers. And so you had positioning again in favor of one group in Libya and against the other, etc., precisely because of creating obstacles to those formations. But once the pipelines have been formed, in fact, that's even though unwanted, you can still see the effects. And on the issue of sanctions, so we are playing with the global database in all possible ways, and in fact, it's not just the unipolar thing, because from 93 to 2012 or 13, when Russia became a biggest target, there are thousands and thousands of different sanctions of different sizes, of different types, and so the results remain even if we cut out Russia from the analysis. So, coming to Michael, I believe that some of the low-hanging fruits and vegetables are easy for us to add, which is good, but there is a little caveat on the bilateral thing, because in your example with Russia, Ukraine, and Germany, you said, for example, that the Nord Stream reduces the power of Ukraine vis-à-vis Germany. Actually, reduces the power of Ukraine vis-à-vis Germany and Russia in that example. And so the effects are never exactly bilateral. The effects are on the network. So I'm not sure if I will take that suggestion, but the others I will certainly do. Thank you.
Oh, you already got me there? What should I do here?
I don't know what that is.
I think I'm too short for this microphone. Yeah. All right. All right. So this is joint work with Thomas Sjöström, who's at Rutgers. Okay, so first of all, I should say this paper was conceived of and largely written before the Russia-Ukraine war. Okay? But, you know, obviously it's tempting to discuss it. Okay? So, this paper explores the use of targeted and comprehensive measures to try and incentivize an agent that you'd like to, whose decision, who has controlled some decision, you'd like them to change that decision. Okay? And you know, the obvious current example is in, you know, sanctions against Russia. Some of them target Putin, members of his inner circle, or perceived members of his inner circle, perhaps, heads of industry, oligarchs, so on and so forth. So I'm going to call those targeted sanctions. And others, such as financial sanctions, might hit the population at large. And I'm going to call those comprehensive sanctions. How do those two types of sanctions interact? That's the main topic of this paper. Okay? But the sanctions interpretation is just one interpretation. All the interpretations are rather on the dark side of the force, okay? They're all, you know, Voldemort, Darth Vader style interpretations. So another interpretation is there's a terrorist group or an insurgent group that's trying to motivate government to change its behavior. It can attack members of the government directly, or it can attack the general population. So again, they're like targeted attacks on the leadership or general attacks on the population. You know, what is the kind of mix of these types of interventions that the terrorist group might find useful? So those are, and there are the, you know, more military style interpretations as well. Okay, so I guess I'm gonna go with the sanctions interpretation more in my exposition here. But other interpretations are feasible. The questions we'll ask are, you know, do these two types of interventions work with each other or against each other? Do they unify the population and the leader, or do they divide the population and the leader? And let me give you my answers, okay? Because probably I'll end suddenly in 25 minutes or less, okay? The answers are targeted interventions create a sort of rally around the flag effect and unify citizens with the elite. And we're going to sort of, this is going to be the main thing we want to study in this paper. We're going to deliver a model of the rally around the flag effect based on targeted interventions. So when targeted interventions are high, there's a rally around the flag effect. That then means comprehensive sanctions hitting the citizens are less powerful. This then implies that either the optimal policy has maximum comprehensive sanctions or interventions broadly and lower targeted interventions, or maximum targeted interventions. Okay, but maximum in number 1, if you raise the targeted interventions, it would actually undercut the comprehensive sanctions, okay? So you have to deliberately lower targeted sanctions when you're trying to use comprehensive sanctions. That's the main sort of result, I would say. Now, this paper requires a lot of build-up, it turns out. So I'm going to have to go through. There are going to be no tables, no graphs, and so people who want tables and graphs, please take a walk. So they're going to be, that's a hard, there are 3 players, but the players are very different. So I'm going to have to go through the mechanics of the preferences and so on of 3 different players. Once I've got it set up, the analysis is pretty simple, actually. So there are 3 players. One I'm going to call player P, who's the principal or the protagonist. Player A, who's the antagonist or the agent, the leader of country A. And player C, who's kind of a representative citizen of country A. Okay? So you've got 3 players. It's like a principal-agent model, but with 2 agents. The player player P wants player A to make a cooperative decision, and non-cooperation is the status quo. So there's like a moral hazard component. You know, you're trying to persuade an agent to change their behavior. The cooperative decision is to change the behavior, okay? And to incentivize this, what do? You use targeted sanctions, little t, and comprehensive sanctions, little c. Okay, so those are the instruments the principal has available. Player C, the citizen, could themselves put pressure on the principal by staging some kind of uprising. And the uprising succeeds with probably alpha. So this parameter alpha will appear occasionally in the expressions. And if an uprising is successful, then essentially player P is either replaced or changes the decision themselves, okay? And cooperates. And if there's no successful uprising, then player A simply has the power to do whatever they want. And then finally, so a lot of moving parts, the last moving part, and the key thing in this paper, as we're going to see in the next few slides, is player P trustworthy? That's what's going to drive everything, right? And I'm from, I'm an American citizen now, but I grew up in Britain. And the Americans, they just think, we're the good guys. Everybody knows we're the good guys, okay? Wherever we're good. But I don't think the rest of the world quite thinks of us this way, okay? So player P, what are the motives of player P are going to play an important role. And the way we hardwire this is player P can take a hostile action at the end or not. So roughly summarizing what's on the previous slide, stage 0, player P chooses the sanctions. Then player C decides whether to stage an uprising or not. If there was a successful uprising, cooperative action is implemented. Otherwise, it's over to player A. Gets to choose what to do. And then finally, at the last stage, player P can decide to take the hostile action or not. So this is the game, okay, that we're going to study.
Clarification question?
Yep.
Is C deciding whether to stage the uprising against A or against P?
Against A.
Okay, because you said P before.
Oh, sorry, yeah. I need to pee, but that's different. But I'm a little jet lagged today. Okay, so essentially this is trying to foment a revolution. Okay, we sanction the Iranian people to say, look, get rid of the Ayatollah, and then we'll take this away. All right, that's the idea. It's so they can't really, do anything against the principle. How much time do I have?
So you still have 50 minutes.
15. Phew. Okay. Please don't give me 50 minutes. Okay. So player P could be evil or not. Okay. Could be a hawk or a dove. And as I said, this is going to be the key part of the entire analysis. well, not the key part, but a key part. And both types of player P want player A to cooperate, but for different reasons. The dove wants peace, and the hawk wants player A to, or country A to cooperate and then to take advantage of it. Okay? And so, you know, that's the bottom line about player P. The entire rally around the flag effect that we study is based on the italics and the third bullet point. Okay? So the idea in this paper, where does a rally around the flag effect come from? The agent, player A, knows player P's motives, but the citizen does not. Okay? And so we can imagine, we were just discussing, I think, trade policy. And it was mentioned that the Chinese know everything about our trade policy and our discussions, but we know little about theirs. All right? So imagine, for the sake of example, that player P has a free press, is democratic, and discussions, many discussions take place in the public domain. And yet, maybe the citizens of country A don't have access to that. So they're censored, but the leadership knows, okay, has a better idea of what's going on. And so that's the kind of informational assumption. Let me skip this and see if I can get away with it, okay? Okay, so that's player P. Could be a hawk or a dove, and I've given you some sense of the informational assumptions. Player A. So in other words, the leader of country A. If there's a successful uprising, then player A doesn't do anything. But if there's not a successful uprising, player A depends on his preferences what he does. He gets a private benefit, theta A, from just having nuclear weapons or being tough or whatever it is, but incurs the cost of the targeted sanctions. So his net payoff in the end, it's not on this slide, will be theta A minus T. Theta A being his strength. And this T is only paid if he does not cooperate. T is dropped if he does cooperate. Okay? So interventions are lifted if country A cooperates, but remain in place otherwise. So that's one thing I want to say just basically about sanctions. For sanctions, and this is broader than this paper, but if sanctions are to act as an incentive instrument, they have to have a marginal effect. Can't be that we impose sanctions all the time. Whatever somebody does, then it's kind of like your intermediate micro lesson, a fixed costs don't affect marginal decisions, okay? It's got to be a marginal thing, okay? It's not clear, this is a very basic point, but not clear it's understood in policy circles. Now, if player P is hostile, then player A incurs a big cost, omega A. I'm going to skip the rest of the slide, okay? Player C. Now the citizens. Country A doesn't cooperate, then player C incurs a comprehensive sanctions cost C. Again, they don't pay this cost if country A cooperates. 10 minutes, thank you. And finally, there's a kind of peace dividend. If the principal is a nice guy, is a dove, and then the citizens and player P live happily ever after. But if the principal is hawkish, there's no peace dividend. And there are various parameter assumptions. Okay, with that in place, I can just give you the main idea. I'm going to do a simple sort of two-step argument. Right now, let's say the interventions are exogenous, and we'll endogenize them later. And we're going to solve this by backward induction. So let's look at player A, leader A. He knows player P's type. So if he knows player P is a hawk, he knows the country's going to be run amok, you know, conquered completely if he cooperates. So if player P is a hawk, he's never going to cooperate. But if player P is a dove, that's the last bullet point, then he knows that they could live happily ever after if he cooperates. And so he's going to get 0 if he cooperates and theta A minus T if he doesn't. So he'll just compare these two payoffs. So we can work out a probability of cooperation, right? If T is bigger than theta A, he'll cooperate against a dove, but never cooperate against a hawk. That's the key idea here. So expression 1, F is a cumulative distribution over theta A, gives you the probability of cooperation by leader A for targeted sanctions T if he faces a dove. Now let me go to the citizen. He knows that if player P, and he doesn't know the principal's type. But he knows if the principal is a dove, and the leader knows when that's the case, which happens with probability 1 minus H, player A will cooperate with probability FT, capital F of T. So in that event, if you look at the first part of the equation 2, 1 minus H FT lambda is the peace dividend payoff he gets. But in all other cases, he faces comprehensive sanctions. Okay, faces comprehensive. So that's expression 2. Already in expression 2, you can see that even though the citizen does not face targeted sanctions directly, they affect his payoffs indirectly because it affects what the leader does. So the T appears, and now the C, the comprehensive sanctions and the targeted sanctions are interacting because of this backward induction equilibrium argument. Yeah, so that's expression 2. Number 3 is he could have an uprising and then stuff happens. Okay, so there's some incentive constraints under which he'll have an uprising. That's number 4. But let's look at the right-hand side of the incentive constraint, number 5. Suppose targeted sanctions are increased. That means the leader is more cooperative when you want him to be more cooperative. Okay? But because the leader is doing the right thing, because targeted sanctions are high, you're less likely to want to rebel against the guy. So the higher little t is, the harder it is to motivate the citizens to stage an uprising. The right, in maths terms, the right-hand side of 5 is increasing in t. The left-hand side is the payoff to having an uprising. And so it's harder to make the guy have an uprising when T is high. And so C has to be high as well. Comprehensive, or put the other way, when you raise T, comprehensive sanctions are less likely to work. Why? Because leader A is going to do the right thing anyway. It's going to do the right thing anyway. So why would you want to stop that from happening? Comprehensive sanctions have to be even higher. So examples I'm going to give for this are, okay, the IRA used to put bombs in the City of London. I'm going to call those comprehensive interventions. They can hit the citizens, or on the London Underground. But once they attacked the Conservative Party conference directly in Brighton, blew up a hotel, almost killed Margaret Thatcher, but did kill senior members of the Conservative Party. That's a targeted attack against the leadership of the government, okay? And after this, Number one, Margaret Thatcher does not give in to the IRA, okay? Doesn't give in to the IRA. So support for the Conservative Party goes up, because I think if she doesn't give in, it must be because she knows the IRA is evil, okay? And so, no, support goes up, right? Similarly, during World War II, Buckingham Palace is, maybe I don't need to go into that, okay? Queen just died, let's not mention her. So that's the basic force in this model is all based on this incentive constraint. And I've sort of tried to give you the intuition for that. There's a bunch of other things to show that all the equilibria have this sort of structure and things like that. And then we can show either you use comprehensive sanctions to the maximum possible, that's C upper bar, and then lower targeted sanctions. Because if you raise the targeted sanctions, the comprehensive sanctions just wouldn't work because of this rally around the flag effect. That's one possibility. The other possibility is just to give up on trying to motivate an uprising and to maximize targeted sanctions. That's the second. So those are the two optima, possible optima, and which is actually optimal depends on various parameters. For example, the less democratic a country is, and I'm going to say this chance of an uprising working means it's more democratic, the more targeted sanctions are optimal. And there are various other comparative statics that are explored, various extensions are explored, but let me stop there, okay? Because I probably already confused you enough. So that's the basic result. We've made a bunch of extra assumptions where we allow the principal to commit to have sanctions and then drop sanctions if player A cooperates. And if we drop those assumptions, sanctions would be even less effective. Sanctions would basically be less effective, okay? One could explore those issues. One could explore other rally around the flag effects that might happen from comprehensive sanctions or comprehensive interventions. Our channel is targeted intervention. So there are other things that one could look at. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. Okay, I don't know how to open your thing.
Thank you. Let's see. All right. Thanks so much for the invitation to the organizers and to give me the chance to discuss this this great paper. I apologize in advance. I'm gonna have to. I'm not gonna be able to attend the second part of the conference tomorrow for family reasons. I got a young boy that is waiting for me at home, and my wife is coercing me to come back, rightfully so. So apologies for that. But so let me give you a little bit of a big picture read, at least what I had on this paper. So we can think about the main question as when and how can sanctions compel an opponent to change course of action. And I use the word compel because in the international relations literature, there is this difference between compellence and deterrence, right? And this difference, it seems just semantics, and they are very similar. But in a way, they kind of capture this debate that was there before the start of the Russian invasion. At a certain point, President Zelensky was like, you need to impose sanctions before the invasion so that we can deter the invasion. And this, the Secretary of State, Blinken, was like, no, we got to wait for the invasion to start so that then we can impose sanctions so that we can make the invasion stop. And this is exactly the central tension between compellence and deterrence. And there are some theoretical analysis about deterrence via sanctions. And, you know, there is a lot of talk that sanctions fail to deter wars or other negative events, but this paper is about compellence via sanctions. And so I think that that already is a nice contribution. So I have to say that the reason why I really like the paper is because it has most of the factors that are important in studying coercion via sanctions. Like the greatest hits are all there. Sanctions that trigger internal regime change, check. We know, we've talked about, we've heard policymakers talk about this, right? Sanctions targeted at the regime leadership inner circle. You know, the inner circle is not directly modeled, but it's very easily to understand that there is an implicit threat of internal regime change through the elites, via the elites, if the leader doesn't give in and change course of action once the targeted sanctions have been imposed. Challenges in getting a regime to change course of actions. That theta A, you know, it's the reputational cost, maybe we can think about it. And then issues of credibility. Sandeep said, well, we've made the assumption of commitment, but I think that your setup, that is commitment plus the option of an hostile action, would be equivalent to no hostile action, but lack of commitment, and the hostile action is, I'm not lifting the sanctions. I'm leaving that there. And the thing is that even with all these elements, which are desirable, the model is yet clean and tractable, and the results are interesting. So, you know, kudos to the authors for pulling this off. So the setup, we've heard during the presentation, protagonist, country A composed of leadership and citizens, and then the hawk, and then the protagonist that can be a hawk or a dove. Let me just skip this and let me go to the main strategic forces, okay? So the interesting thing is that the citizens and the leaders, their incentives are aligned when they're dealing with a hawk. They don't want to cooperate. They diverge possibly when they're dealing with a dove, because we've got the ego or the reputation of the leader on the line. And so the citizen can do two things. It can effectively delegate decision-making to the leader and say, you know what, you are superiorly informed. You know what you're dealing with. You go out and you make the decision. What's the advantage? They're never going to cooperate with a hawk. What's the bad thing? Is that you're delegating to somebody who's biased. And sometimes they might not want to cooperate with a dove. Or you cannot delegate and keep decisions in your hands if you manage to do an uprising, but then you're sure that you're never going to leave on the table the peace dividend because you're always going to cooperate. If you didn't want to cooperate, you would have not taken power from the leader. But you might cooperate against the wrong guy, and you don't know if the opponent is a hawk or a dove. So the hawk can get cooperation only one way. The hawk, in order to get cooperation, they have to incite an uprising. If the leader is still in charge, they know they're a hawk, they're never going to cooperate. So what do they use? Comprehensive sanctions. Target the population and kind of try to incentivize them to overthrow the leader. The dove instead can get cooperation in two ways. It can try via an uprising or using targeted sanctions, motivating the leader. Okay? If the targeted sanctions are large enough, the leader is going to cooperate with the dove. And so at that point, the leader, the citizen is like, oh, thanks so much for sanctioning my leader, convincing my leader to cooperate with you. I don't have to do anything else. I wanted cooperation all along. I'll stay home. I don't even have to do an uprising. So what are the main points? Is that the sanctioning country cannot increase targeted sanctions without reducing the effectiveness of comprehensive sanctions. So you can't do, hey, let's max out sanctions and let's see what happens. Because if you do that, you're basically undercutting the effectiveness of the other tool. And if a sanctioning country has a large capacity to impose targeted sanctions, think about that T upper bar that we've seen in the presentation. If you can really go all out and really hurt the leadership, you cannot use that capacity fully without C then delegating to the better informed leader. So you cannot do at the same time maximum pressure on the leadership and also incite an uprising from the population. If the maximum comprehensive sanctions go down, and you can think about also humanitarian motives, right? There is this normative debate that, God, we're sanctioning citizens and we're going too harshly against them. If the maximum comprehensive sanctions go down, then there is a very interesting non-monotonicity in the optimal level of targeted sanctions. If the max comprehensive sanctions that you can do against citizens goes down by a little bit, then in order to maintain the incentives for the citizen to overthrow the leadership and not align citizens and leader too much, you also have to reduce targeted sanctions. Otherwise, the citizens trust too much the leader. Instead, if there is a large reduction, if you're really concerned about the well-being of citizens, then at that point we should just give up trying to incite an uprising and just max out on the targeted sanctions and hope that the leader is not too stubborn in not cooperating against the dove. Okay? So let me give you a few comments on this. So the first thing I say that this analysis is too rich in possible empirical implications to not treat them and to not do a little bit more work on this. And the reason why I say this is because having done a little bit of work in the deterrence and the sanctions literature, I think that empirical studies of deterrence and sanctions kind of need all their help that they can get, also from a theoretical point of view. It's a hard business to be in, measuring the effectiveness of sanctions, measuring the effectiveness of deterrent threats. And I think that you have several things that you can leverage. For example, the analysis of symmetry versus asymmetry in information between P and A, between the protagonist and the antagonist. You can think about an asymmetric case, so where P doesn't know A's type, so the sanctioner doesn't know the sanctioned type, as we're interacting with a new regime, with a new leadership, or we're interacting with a relatively closed-off regime, or it's a first crisis that we're dealing with this regime. Instead, the symmetric case is like, hey, this is an enemy that we've been interacting for a long time. The role of alpha, for example, I think that you can interpret it as the baseline popularity of the regime, or the openness of the regime, the organizational capacity of citizens and oppositions. You can speak more to things that people can possibly measure. Okay, so now that we've done this, that we talked about empirical implications, let's go back to more strictly model stuff. So I would have liked to see a little bit more on the citizens' welfare, because we know that the citizens prefer the targeted policy compared to the comprehensive policy. So in a way, we also know that if alpha goes up, the comprehensive policy becomes more likely. So in a way, the citizens would like to commit to never overthrow the government. And so, you know, I feel like that is kind of like a slightly more conventional way to think about the rally around the flag. I'll say what I think about the rally around the flag in a minute. But maybe, you know, it's hard to say, hey, citizens can commit never to overthrow the government. But maybe it might be worthwhile just talking about it a little bit. On the rally around the flag, this is where I'm saying, I had a little bit of a doubt about whether semantically this is the right way to put it down, because targeted sanctions are aligning the incentives of the leader and the citizen. So the more conventional notion of rally around the flag, in my idea, was like, hey, I don't like that you targeted my leader. I'm just going to rally around the flag. I'm just going to defend my leader from foreign intervention. Here, instead, it's more like, oh my God, thank you so much that you've targeted my leader so that I can finally trust the leader to do the right thing, right? And so I don't know if I would. It's the one thing that from a semantic point of view, I don't know if I would use rally around the flag. I mean, I don't have a big problem. If somebody out there is in this rally around the flag literature, they might say, hey, this is not actually what it is. But again, so on the structure of the paper, all proofs are in the text. It's great because you actually managed to squeeze all the meaning out of the paper. So the reader has to do a little bit of work. It's a little dense, but you kind of walk away from the paper actually learning very well the mechanism. But I would say, I know that you were like, no tables, no graph, but this is a paper where maybe a couple of graphs, you can throw a bone to the reader and just like, I was going between expression 5, 10, 11, so it was really like, I walked away knowing I can teach the paper, but it has come at a little bit of cost. And also the last thing that I would say is that the alternative scenario about the rebel group, I think it's interesting. In reading the paper, at some stages, it was presented like it was kind of sprinkled in the paper. It might be a little bit of a distraction. I might just like want to read it at the end, like go with the main interpretation about sanctions and then just like leave it there. All right, that's it. Thank you so much.
Yes.
I have a question on the homogeneity of C.
Homogeneity of C.
Yes. Is C really homogeneous? If I understand it, sanctions lead to a shrinking of a tax base, right? The leader has to tax the people, the citizen. It may hurt citizens or groups differently.
Oh, I see.
All right. In Russia, of course, Siloviki, security policy would be probably exempted from burden. If the tax base shrinks, the budget constraints for the leader increases, then of course it could happen that other parts of the citizens will be charged or burdened more than the other group. Is this a likely possibility?
Okay, so maybe again, first, thank you very much to the discussant. That was great. You explained it more clearly than I did, and I will put in some graphs. Generally, we're trying to go in the direction that the questioner suggested. Namely, we have two tax groups. The T is targeting the Siloviki, and the C is targeting the poor. You could add in more. My question is it, what would it deliver? I'm not clear it would deliver more than we have. But if I can think of some reason to do it, you could explore it. We have the structure in place to think about it. All right, thank you very much.
Welcome back from the hyper short coffee break. We'll have another one afterwards, so So it's a great pleasure to very, very briefly introduce the keynote speaker of today, the first keynote of the conference, Matteo Maggiori, who has done influential research in macroeconomics and finance. He has both on the theoretical side and increasingly on the empirical side done great contributions that have pushed the field ahead. He's launched together with Niemann and Schrager the Global Capital Allocations project that I very much like, kind of pushing international finance into a more granular, more micro, more data driven agenda. He has received numerous awards, maybe most importantly the Fisher Black Prize of the American Finance Association for the most promising financial economist or outstanding financial economist under the age of 40. He's also won Carnegie and Guggenheim Fellowship, and of course the Kiel Institute Excellence Award for Young Researchers that is given to researchers in the very early stage of their career. So it's a great pleasure that you agreed to come. We miss you here. Unfortunately, you could not come here, but maybe next time. And yeah, great to have you. Floor is yours. We look forward to hear from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christoph, and good evening, everybody. I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you in person for this conference. It's really an honor, actually, to be the first keynote speaker for this inaugural event of the CEPR and Kiel Institute, a conference on geopolitics and economics. As far as I understand, the conference is going to help launch two distinct but interrelated initiatives. The Kiel Institute is starting a new research center devoted to these topics. And at the same time, the CEPR has just launched an RPN, a research and policy network on international lending and sovereign debt, which will have very much to do with similar topics. And so it's really great to see the mix of researchers coming together. And I also wanted to thank, in addition to Christoph, Catherine Kamin and Michael Porcellacchia, the other organizers of the conference that were kind enough to invite me. As I said, this is a sort of interesting mix of topics. It's one that crosses many disciplines. And it's not one where in recent years, I believe there's been enough attention. So hopefully these initiatives in a European context and elsewhere will try to bring up critical mass behind these topics. For the purpose of today, I'm going to talk about, of course, a specific paper of mine. It's going to be one that I think fits the conference well because it's sort of trying to look at how countries compete in the market for becoming a reserve currency. So how do you establish as one? And the paper is with my co-authors, who are the better people on the paper: Christopher Clayton, who's at Yale; Amanda dos Santos, who's a great PhD student at Columbia; and my long-term co-author, Jesse Schrager, who's also at Columbia. So let me get straight into this, if my slides actually click. Here we go. So we wanted to ask the question, how do international currencies develop? In particular, China offers us a good opportunity to think about this in the present context, but this is sort of more general for the historical experiences as well. So the official stated government goal of the Chinese is to become an international currency like the dollar. For whatever it means, that's what they say. They say, we would like to be one, and we would like to rival the dollar. If you look at what they're actually doing, the core strategy has involved gradually liberalizing access to the RMB bond market for the foreigners. So this is an exciting time right now because you have the third largest bond market in the world, which is the Chinese domestic bond market. It's the third largest after the US, Japan, and maybe the Eurozone, depending how you count exactly the Eurozone. It used to be completely segmented, so you couldn't access it. And in recent years, it's been integrated. Now, that's an unusual situation because generally the largest bond market in the world, like the others that I mentioned, are almost the textbook example of completely integrated. They're as frictionless as one can think of and close to a textbook example. The Chinese market is not. What is their goal? What are they trying to do? Well, they're trying to become a global store of value, overcoming the foreigners' fear that they might not be getting their money back, in particular on outflow restrictions. So you can bring your money into China, into the domestic bond market, but when push comes to shove, can you take it out of there? That one, we document, it's a sort of very prominent fear for foreign investors when it comes to China. And what is the challenge in doing this? Well, first of all, building reputation, it's not easy. It's a very slow and arduous process because you're trying to convince the rest of the world that during large crises, you're going to behave. You're going to not impair either their liquidity, so their timing of getting their money back, or the value of what you give them back. Now, every country wants to convince you that there should be a reserve currency and borrow a lot and cheaply, but very few can deliver on the promises that in a crisis, they're not going to alter repayment, because repayment gets expensive. At the same time, as you try to build this reputation over time, you're going to get tested, like China is right now. You're going to get outflows, either because foreign investors are getting scared or because the conditions change. Somebody's going to say, well, look, I put my money into this market and now I want to get my money back quickly. And so you're going to suffer to capital flights. And these are expensive because they lead to costly liquidations. It's very inefficient to have all of this capital leaving very quickly. And so what you're trying to do is constantly trying to build reputation. So let the foreigners come in, borrow more, show them that when the crisis comes, nothing bad happens and they can trust you and sort of build that process. And at the same time, don't do it too fast. Because if you do it too fast, the test is going to be too expensive. The capital flight is going to be too large, and it's going to be incredibly expensive to let the capital fly that quickly. In the second part of the paper, I'm going to start thinking about how international currencies compete. So if you have the US, China, Europe out there, how do countries establish themselves? And what happens when they're trying to compete for the same object, for being a reserve currency? You might think that competition is good in many dimensions in life, and it is. In this context, one might conjecture that it provides discipline to the issuers, but it turns out to be more complicated than that. In particular, because competing issuers crowd each other out in the debt market, and so what they actually do is that they lower the incentives to build a reputation, because even conditional on having a good reputation, if you're competing with lots of other issuers of a similar reputation, you don't really make very much out of this. So why behave in equilibrium if you actually don't get very much from being a reserve currency? And in particular, there's some very nice dynamic considerations, like incumbents like the US turn out to preclude many new entrants from becoming reserve currencies. So if you look at the last 50 years, every now and then some country gets talked about as, oh, they might become a reserve currency. Japan was talked about in that context in the 80s. Then at some point, the Eurozone, and actually in equilibrium, the dollar has not been dislodged. And what I'm going to show you is that that's actually pretty natural. Building reputation is very difficult. Most countries give up on the way there, and they stay with well-deserved low reputations, so far away from being a reserve currency, even if potentially they would have some of the fundamentals for being one. And I'm also going to show you that the presence of a large incumbent like the US sort of induces that to happen more and more in equilibrium. But to get there, it's going to take a little bit of building time. In fact, the first thing I'm going to do is focus on facts. So we were very excited about this topic for a number of years with my co-authors, but we couldn't quite figure out what to do about this. And then about last year, we started getting into the data more and more. And as always, sort of data comes first. You get some facts, and that pushes you to think harder about theories and how to explain them. And in particular, we documented and were fascinated by 3 facts. The first is that there has been a very rapid rise in renminbi-denominated bonds that are held domestically in China from the foreigners. If you look at the data, the initial increase is all of the sort of state official holders. So think of central banks, sovereign wealth funds. But more recently, particularly 2017 to the beginning of this year, a lot of the buildup was what I call flighty private investors. So things like pension funds, mutual funds, hedge funds, some insurance companies. And this year, instead, China is experiencing outflows. So for the first time in some sense, they're experiencing what many other emerging markets have experienced all along, which is these investors are indeed flighty, and they get scared and they take their money out quite quickly. The second thing that we looked into is whether the staggering of who entered the Chinese market at which point in time was sort of a deliberate policy or not of the Chinese government. And we found actually pretty precise evidence that China has systematically tried to build an investor base, starting from long-term stable investors, and then progressively sort of letting in more flighty investors. And even right now, in the midst of the current outflows, they're actually further liberalizing. They just announced the ability for foreigners to trade the interest rate swap market, which is essentially a policy targeting even flighty investors, like leverage players like hedge funds. The third thing that we were curious about is, are these RMB bonds that the investors are buying being held as part of very risky emerging markets? So when you look at which investors are buying, you're going to find out that they're buying it together with Brazil, South Africa, and Turkey. Or is China, this very large market the foreigners are getting into, already being held together with large developed markets? And it turns out in the data, we could measure it with precise microdata, and you can track it in real time over time. It turns out to be a mix of the two. China is sort of like an EM+. It's not quite a developed market. It's not quite an emerging market, which I will show you. Then we started thinking, okay, if these are the facts, how do we go about this? Like, how do we try to understand them? Why is this happening in the data? So the second part of the paper is going to put forward a dynamic theory of building reputation. So the first thing we wanted to do is sort of bring reputation to the center stage. Now, this goes back to sort of, Tom Sargent Nobel lecture on the US, on the Hamiltonian assumption of debt being about building reputation for this new kid on the block. The US was a new country, and Hamilton argued strenuously that they should establish quickly a very high reputation in global debt markets as being a provider of a safe asset. And, we wanted to make these at the core of the theory, but we also wanted to really have a dynamic theory. Most of the recent literature on the monetary system, international monetary system that I contributed to myself tends to be, fairly static and tends to be about the late stage of the game. So, the US as a provider, as a very established provider, we wanted something about the very early stages and quite dynamic. And so we started thinking about the following. Suppose that the investors fear the government. They don't know the Chinese government. Right now, this is obvious to you. There's a lot of speculation on what China is going to do, what is their government going to look like. And in particular, you're constantly worried whether the promises they're going to make you that you can go into this market and invest and take your money out are actually not going to be fulfilled during the next crisis. And we focused on what we call ex post capital controls. So these are very different from ex ante controls. This is you bring your money in, and when you're trying to get your money out, there are either quantity or price restrictions. So either you can't really get it all out, or you can do it so, but you need to pay a very high tax to get out. There are many other ways that you could go about this, including like depreciation or other forms of repression. But here we focus on this one. At very low levels of reputation, we're going to show you it's optimal to borrow only from the stable investors. Why? Because essentially, you don't really have a great reputation. So you don't face great terms to borrow on global markets. So you don't want to borrow that much. And at that point, doing so from very stable investors, it's convenient. It helps you build your reputation while at the same time not suffering through big crises. As your reputation improves, what happens is, well, now you got a better reputation. Potentially, you could borrow a lot more at very attractive terms, but the stable investors are starting to get a little bit too small for you. They're a large class of investors, but they're a small part of the world market. So what you want to do is, progressively go to flightier and flightier investors. Now, you understand that during a future crisis, that's going to be expensive precisely because these type of investors are flighty, but overall, it starts to be worth it. And so what you do is you progressively do reforms and let more and more of the foreigners into your market. And ultimately, the way you build or lose reputations, it's really about what you do during crisis. Like, in the model, in normal times, nothing is going to happen. You don't really learn anything when things are going well. It's during a crisis that as an investor, you pay close attention to what the government decides to do, and you form expectations for the future, which is going to generate the typical pattern of capital flows that you see also into China, which are, sharp outflows. Then if nothing happens, big inflows, and ultimately you surpass the previous holdings as reputation builds. But it's very hard to do so, and many countries give up. So this isn't a model where China is going to make it straight to be a reserve currency. In fact, for all we know, China might be pulling capital controls in 2 weeks, and so restarting its entire reform process and reputation cycle. It's a pretty tractable framework, so we're going to use it to sort of think through all of these things. Now, there's certainly very interesting literature. There's lots of interest in Chinese financial markets. As I said, it's a very unusual situation. International economics and a part of what I understand to be the political economy literature in the social sciences focused in the early 2000s on China opening up and becoming a very big purchaser of assets, like a purchaser of treasuries. That's a shock to the demand for world assets. Right now, we're kind of seeing the opposite. We're seeing China opening up this gigantic market to the rest of the world. So it's a shock to the investable set of assets for the rest of the world. And it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out. I mentioned that there is a literature on the international monetary system. It's largely driven by models about very established players like the US. There's a very big exception, which is Budget and Race. It's a beautiful paper looking at how China is internationalizing its currency as a medium of exchange in the goods market. So in things that get denominated in Chinese renminbi when you trade around the world in goods. And then I mentioned that we're going to make use of the tools of dynamic repetition. In that context, we're really going to build on the work of Amador and Phelan and the earlier work of Phelan on how governments establish a reputation when they borrow in markets. So let me get into the data, because it's more fun. So I mentioned a fact, which is the foreigners have increased their holdings on renminbi bonds denominated in renminbi and in the local market of China. You can see it here. It's been growing relatively fast. It's still, of course, very low levels. This is something around like 3% of the outstanding amount. So foreigners are clearly still small. But you can also distinguish the blue and the red part of the bar. So the blue part are what are held as reserves. So you can see the 2020 bar, just to make it easy, it's the only one where I put the countries, but the data is country by country going far back in time. If you look at the data for reserves, Russia is the big one. It's been in the news a lot because when they invaded Crimea earlier on in the mid-2010, Russia sort of was one of the first countries to diversify away of the dollar and start holding renminbi reserves. And the current political tensions are clearly pushing more and more of that policy of Russia, sort of trading and holding renminbis and their companies issuing in renminbi. But they're certainly not the only one. There are many other countries that hold them as reserves. And early in the process, in 2014, 2015, reserves were really the big game in town. Then starting in 2017, you can see that the red hollow part on those bars, which are the private investors, starts to grow fast. And it's pretty widespread. So clearly Hong Kong plays a large role, and to what extent that one you want to think of it as foreign, it's kind of difficult to pin down. But it's much more widespread than that. The EMU, the US, Japan, the UK, they all show up in the data. And we can trace exactly which these investors are. These are like arm's length, like they're mutual funds sold to the retail public, for example, or insurance companies of these countries. If you go a little bit deeper and ask, okay, but what is happening? Is this just sort of random, or was this induced by the government? You can really distinguish three phases of how the Chinese government has been trying to build up a set of foreign investors that access this bond market. There was an early phase that started in the early 2000s called the Qualified Foreign Institutional Investors Programs. Think of these as onerous approval. They're almost like diplomatic negotiations. Sort of each investor has to negotiate with the government to get approval. They tend to have very long lock-in periods, so you can get your money in, but you can get your money out very quickly. They were restricted to a very small part of the market. And so you can think of this phase as really being designed for central banks, for official reserve holders. There was a middle phase that started around 2013 when these programs started to get extended and relaxed. So they, first of all, extended to what is called the interbank bond market, which is by far the largest chunk of the market. But they started also decreasing how difficult was it to get access. But there were still quotas. It was not compatible with international trading platforms. It was a very bespoke way to access the market. And what you see in this phase is that some of the biggest private players, particularly like long-term players like insurance companies or some endowments, start to get in. But for example, for the typical mutual fund, this would have been relatively close to impossible to get access. And then the latest phase really got started in 2017 when the Chinese government created a program called the Bond Connect. That has several advantages that specifically target things like mutual funds. It has no quotas. It's offshore, so it's based in Hong Kong, and there are sort of attempts to create more offshore entry points. It's compatible with international trading platforms, and you can get your money in and out during any given day. There's technically no limit to how much you can invest, although I will show you that in equilibrium, the pickup has been limited, which is something that the model can also rationalize. This was part of an effort to also get RMB bonds to enter bond indexes like Bloomberg and JP Morgan. This was really part of an effort of the government to diversify its investor base. So what we did is that we collected data on each investor down at the individual investor level, access to each of these programs, then classified the investors in whether they are stable long-term investors like central banks, or flight investors, which are largely going to be mutual funds and some of the levered players. And we trace them through time. So the graphs I'm going to show you are built the following way. They're cumulative density functions. So what we're asking is, of all players that have had access to the market by 2022, when did they first enter? So in this very early phase, you can see that the entrance was largely driven by the stable investors, the blue line. There was some entrance from the flighty ones, but not a lot. Then in what I described to be the middle phase, you see big entrance, even more from the stable investors, but also the flighty ones tend to pick up. And then it's really in this late phase that you see the private markets picking up more and more. So this seems, and you can see at each point there is bunching. When a program gets released, there's a whole bunch of investors that come in, sort of clarifying that this is a decision of the government, where there is demand and they make them wait, and then they let a new program in, and there's a bunch of investors that immediately come in. The last bit I'm going to do in the data before switching to theory is thinking a little bit about where are these bonds being held? Are they being held in frontier risky portfolios, or are they being held already as part of very developed safe debt? And here we're going to dig down. So in the microdata, we're going to restrict the data more than I did in the earlier slides, where we looked at all sorts of players, to being a set of players for which we have sort of great microdata at the security level. These are going to be mutual funds worldwide, and also we're going to add all of the insurance company sectors of the US. The way to think about this is we're going to simply ask, if I pick a fund that holds renminbi bonds, what else do they hold? Is the rest of their portfolio composed of emerging market debt, so South Africa, Brazil, Turkey, or is the rest of their portfolio composed of very developed market debt? So these measures make sense if investors specialize. So if investors tend to have a specialty in either emerging markets or very developed markets. And I'm going to look at the correlation of the shares across investors at a point in time. Let me show you the way it looks, because it's going to be much more intuitive. So first, let's look at these blue bars. So if on the bottom, I have currencies. So if I focus on sovereign bonds, for example, in yen, pounds, and dollars, so these are bonds issued in those currencies from the respective countries. So these are yen bonds issued by Japan, pounds bonds issued by the UK, dollar bonds issued by the US. You can see the very natural notion that if an investor holds those bonds, the rest of their portfolio tends to be very focused on developed market debt. At the same time, if you pick countries like the South African rand, the Brazilian real and company, if you pick an investor that owns those bonds, the rest of their portfolio tends to be in emerging markets. So it tends to have a very negative correlation with holding developed market debt. And you can see that China is somewhere here in the middle. It's not quite an emerging market. It's not quite a developed market. And later, I'm going to go back to this measure and try to trace it over time, quarter by quarter, and show you a little bit of what has happened with the reforms. But this is going to be a nice way to think about reputation of a country in the context, at least, of the model. Clearly, there are many other things in practice that affect it. Okay, let me get started on the model. So I'm going to do 3 or 4 different things. The first one is I'm going to develop a very simple, static, in some sense, financial intermediation model. This is going to be a model where you want to borrow, but there are costly liquidations. And so you want to minimize the probability that you face these liquidations. Then I'm going to embed this financial intermediation model into a dynamic reputation model, where over time you want to build a better and better reputation as an issuer. And here reputation really means you're safe. You can invest with me and you can get your money out undisturbed whenever you want as an investor. And I'm going to start thinking about how a country will go about building a reputation and building an investor base by doing sequential reforms. And then finally, I'm going to open it up to competition among countries and to sort of two-way flows. What if instead of just liberalizing one side, how much the foreigners invest with you, you also let your own citizens go abroad, which is part of what China is doing. Good. So let me go quickly over the basic model. There's a committed or opportunistic government. So this is going to be the strategic uncertainty. The investors don't know whether they face a committed government, which is essentially a government that always behaves. You can think of it as like a government with very, very high institutional quality. If they make a promise, they'll stick to it 100%. Or an opportunistic government, a government that might make you that promise ex ante because it's convenient to do so. You give them attractive terms if you believe them, but ex post, they will choose whatever is best for them afterwards. And if it's best for them to screw you in some sense, to not repay you fully, they will do so. Within a date, at the beginning of the date, there's going to be a country like China that chooses how much to let the foreigners into its own bond market, raises funds, invests in long-term projects. Long-term projects are those that mature at the end of the date. In the middle of the date is essentially where the action happens. You can think of it as there could be a crisis or no crisis. If there's no crisis, the model sort of runs along and nothing really is happening. But if there is a crisis, then things get interesting. Why? Because a crisis here is defined as the foreigners want their money back. You could think of this as sort of like almost a Diamond-Didvig model. They just want to get their money early. And that's expensive because the banks or the financial intermediation sector is holding long-term projects. And liquidating them in the middle of the date is inefficient. It leads to very low payouts. This is a very typical setup of financial intermediation. So what's going to happen is they're going to try to minimize these liquidations, but of course it's going to be difficult to roll over the debt. The government can help. How can they help? They can essentially impose ex post capital controls. They can tell the investors, well, if you want to get your money out, we're going to tax you on the way out. We didn't tell you that this was going to be applied when you brought the money in. That's why it's ex post. And that one is, of course, going to relax the borrowing constraint in the short run by keeping more money into the country and minimizing the liquidations. But and the period is going to end. But of course, at the beginning of that period, that bad action that you took to prevent the foreigners from flying is precisely what's going to cost you in reputation. The foreigners are going to update their prior on whether you're the kind of government that can pull that stunt again. Good. So the model is pretty straightforward. The intermediation sector finances these long-term projects I mentioned, which are IT, using either inside equity or foreign debt, D. Domestic debt here is a wash, so you can add it, nothing happens. And they pay an interest rate R. The project has a long-term value Q, but if you liquidate it in the middle of the date, the value is gamma, which is less than that. Okay, so in the high state, nothing is happening. We're going to assume that there are plenty of new investment opportunities that arrive. The economy is booming. The financial intermediation sector finds it optimal to repay all the debt, invest in these new opportunities, and at the end of the day, the value of what the country has produced is this high return from the new opportunities minus all the liquidation of the initial projects that they took. These are going to be optimal to do, and the repayment to the foreigners. So this value here is the liquidation value of inside equity, which is going to play an important role in the model. Now, the interesting action happens if you get unlucky. So if in the middle of the day there is a crisis, you get the low state, then we're going to assume that there are no new investment opportunities. Creditors roll over the debt at rate RL, which we're going to determine later. But there is an incentive compatibility constraint. So the foreigners are not going to trust you. They're going to ask an haircut, HT, on your net worth. So this is the value of the liquidated of the projects. This is the liquidations that you do. They're going to ask you to post, essentially, to have enough net worth to satisfy a collateral cut. And they're only going to roll over debt up to that limit. So you can see that on the left, I have debt repayment, potentially minus the capital control. So here, what an outflow tax does is that it slackens the constraint. Why? Because essentially it gives them incentives to roll over the debt by depressing interest rates. There are many other ways to do it, but this one turns out to be very convenient. We're going to assume that there are two types of investors. There are stable and flighty investors. For the purpose of these slides, the only difference among them, I'm going to make it that the flighty investors require a higher haircut. So HF for flight is going to be higher than HS. You can think of it almost as a definition of what flightiness means in this model. To roll over the debt, they're going to be very inelastic. They're going to require much higher haircuts. I'm going to assume that all investors need to be treated pari passu. This is sort of consistent with the idea that once you let them in into the domestic bond market, they all need to be treated the same. And we're going to think about letting them in, as in doing market reforms that are needed to attract these flightier investors that in bad times are going to require much higher haircuts to come into your market. So that's going to be the notion of policy reforms in this model. So these models are generally pretty nightmarish to solve, particularly once you go to dynamic reputation. But I think we figured out a way to keep it under control. And most of the tractability comes really from two parts. One, it's here. So it turns out that the entire value of production, in some sense, of the country, it's very easy to express. It's the same concept that I told you about before, is the liquidation value of inside equity of the intermediation sector. But here in the bad state, he has a net worth multiplier, which has a pretty intuitive explanation, which I will give you on briefly. The way you want to think about this is every time you liquidate an asset, on the one end, it's good because you get gamma, you get the price of the liquidated project, and you can use it to repay the foreigners and slacken the constraint. On the other end, when you liquidate an asset, you reduce the collateral value of what is left. You can no longer use that asset, that project, as collateral for new debt. And so that one reduces the collateral value of the bank. And that's where the multiplier is coming from. Where is the tractability going to come from? It comes from the fact that all of the model is linear in this object. Okay, so if you're somebody that cares about this kind of applied theory, this is going to be pretty convenient, as you will see in a second. Good. Now I'm going to describe very, very briefly what the investors do, and then we'll switch to the dynamics. So the investors, we made them pretty simple. They're risk neutral, and they have a disutility over quantities. So think of it as they generate a simple upward sloping demand for debt. So if you want to induce me to buy more of your debt, you're going to offer higher interest rates. They're fully rational, so they understand the capital controls might be imposed ex post. So there is a difference between the promised yield on the debt, R, and the ex post return on the debt, which depends on whether or not you're going to impose the capital controls. And there is this funky function omega, which we're going to assume to be decreasing. For most of the paper, just think of that function as being constant at 1. It doesn't really do anything. But in some parts of the paper, it's sort of nice to use it to think about models in which safe assets are very special. So once you're very safe, you get really, really flat demand curves. And so we're going to allow for that. But the object in red, M, is going to be pretty interesting. What M is going to be the notional reputation in this model. Is the probability ex ante that the government you're lending to is going to impose capital controls ex post. And that's, of course, a mix of the probability that you assign to the fact that you might be facing the committed or the opportunistic government, and the conditional probability that if you face the opportunistic government, that government in equilibrium will decide to trigger capital controls ex post. So it's a combination of these two. And even if you actually exclude omega from the model, even if you make that function constant at 1, the demand schedule, which I mentioned, has a simple feature that in order to induce me to lend you more, you need to increase interest rates, has a slope and an intercept that do depend on reputation. So this is a model where reputation increases. So as the investors think that it's less likely that you're going to impose capital controls ex post, the credit terms ex ante flatten, as in the schedule shifts down and becomes flatter. You can borrow a lot more at the same interest rate. And that's going to be a notion of market depth or building liquidity in this market that we're going to use in the dynamic model, since M is going to be the main thing that updates over time. The committed type has a very simple policy, which I'm only going to summarize briefly here. It is optimal if you're the committed type to, at the beginning, when you have very low reputation, you can't signal that you're committed. This is going to feature a pooling equilibrium where you're stuck together with the opportunistic types. At the very beginning, when you have low reputation, essentially the demand schedule is not very attractive. It's too steep. So what do? You borrow only from the stable investors because they require lower collateral haircuts. Well, you use this period to keep building reputation. So clearly you're going to behave over time. Some of the opportunistic types won't, and you're going to go up in reputation. At some point, your reputation, M, is sufficiently high, then now your desire to borrow is quite large because the credit terms are quite attractive. But you're kind of sort of pushing too far on just one set of investors. They already hold a lot of your debt. And what you need to do if you want to maintain relatively low interest rates and borrow more is let some of the flightier investors come in. Clearly, they're going to raise haircuts, but that's not going to be so bad for you. It's still optimal to do it. And that's when reforms start to happen. As your reputation improves, you let in the flighty people. And that's the sense in which the model captures the sequence of reforms that I showed you. Okay. There's a very simple way to summarize the game at the end. If you don't impose capital control, you get a certain value realized, which I'm not going to get into too much. But the simplicity of the model is that if you actually impose the capital control, all you get in the short run is a bump up in that value. So you can see that the value when you impose the capital controls is a simple multiple of not imposing the capital controls, where G is a function greater than 1. So you can think of it as the short-run benefit is I lock the gates, I don't liquidate, so the value at the end of the period left in the country is going to be higher. And the cost is going to come from the reputation next period. So I'm going to turn to that. And here's where really we borrow from the work of Phelan and Amador and Phelan. So if you're a reputation theorist, you probably know the work of the Gang of Four at Stanford, which is essentially the early work that was done on reputation models that has the following Folk's theorem that it's very easy to sustain mimicking. So essentially opportunistic types tend to behave given sufficiently long horizons. Why? Because, well, they make a lot out of sort of pooling with the committed type, behaving as if they are the committed type, and so they do. And it's difficult to break this result. But one very nice way to break it is to introduce some uncertainty about the type of the government. In particular, Phelan introduced a very sort of subtle trick, which is that the committed type and the opportunistic type switch. So in practice, what are you thinking about? You're thinking that governments change their types, and they're not very easy to observe. If we get a new Chinese leadership, we don't know exactly how they're going to behave. And we have some uncertainty over that. But that also means that if they don't behave well, it's not that we're forever going to know that they're the bad type. Well, at some point, that government might change and they might start behaving well. So at each point in time, I have some uncertainty over who I'm facing. And here the investors use bias rule to update. So I observe your actions, and the more I see you behaving well, the more I increase rationally my belief that you're likely to be the good type. Okay, we're gonna sort of use this model of the government, which is of course unsatisfying if you're a political economist, because here the switches are exogenous. They're not endogenous. And so there's something probably clearly very good to be done by endogenizing the probability that the government switches type, but we don't do it. We're going to look at a conjectural marker equilibrium where the country goes through cycles. So it starts with low reputation, it builds up reputation, and if it gets to a sufficiently high reputation, it lets in the flight investors. So it does market reforms. And then it keeps going for a while. But ultimately, if you're opportunistic, at some point you will reveal yourself. Because at some point, essentially, the further benefits from behaving far outweighed the costs. And so you will reveal yourself when you will restart your cycle. And so this is a model where the monetary system cycles forever. Some countries establish themselves and then fall off, either because they're opportunistic and they reveal themselves, or because maybe for a long time they had very good governments, like committed governments, and then they elected a crazy person in office, and that person sort of starts behaving crazy, which these days, if you're watching the news, doesn't seem so improbable. The dynamics of the model are very simple. The way to think about this is very similar to sovereign default models, is the value of not imposing capital controls to the government is what? Well, they get the per period utility function that we discussed before, but there is the value tomorrow. So if I behave today during a crisis, tomorrow my reputation goes up and will increase. And so I get a higher value because tomorrow I start the period facing better credit terms. The value of imposing capital controls is in some sense is the opposite. In the short run, I will have a gain in my reputation. You can see that I don't get V of NN, I get that one times a multiple. That's because I don't suffer as many costs in liquidation in the crisis, I retain more value. But the cost is precisely next period where my reputation restarts all the way at the beginning of the cycle. I reveal that I'm the crazy type. So the government next period will face very bad priors, or posteriors in this case, and it's going to take time to rebuild reputation because the investors have to be convinced that in some sense it's likely that the government has changed type. And that's a very slow process. So what are you going to do? Well, you're going to do whatever is best for you. Here, we're going to build an equilibrium where you play mixed strategies. So you're indifferent at each point in time between these two. I'm not going to get into the details of why, but we're going to look into an equilibrium like that. I'm not going to spend much time on this, but these are not easy models in general to solve. So I wanted to give you a sense of why we can solve it and why is it so easy. It turns out that the entire model can be characterized as a simple AR1 process with a switch in the coefficients once you do market reforms. And for AR1s, we have lots of good, easy math to apply. So in the case of a single homogeneous class of investors, we could prove things like existence and uniqueness. When you have heterogeneous haircuts, we could prove things like uniqueness, conditional a date for the reforms. So there's lots and lots of things that you can do, but essentially this one, you can think of it as an almost analytical solution. What does the solution look like? So imagine that you start from a government that has a low reputation, okay? So it's China, it's like the new kid on the block. People should have inexperience with this country. They're gonna assume they're very likely to be opportunistic. And then the first crisis occurs and they behave. So the investors start to update that after all, there's a chance that this country actually is the committed type, or that in equilibrium, they will still not pull capital controls next time. And so reputation goes up. You can see that there's a difference in the red and the blue is the mimicking probability, which is on the right. Okay? And this keeps happening for a while. Then at some point, the reputation starts to be sufficiently high that the countries will do market reform. It will let in the flight investors. And you can see that the act of doing so actually increases your reputation a lot. To understand why, you need to think through the following. It's disproportionately hard for the opportunistic type to actually follow the committed type and do market reforms. Why? Because market reforms make it harder to contain the investors exposed when they fly on you. You're essentially giving them higher haircuts. You're committing to that. That's not a policy that you want to implement if you want to screw them exposed. I mean, if you forget the theory just in common sort of terms, is you don't want to let in flight investors if you're likely to misbehave. Those guys are very inelastic and they're very expensive exposed. Of course, if you do, the market is going to interpret as a signal that you have a good reputation, and in fact, your reputation jumps up. And then after that, you keep slowly converging. So it's not true that after reforms, the market immediately maxes out on you. Everybody comes in and buys. There's still plenty of reasons to believe that you might not behave next time. And so the reputation still accrues very, very slowly. But that eventually, if you're opportunistic, you reach a level where it's very difficult to build any more reputation, and so you reset. And the only people that stay up here forever are the ones that stay committed. Are governments that are committed and they're going to stay there until their government type changes. If the government type changes, then they reset. Okay, so you can say this is a model where you can have bad surprises as an investor, even when you're almost sure that you're facing the committed type. And the bad surprises come in two forms. It's a government that has been committed for a long time that elects a crazy person in office, or a government that has really played the game very well. They're opportunistic, but they stuck with it for a very long time. And when you're almost convinced them that they're never going to misbehave, they turn out to trigger capital controls. Both types are possible in the distribution. If you look at the debt levels and interest rates, clearly at the beginning, you actually get very little from the foreigners. Your reputation isn't so great. Flights are very expensive. The foreign participation is very small. When you open up, there is sort of bunched entry. All of a sudden, there's this new class of investors that comes in, and then you keep sort of expanding foreign participation throughout the reputation process. Interest rates are clearly coming down in reputation, and you can see that here they come down despite the fact that debt is going up. And that's really because the supply schedule of credit, it's improving. So if you're accounted as a reserve currency, if you're up here, you have a great reputation, you get to borrow a ton of money at very, very low interest rates. Okay? So that the model certainly captures that notion. Okay, I think I have only a few minutes left. So I want to switch gears and start thinking about competition among countries, then bring this back to the data a little bit, and then finally conclude with some thoughts about two-way capital flows. So the way we're going to do competition, it's really using the tools of monopolistic competition. So we're going to think that there are a continuum of countries that are essentially photocopies of the country we just studied. So China is one of many, and these countries are at various stages of their reputation cycle. So some countries are going to be at the beginning of the cycle with low reputation. Some of them are going to be very established players like the US at the very end of their cycle. And the investor demand function here, it's analogous to the ones that we did before, but with some differences. So first, ignore this term. This is sort of like an outside asset. It turns out to be convenient, but I'm not going to focus on its economics. So the investors buy a portfolio debt from each of the countries, There is a return that they earn on the bonds. There is some outside option. And mu is going to be an interesting object. It's going to be the endogenous distribution of the countries in the reputation cycle. So it's going to say there is this mass of countries of very low reputation, this mass of country in the middle, a high reputations, and so on. And the penalty function, which I described last time, which you can think of it as taste for the bonds, is going to have almost a CES form. So it's an aggregator where for each of the countries, you have association function. So the more you buy the debt on any individual country, the more interest rates go up. But there is some cross-substitution among countries. So there's some crowding out with the investment from other countries. And you can see it's easier to express in terms of the demand schedule that you face from the investors. It turns out that these sort of very semi-linear preferences are very easy to aggregate. So here you can have investors that are very heterogeneous in, for example, their taste functions in how much they like the bonds of low or high reputation countries. But still, you can aggregate pretty quickly to the average investor, in some sense, the representative investor that each of the country faces. And you can see that the demand curve has the same exact form for each country as the one that we studied before, but this object, this local demand curve, is endogenous and depends on the issuance of all countries. So here's a model where countries crowd each other out in the debt market. If a country issues more, what it's doing is associating the investors' demand for debt. It's pushing the demand slope up for everybody else. So the residual demand curve that everybody else faces, it's worse off. It goes up in interest rates quicker than before, okay? And that's going to be important. We're going to focus on two objects in equilibrium, characterizing B star and characterizing mu. And I'm only going to do it graphically. So it turns out that in this model, reputation is a mixed bag. Why? So the most important graph is probably the one on the right. So I'm comparing a model with no competition. So that's the one that we analyzed throughout the early part of the talk, with the current model with many competing countries. And here I have the levels of reputations that endogenously the countries cycle through. And here I have what fraction of the distribution of these continuums of countries stays in equilibrium in the stationary distribution at each level of reputation. And you can see that the entire distribution shifts to the left with competition. So countries, first of all, endogenously start from a lower level of reputation, but they also spend much more time there. So there's a big mass of the countries that get stuck there. What is happening is that competition decreases the incentives to behave because even conditional on behaving well, you're facing all these other countries that potentially behave well. The demand curve isn't so attractive. You don't make that much money in equilibrium. And so the incentives of behaving well and building reputation decrease. Now you can see on the other end that there is a spike at very high levels of reputation. Why? Because the flip side is if you're committed and the opportunistic types in the distribution are more likely to flush themselves out by behaving badly, well, you converge to revealing yourself to being the committed type faster. And so you don't spend as much time transitioning to the reputation cycle. So that's good for you. So you need to think into this model of what happens depending on whether you're the committed type or the opportunistic type. In some sense, you face a different path. Okay, I'm going to skip this in the interest of time because I want to leave some time for Q&A. So I'm going to bring this back to the data very quickly. So you can think of these taste functions, which I didn't play around very much for the rest of the model, but here I will, as investors having some specialization. So some investors have a high taste for developed markets, countries with very high reputations. Some investors specialize, have a taste for investors of very low reputation. So I'm going to call them emerging markets at the very beginning of their reputation cycle. And the nice thing in the model is that if you compute for each investor inside the model, the fraction of their investment that they put into a particular country currency pair, and you estimate the correlation between that fraction and the fraction that the same investor invests in a reference set, which I'm going to take to be the countries with the highest reputation, the very developed markets. That correlation in the model precisely pins down the rank of reputation. So to make it simple, suppose that in the model you want to figure out a new country like China that just came in. How are the investors thinking of its reputation? Well, if you know two things, you know their portfolio shares, and you know that there is a bunch of countries that you are confident have very high reputation, like the US. If you estimate that correlation in shares, you're going to figure out where the country that you're uncertain about is currently sitting in the investor's mind. Okay, of course, it's a model-dependent statistics, but it's interesting. So what we're going to do is we're going to take it through data exactly like I did at the beginning. And it's sort of interesting what you find. We did this country by country in the time series. And we figured out that there are some countries like Brazil and South Africa that are perpetually, like in the sample, consistently at low reputations. So if an investor holds them, they're very unlikely to hold developed market debt. There are some countries that have consistently high reputations, the Euro and the US. And then there's a bunch of countries in the middle, and there are countries going up and down. And here's China. So I would certainly not make too much of this, but it's sort of interesting that it's somewhere in the middle and drifting up. Now, this might change very quickly. As I said, in fact, in the model, there's reasons to believe it might change very quickly. But what are other countries that kind of drifts up in the sample? Things like Korea or Israel. There are markets that have becoming deeper and more developed over time. Things that drift down, I believe, like Russia drifts down pretty aggressively and things like that. But it's an interesting measure to bring to a data. I'm going to conclude very briefly by doing really only 2 slides that I will do mostly just in words. One nice thing about these models of competition is that you can use a lot of the tools of I/O to think about the monetary system. And this is something that I've been fascinated about for a while. I had an earlier paper with Emmanuel Fari doing some of this, but in a very different setup. And here I want to give you an example. You can think of like Stackelberg competition, where you have a large incumbent like the US. And certainly, imagine if the US wanted to prevent China from becoming a reserve currency. Well, one of the things that you can do in this model is that as an incumbent, you can flood the market with safe assets, behave well, and undercut the incentives of a newcomer from building reputation, because you've essentially already satisfied the investors. Now, of course, that one in itself can have side effects which are not present in this model. That's a little bit of my earlier work with Emmanuel. In an attempt to do that, you might blow up yourself, but that's not present in this model. But I think there's a lot more that can be done by using these sort of well-known tools of economic theory and I/O, mixing with these interesting issues of the monetary system, bringing in more of the political economy, which here it's really sort of a little bit in the background, to get to more concrete answers on these big topics. The last thing I'll do is I'll mention the following. So in the model, it's kind of interesting to think about reforms as not just being you let the foreigners come in, but you also let your own savers invest abroad. And so that's a two-way liberalization. So the model generates that very easily. Essentially, as you get capital from the foreigners, you want to use it in part to substitute domestic capital and let it go out. So in the model, capital flows occur on both sides relatively easily. But there's something more interesting, which is the NFA position of the country tends to deteriorate as reputation builds up. But this is a statement in changes, not in levels. So there is some misconception out there that internationalizing a currency is just about the current account. That, for example, you cannot be an international currency and run a current account surplus. That one I don't think is correct. Internationalizing a currency is about gross flows. You let the foreigners, invest safely with you. You buy something else abroad and take the risk. This has a connection with the current account in general equilibrium, but it's certainly not a mechanical one. In fact, England ran a current account surplus in its own time of being a reserve currency. The NFA position deteriorates in this model. Why? Think of reputation like a pledgeable asset. So it's kind of valuable because you can borrow against it. But a higher reputation means you actually want to lever up more. You want to behave like a hedge fund. So you want to lever with the foreigners and invest abroad. And of course, you make money out of this, and that wealth effect pushes down the NFA. It doesn't just blow up gross assets and liabilities. So you can see both of these things happening in the reputation cycle of the model, and then you can see retrenchments if you lose your reputation. Let me stop here and see if we can take questions. I was told by the organizers that the questions will be at the end. And then unfortunately for you, I think you have to come to the podium to ask them. But let me conclude briefly. So the integration of China in the world bond markets, it's really a very interesting phenomenon. It's rarely that we see the third largest bond market in the world opening up to the foreigners. It's a big shock to the supply of investable assets for the rest of the world. And there's been these very specific patterns of China trying to build an investor base and trying to compete with the US, which I think we should have better answers from an economic theory perspective, and of course, trying to estimate them in the data. Here, I think we did like a very first pass, scratching the surface of a few things. But certainly there is plenty of tools to analyze these questions. And there are plenty of data that are becoming available, even at the very micro level, to try to pin down exactly what's going on. We're very early in this process. Clearly, the model highlights that it's somewhat silly to think of this as either China is going to go in a straight path to becoming a rival for the dollar, or it's going to collapse tomorrow. There's a lot of uncertainty in the middle. There's going to be a lot of slow progress and sort of setbacks, and then some starts of the reforms again. But it's a very interesting macro pattern that is at the core of the international monetary system. Let me stop here and see if there are questions.
Hi, Matteo. Fascinating talk. I had something that came to my mind when I was listening to you. I was wondering about there is an alternative way to test the model in the data, which is to look at specific episodes of loss of reputation of China. And one that came to mind, but I don't know if it's the right one. You remember that in August 2015, so I think they devalued the RMB, and that summer was seen as another shock to global financial markets of the scale of the taper tantrum somehow. I think they even reintroduced capital controls on Chinese remittance outflows. And I was wondering, what do flighty investors did at that time? I looked at your charts at the beginning, but I'm not sure I saw them. Did they pull out, or did they continue to invest inside? Basically, is the pattern that you see in the model visible in the data back then?
Perfect. This is a great question. And I believe from the voice, it could be Arnaud, but I'm not sure. I don't see you. So if you can, I think I recognize your voice. But if you can tell me your name when you speak, that would be very helpful. So you're absolutely right. There's an earlier episode, earlier than the one that we're currently going through, of outflows. And we looked at it in detail, and there are some things that are sort of nice to pick up in the context of the model. So first of all, for those of you in the audience that don't remember, in 2015, China did suffer capital flight. And it was an episode somewhat related to the current one. And what they decided to do was actually not to impose any controls on foreign investors, but to actually impose control on domestic savers going abroad. And in the context of the model, we think of that one as, look, they were trying to build a reputation with the foreign investors. Of course, capital flights are expensive, so you want to try to limit. And what they ended up preferring was a bit of domestic repression while letting the foreigners sort of do whatever they wanted. And the foreigners did pull out their capital. The reason you don't see them in the annual graphs is that it's a very fast episode. It sort of lasts for a few months, and then the foreigners come back in. So in the context of the model, let me see if I have the slides here. So this is sort of what happens in the model. A capital flight looks like this. The foreigners pull out their capital, and then if you behave, as in you convince them that you don't pull capital controls on them, then they come back in even more because next period reputation goes up. So the model can generate this V-shaped crisis, and 2015 looks a little bit like that. I might actually have the slide for you. Here it is. Unfortunately, this is in levels, not in log scale. But the episode that we're talking about is this episode over here. If you look at monthly data, you can see it. When I show you the annual data, you cannot see it. And you can see the recent outflows. Now, in percentage, is actually quite big. This is something like 20-25% of foreign holdings shrunk over that period. Okay, and then you can see that it builds up again. So the model thinks of those things through these lenses of, if you don't touch them and you convince them that next time you're also not going to pull capital controls on them, they're going to come back in with a vengeance. But of course, that's expensive to do. And there are other margins that you can try to squeeze. One is blocking the domestic savers to go out. That's what they did back then. Another one that you could do is you could do bailouts, or you could use reserves. Essentially, you could use other expensive policies that prevent costly liquidations from happening, so minimize the cost of the capital flight without tampering with the foreign investors. Okay, I mean, think of a country like the US at the very end of its reputation cycle, like with a stellar reputation. I think of 2008 as a typical example where it wasn't even a question whether the US was going to block the foreigners from liquidating agencies or anything during the crisis, or sort of defaulting on them or anything like that. What they did was expensive fiscal policy and bailouts, which is another way to limit costly liquidations without ever sort of putting into question that holding treasuries or holding assets in the US for the foreigners, it's a bad idea and you can get your money out. So that's a typical alternative.
Well, thank you. Rolf Langhammer from the Kiel Institute. I have two questions. First, would it make sense to differentiate between acquired reputation and borrowed reputation? You know, borrowing means getting support from others. For instance, in October 2016, the renminbi became part of a basket for the special drawing rights. That helped a lot, of course, to gain reputation. Maybe it was some sort of support from the IMF, or maybe also from the owners of the IMF. That is, of course, also from the US, which have a minority. Is this a way of, let's say, accelerating reputation if you get support from international organizations, maybe because of a number of bilateral swap arrangements with other central banks? The second question refers to the introduction of the digital yuan. It lowers transaction costs, if I understand it correctly. Would this be a way to accelerate the way towards reputation? Thank you.
So these are great questions. So let me start with the borrowed reputation one. There are a couple of things that I touched only briefly, and they're somewhat outside of the model, but the model helps you think through them. One is the introduction of the Chinese renminbi into the SDR. The other one is the introduction of renminbi-denominated bonds into major bond indexes around the world, in particular the JP Morgan and Bloomberg indexes, where China now is a big chunk of the weight. They're both equilibrium outcomes. Like, China lobbied very intensely to get these things done. There's evidence of that. They also undergone some of the policy reforms, including the ones that I documented, in part to satisfy the criteria that will let these inclusions occur. And why do you want to do them in the model? Well, you're completely right. It's exactly what establishes your reputation. It's not, again, in the strict confines of the model, I would have to be more careful and tell you exactly how we would model it. But you can think of it as actions, a signal to the investors that some experts that have looked deeply into the type of government of the country and the policies are saying that these are acceptable bonds. And in particular, the inclusion in the private market indexes has had a big effect, of course, on holdings, because a lot of investors benchmark to these indexes. And so that if China is 10% of the index or 8% of the index, it's a big deviation from your benchmark to be underweight. And so it creates a natural sort of investor base for China. Another, when you mentioned borrowed reputation, another thing that you can do is you can take costly actions like accumulate all reserves, which China has done. And that's one way to sort of build reputation. That one, I think it's easier to see in the context of the model. On the digital one, so, I think there's a lot of talk about that, and there are many things that the digitalization of the currency is interesting for. I always thought that as far as big questions of the monetary systems are concerned, these things are certainly not trivial, they're important, but they're not really at the core. Like if you ask me, for example, major dynamics between the US and China, I always think that, fiscal capacity, government commitment, these are like really first order determinants of a reserve currency, which is ultimately a statement about you can invest with me and it's safe and I will pay you back. Liquidity and how it gets generated, certainly the market infrastructure is some of that, and it's important, but I wouldn't think it's, quite on the same scale as the major determinants. And it gets a little bit overhyped in my own view when it comes to the news, as if China developed this digital currency, then it would rival the dollar. I think that one is probably not the right order of magnitude.
Theo, Christoph from the Kiel Institute. So I would be curious how this international aspect fits into the bigger scheme of things in domestic market development within China. So what has happened there? So I was curious to understand, is this kind of a sub-segment that they are particularly tailoring to the rest of the world? Or is this, part of a overall domestic debt strategy where, they're building a yield curve and the foreigners just hop on that train? Or is it a separate train built specifically to tailor or to target foreign investors? And then related to that, can you say anything on prices, or is there kind of price discrimination on the foreign held stuff? So kind of also to learn about the intentions, right? I mean, so are they paying a price for this opening up in terms of yields they have to pay? Thanks.
Perfect. These are great questions. So I think they touch on very broad things. So I'll reply briefly, and I'm happy to double click on any of them. Let me first start with what the foreigners hold, price discriminations and things like that. So it's important to distinguish the offshore market and the onshore market. So a lot of my previous work on tax havens has been about actually China in offshore markets in both debt and equity. And that's a market that is segmented from the domestic one. Prices don't have to equalize because there are capital controls in the middle. There's lots of sort of restrictions on bringing capital in and out. And that market, it's traditionally dominated by foreign currencies. So a lot of the Chinese issuers are in dollars. A lot of them tend to be corporates. Both corporates are close to the state, and also corporates in some sense are not, like the tech companies. There is some renminbi issuance offshore. The domestic market is predominantly in renminbi, and it's very, very big compared to the offshore market. So an early phase that I didn't focus that much on has been growing investments into Chinese linked entities offshore. But the offshore market is somewhat limited. The onshore market is gigantic, and ultimately, if you want to become a reserve currency, it's really the main market, the one that is very liquid, the domestic one that is going to matter. Now, on the way there are very interesting transitions, and you can grow a lot even on the offshore one. Within the domestic market, the foreigners tend to be concentrated in the safest assets. So when you look at the microdata, they're predominantly buying the government bonds and the bonds of the three large state banks, policy banks. These are like Chinese, the equivalent of American agencies for the Chinese market. So they're, by far the safest. They're staying so far away from domestic corporate bonds in China. A lot of the corporate debt that the foreigners hold is in the offshore market. And presumably some of that has to do with uncertainty surrounding things like corporate bankruptcy and how the bonds will be unwound in court. Nobody's thinking that the Chinese government is going to default anytime soon. And so that uncertainty is reduced for the kind of safest issuers. Offshore, of course, there are guarantees, and there are the offshore courts for the corporate bonds. So that's a segmentation you see right now. It's going to be interesting to see how it evolves. In the context of what you mentioned, which is developing the market, see, like in the data I showed you, reforms tend to be like a smooth path. There's sort of gradual and many. In the model, we had to focus on one. So we focus on a market reform where you let in flight investors. But you can think of it in the background. There have been many, many reforms, in particular on the domestic side. Things like, introducing trading platforms, introducing clearing houses. How well is the price discovery mechanism working? It's essentially building market liquidity. And I don't think it's by chance that China only let in the foreign investors, particularly the flighty ones, once the market in China was very big and quite liquid. I mean, the way I think about this is right now the foreigners, before the recent outflows this year, there were about 4% of the overall domestic bond market, and there were a bigger chunk, of course, of the two segments that they were concentrated in. But imagine that foreigners had been like 30%, which is not an unheard of number for many sort of other markets. The current capital flights would have been of a vastly different scale and much more difficult to control for the authorities. So it's clear they're keeping that ratio under check, which is exactly what happens in the model, on the path to develop more and more. You don't want the foreigners to get too big too soon. In some sense, you cannot do domestic repression on them. But these are, broad topics, so that I'll be happy to double click on any of them.
Fascinating. Thanks so much. We've run out of time, so maybe one more round of applause. Thanks so much for presenting.
So I think we settled with the number. I guess we can start this new section that will be more focused on the US and its role in the world. So we'll start with Sebastian Galliani, discussed by Marta Troy-Martinez. And then we'll have Abalfaz Zarei, sorry if I pronounce it wrong, discussed by Genia Passari. And then we will go for dinner after a break. Okay, floor is yours.
Okay, nice to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm gonna be presenting a paper where, it's here. It's titled "Fighting Communism, Supporting Collusion," and it basically analyzes some issues of political economy in the context of the Cold War, and where we will try to think about how having geopolitical objectives in that sort of bipolar war could have changed some of the policies that, without taking that objective, we consider optimal in both trade and public finance, okay? So the point is that, I hope so, to say, look, I mean, the US was doing some things that are not conceivable, I mean, from an efficient point of view. But if you take into account the fact that it was really into a race to stop communism through Latin America, it may make sense, okay? So the paper has like a base model, which I'm gonna present, but then it has many extensions that I will go through, but without getting into the math of each of them, given that I only have 20 minutes, basically. Okay, so the paper is showing with José Manuel Páez y Minio, which is an assistant professor in Uruguay, and Gustavo Torrens at Indiana University. Okay. Okay, so what's the motivation? During the Cold War, US supported the International Coffee Agreement, and that should be surprising, right? Because the US was an importer of coffee. And so it really plays an important role in supporting the collusion within the producers. In the paper, I give you a lot of detail, like have three case studies that I'm gonna briefly mention towards the end of the presentation. So higher coffee prices negatively affect US consumers, right? There's no coffee producers in the US. So why will the US support this collusion, right? It's the question, it's one question at least. So, well, in this conference, we came here to say, well, there must be geopolitical benefits, and then we will look at the trade-off, right? And the ones I'm gonna mention is they contain the spread of communism among producer countries, not because I decided that could be the reason, but because when you look at some of the documents and the Congress discussion, that's what basically the US government argue, okay? But still there is a puzzle. Well, okay, you want to help, let's say, Colombia in Latin America. Why don't you just do foreign aid, right? It still will be more efficient than collusion, right? And so there is these two puzzles. So I want to explain both, right? So I want to have a model that says, look, perhaps collusion is the optimal policy from the point of view of the US, not necessarily from the point of view of the whole war, okay? That's a different question. We are not, we are taking as given that the war is divided in countries and countries pursue their foreign policies as they think is best for them. Good. So in the motivation, let me just mention this. So Mr. Curtis, which is a member of the US House of Representatives, says the following. We are all interested in protecting the consumer, and that is the ultimate purpose of my interrogation. To find out just what might be done, because seen in its very bare bones, this agreement, the ICEPR, established an international cartel arrangement. And so the Undersecretary of Economic Affairs, Mr. Mann, say, well, I think the question is whether it is in the US interest to allow these countries, a large number of them, to go through the ringer, as it were, at the time where populations are doubling every 20 years, and take a chance that they will stay on our side of the curtain, which divides the free and the communist war, okay? And this is coming from the discussions when the agreement is passed in Congress. So what I'm going to do is introduce a very simple model. I guess it's, in my view, it's the simplest possible model to deal with these issues. But if you think of simplifications, I'll be happy to hear them. There's going to be a global power that decides between foreign aid and supporting collusion in order to align producer countries, right? The key ideas are the following. Foreign aid and enforcing collusion are substitute instruments. Allies can free ride, and this is going to be the key for why collusion may end up being optimal. So allies may not want to contribute in foreign aid because different countries, and that's exactly what is my interpretation of geopolitics, have different interests in different areas of the world. So just to make it concrete. So suppose that the US doesn't want Colombia to be communist after Cuba. And France is also a big consumer of coffee, or all Europe. And they also say, oh, okay, foreign aid is more efficient than supporting collusion. But we don't care about whether Colombia becomes communist or not. So we're not going to throw foreign aid in Colombia. And so there is a free riding problem. And so supporting collusion for the United States is a way to make Europe, make France pay to support Colombia de facto, right? It's being imposed through higher prices. And of course, this is at the core of what we think is in the mechanism, but then we have to do all the math, right, to see, well, is that an equilibrium or not? And it will be very intuitive, right? So it will depend a lot on how large is the welfare loss in the United States of using a non-efficient instrument versus avoiding the free riding, right? So that's going to be the trade-off. So collusion then is more attractive when it generates high profits among the producers. And the global power represents a small share of global demand, right? That's very intuitive. If the power that is really being conducive to this agreement, it has a very, very large share, that's going to have a huge impact on its consumers. So the inefficiency will indicate to the government that, yeah, maybe it's not a good idea to support this collusive agreement. Then I get into extensions. Internal politic factors matter. And I think this matters a lot, actually. It's not part of the core model because you need to sort of put more structure. But when you do foreign aid, you give money to the government. And the government may end up not fighting communism, maybe supporting communism, at least some governments. When you increase prices, you are giving it to the owners of the land. Yeah, they will fight communism. And the evidence in Colombia is documented in a paper by Vargas in the Review of Economic Studies, where he shows that using shocks to coffee price, that when that happened, people moved from the guerrilla to work in producing coffee. And then there is something very interesting in the way the agreement was done, which I call Olson Reloaded, is that the wholesale companies in the United States were very instrumental in supporting the collusion, because essentially what they did is they informed the production of the different countries, and that's what helps the collusion to be maintained. But they bargain in Congress that they will not pay the higher price. So they make extra profits, right? Because essentially they kept buying at a low price, and only the small sellers and the consumers pay the increase in price in the United States. So that's part of the sort of, let's say, the fact that foreign policy and geopolitics is conducted in democratic countries through Congress, and lobbyists could take advantage of the way geopolitics and international relations is done if they can influence Congress in their favor. And that's what they did in the United States. Okay, I think all this is a bit repeated. So the base model, very simple. There is this commodity, C, which is the one that we will care about. Let's say in the base case is coffee, it could be other commodities. Countries are organized in global powers. I'm going to be focusing 1 and 2. But in the background, there is a third global power, which is the Soviet Union, right? That I'm not caring in this part of the model because they are not going to be providing aid to stop communism in Latin America, so they're not playing in the game. But the idea is that at least there are two global powers that are in the west side of the curtain, right? And they are interested in somewhere stopping the spread of communism. And then there is the rest of the world. The utility function of the consumer, very simple, quasi-linear. There is another composed good and the commodity. And then these alphas will measure the share of each country I in this market, and will play an important role. Okay. Given the price of the commodity C, which is P, the income, and lump sum taxes that the government can use to do foreign aid, we can write the indirect utility policy of the US consumers or any country I consumers, and it's going to be that function, okay? How I'm doing on time? 12, wow.
No, sorry. No, wait. 13 minutes.
30 minutes, okay, let's collude on 15. So, okay, there are a number of producers, but it's important that, well, it's going to come up, that all of them are geopolitically of interest for the United States, okay? So that obviously will reduce the benefit of supporting collusion, because you only care about the profits that goes to the countries that you care about, okay? So let's say that, just to make it very simple, if there's no collusion, there's perfect competition, price equal marginal cost. If essentially there is collusion, there is a price that will be above marginal cost. So you can work out the profit function for the sector. And then, as I was saying, each producer will receive a fraction of those profits. So let's say beta share, okay? And the monopoly, so the maximum cartel profits is 2 times the marginal cost. Right, so she is the number of relevant geopolitical producers, okay? J is the total number of producers, but some producers could be in Africa or could be in Asia, and maybe the United States has no interest, or has an interest, but it's lower than the interest that has the other power. So it will basically, in equilibrium, play different with respect to those. So essentially, I will say that what the global power will care is just the fraction of the profits of the collusive enterprise that goes to the countries that power cares about, which are she of the total number of countries, okay? And then S is kind of the geopolitical challenge, and I take it as exogenous. I don't micro-fundament, well, all these possibilities that there is a revolution in a country, because that is well beyond what I want to do, right? But I take it as a parameter. That's the strength of the geopolitical challenge. So the global powers, 1 and 2, have 2 policy options. One is just conventional foreign aid, and then basically they have an instrument for that, T1 and T2. Each country could decide on an amount of taxation, which is efficient because it's lump sum and transfer to these countries producing coffee, in this case, as lump sum. And that's one possibility. The other possibility is that the global power 1 supports collusion, and of course they can do a combination of both. Okay? Yeah, I know. I underestimate. All right, so this is where geopolitics comes into play. Basically, there is going to be a probability that producers in the group G align with 1 and 2. And that probability is going to basically be modeled as a function of the transfers they receive divided the transfers plus the challenge coming from the Soviet Union. Okay? So the larger is this challenge, the larger is S, the more likely that these countries end up going with the political regime more allied to the Soviet Union. And so to counterbalance S, what the powers 1 and 2 can do is to increase T and increase the profits, right? So that's the way they can counterbalance. So the objective function of each of the 2 powers in the West is given by the surplus, the indirect utility function of the consumers. That will be like the objective function if there's no geopolitical objectives, right? We will just say that's pretty standard. And then we add plus the probability mu times V, and this B is the value assigned by country I that these producers don't shift to the other side, okay? And that, again, is exogenous. But countries will vary by this B, okay? So essentially, one country will have a higher B than the other, and hence it's going to have different interests in the games, and hence it's going to, in equilibrium, decide different policies. So the timings of events will be like this. Global power selects a price that goes between competition to the maximum, the price that maximizes profits under collusion. And then both powers decide how much they transfer. And then we solve the model by subgain perfect Nash equilibrium, okay? So let's assume that B1 is greater than B2. That means that power 1 values more that these countries don't shift towards communism than power 2. Probably, and that's what geopolitics is a lot about, is because they are in the area of influence. And so then assuming the following. So a square root of S, B1 minus S, is just the optimal transfer in aid from power 1 to these countries. That's endogenous, okay? And so let's assume that that's greater than 0. So the problem is interesting, and it's lower than the maximum foreign transfer that this country is willing to do. So that means that they could choose, and they could do a combination of both, or just one, okay? Suppose that one has selected one price in the range, then the unique in the possible range, right? Let's go from competition to maximize collusion profits. Then the unique Nash equilibrium profile transfer is given as follows. For country 1, it's going to be a transfer that essentially is it's the maximum of the difference between what they wanted to transfer and the profits they can generate. So if they can generate through profits all they wanted to transfer to that country, then they will not do aid. They will just support collusion. That's why it's the maximum with 0. And country 2 will always free ride. Will always choose 0, okay? So essentially, this is a basic result. What we are saying is, if there is this difference in the evaluation that different powers have for what countries do in terms of political alignment, at least in the context of the Cold War, the country that values more is the country that will end up doing the foreign aid. And what instrument it will do? Well, under certain conditions, it will only use collusion, and under other conditions, it will use a mix of collusion and foreign aid. And there is the case that it still chooses to use foreign aid, right? On what is going to depend? Well, I don't have a lot of time, but you will intuitively will depend on two things, right? How much profits they can generate by supporting collusion. If they cannot get much, well, they're not going to be able to only use collusion. And also on S1, which is the share of the commodity C demanded by country 1. If S1 is very high, then the inefficiency by distorting prices is going to be very high, and so the even power 1 will choose to transfer money instead of collusion, right? So it will depend on that, and we work out all the possibilities. So because I don't have a lot of time, this proposition 1, 2 gives the three possibilities, right? And everything of the three could happen depending on how large is S1 relative to the profits and relative to the share of the profits that goes to the countries they care. It's very, very intuitive. So let's get to extensions. How much? 2 minutes? Okay. Foreign aid. So let's say that country 1 and country 2 can cooperate. Then basically that's like forcing country 2 to internalize the objective of providing aid. So then T2 will be positive, and both countries are better off. But how do you get that? I mean, it's not clear, right? That's a political agreement between powers. And why they get better? Well, because essentially by avoiding free riding, they can use a more efficient instrument than a less efficient instrument. The other extension is, well, there could be voter biases. So, for example, voters may not like foreign aid. They may say, well, why we spend all this money into Colombia or into any other country? And it might be easier to sort of bias than to not be against that if basically they only see an increase in price and they're not that well informed about where it came from. But not the fun of this extension. Then there's the connected roster that I mentioned before. This is the Olson reload. I don't have time to mention it again, but this is really what happened in the United States. We model, it will happen as an equilibrium if that's possible. Essentially, the big importers of coffee in the United States got into the agreement to keep buying at the marginal cost. And so they have a huge gain because now all the others importers were buying at the new price, right? So they kept the price that they had before, and that they did it by having the possibility to lobby Congress. And finally, internal politics in producer countries. We modify the model in such a way that, as I said before, foreign aid goes to the government and could be less efficient in basically undoing the effect of S on the probability of switching sides compared to just giving the money to the producers, okay? There is something also important for understanding not coffee, but for example, oil, is the geopolitical rival among producers, right? Some of the collusion profits could be collected by the Soviet Union, and that was the case of oil. I know I don't have time, but just 1 minute more. 1 minute I take is, well, we have the case study of coffee, then we have the case study of sugar. This is very interesting too because the United States started to support collusion, but then Cuba became communist and they stopped it because essentially what was the point? Just giving profits to Cuba. And finally, the case of oil, there was an argument for supporting OPEP. It will take me a lot to explain this, but it has to do with how essentially the Middle East got divided after decolonization. But the problem, the main problem was that that was supporting Russia, and that was not the objective of the United States. Okay, I stop.
Oops. Is it there? Oh, but there is no pointer, right? Too bad. Okay, so thank you very much to the organizers for including me in the program. It has been a pleasure to read Sebastian's paper. I found that this quote by President Kennedy was summarizing very well the key ingredients of the paper, of the model that he considers. So he says, we are attempting to get an agreement on coffee because if we don't get an agreement on coffee, we are going to find an increasingly dangerous situation. Okay, the agreement on coffee is the cartel, and so they are considering the cartel as a substitute for foreign aid. And the dangerous situation is well, the countries becoming communist, right? And so when I read that story, I was like, wow, this is fascinating. Can we see anything of this in the oil, in the price of coffee? And so I couldn't go back all the way to when the agreement started in '63. But you can see that when it ended in '89, there is a drop in the price of coffee. It seemed that, I mean, I don't know, I'm guessing here, but it seemed that the agreement in '76 did do some changes that triggered a huge spike in the price of coffee, actually the highest ever in the history. And so I found it really fascinating that this happened, and I think the model is really addressing this situation, is solving the empirical puzzle, and it's helping to shed light on the trade-off between these two tools, right? Creating a cartel and giving foreign aid. As we have seen, there is lots of extensions, and I really think I learned a lot. So I'm gathering here some comments as an outsider to the literature. I work on informal relationships and how to sustain them, and I think that's what I really found fascinating about this setting, because we have informal agreements, a network of them, which are interlinked, right? So the cartel agreement is an informal agreement. If someone deviates, we are not going to go to the courts and complain that you didn't set the price you were supposed to, right? And similarly with the loyalty. So we have this set of informal agreements. And so the model, that's here my little critique here, is kind of putting aside all this informality and instead assuming that, you know, the US can come in and set the price it wants, okay? Whether that's feasible or not, or give the rents, give this foreign aid unconditionally on what the country is doing. And so I kept on thinking while reading these papers, so how are the parties really sticking to this agreement? What is making them stick to the agreement? So why is it that a country that receives some rents in terms of cartel rents or in terms of foreign aid, doesn't get the rents and then switch and becomes communist? What prevents that country from doing this? Or what prevents the country from actually setting a price below what it has been established, right, in the cartel agreement? And so I looked into the coffee market to see if some issues were there, some issues that, were coming to my mind as I was reading, and it seemed it was not super smooth, right? So there was incentives to deviate, and there was deviation. So in particular for the coffee, what was happening was that there was coffee sold into new markets outside of the cartel agreement. And then this coffee was relabeled and resold to the US. So this was known as triangle trade, and this coffee was called tourist coffee, right? Because it was coming via a different route. So it does seem that there is enforcement issues. And so I will now go into how we go about introducing those, not with the goal of making the model more complicated for the sake of making the model more complicated, but just because I think there is going to be very nice results that will come out from this and that will really shed new light on the way to think about these agreements. Right. So when the agreements are not enforced in the courts, for them to happen and to be credible, they need to be enforced somehow, right? And so that's what in the literature we talk about self-enforcement. So we cannot use any third party. It needs to be that it's self-enforced. The parties stick to the agreement because they want to stick to the agreement. And so why do they want to stick to the agreement? Well, that's because this agreement is profitable to them. The future value of staying within the relationship between the agreement should be better than what they get if they deviate and become opportunistic in the short term. Okay, so in the cartel, for instance, the standard condition, and I was hoping here to point. I can't point here, but I see that you don't see, so it doesn't really matter. So in the cartel agreement, so if you take one country, which is not necessarily a country that can become communist, what does it mean? It means that the first part is that the profits that this country is getting with the cartel agreement, both today and in the future, should be larger than actually deviating, setting a price that is epsilon below what we have agreed, getting all the market, right? But then I'm going to be punished. I'm going to be facing competition ever after. And you know, whenever this constraint holds, you know, then we are going to have that the cartel is credible. Now, what I think is really interesting about this setting is if the US can do better, it can link the cartel agreement with the foreign aid and make cartel more credible. How do you do this? Where you're going to make the giving of the foreign aid conditional on you fulfilling the cartel conditions, right? So now you can see this is the constraint that a country that is receiving foreign aid is going to be facing. So now when the country is honoring the agreement, not only it gets profits from the cartel, it also gets the foreign aid. And the moment that the country reneges on the agreement and sets a price that it's below what they had agreed, yeah, sure, today I'm going to get the foreign aid, but I'm not going to get the foreign aid ever after, right? And so this second constraint here, it's going to be more relaxed than the first constraint. And so that makes that the US has a comparative advantage in enforcing cartels with countries that are receiving foreign aid. Okay, you have an incentive, if you want, to give the foreign aid and make it conditional on the cartel sustaining. So which predictions I'm talking about? I mean, the most simple ones would be that now the number of countries, when you take into account this credibility of the cartel matters, right? The more we are, the harder it's going to be for us to sustain this cartel. Also, the market condition matters. So the elasticity of demand, how easy it's to enter into this market, it's going to matter. And so I think that these two things together can help explain why the cartel arises in some commodity markets, but not in others, right? It happened in coffee, it happened in oil, in sugar, but why not in others? Now, what's more interesting, perhaps, is that it's going to shed light on the trade-off between the two instruments, the cartel and the foreign aid. And so to see this, consider that there is only one country that can turn into communist. Okay? As I said before, because it's easy for the US to create a cartel with the countries that are receiving foreign aid, if you just have one, it's actually very hard for you to create a cartel. Okay? So you might just want to give foreign aid. But as the numbers of countries that get foreign aid increase, then it's going to be easier and easier for the US to create a cartel, and that's going to shift the balance, and you are going to get less foreign aid as a result. But more importantly, I think you are always going to give some foreign aid. So they might be complements, not just substitutes, as you pointed out, because you have that, you know, giving you foreign aid increases your ability to enforce the cartel. Okay, so I thought that the OPEC was a little bit different from the other examples. So OPEC was created with the goal to renegotiate contracts as well with the big oil companies, the Seven Sisters. And so I want you to focus on the 23% here. So I have the contract data for the Seven Sisters worldwide. And so what this table shows is that from the 60 to 67, the countries with weak institutions, and this is not just OPEC, OPEC and non-OPEC, were receiving 23% of the total profits. That was a very small share. So in terms of the model, that means that actually these countries, the rents were really small. The US was adding, and the EU, right, because the Seven Sisters come from these countries, 77% of those profits. So it seems that so if the US really wanted to give more rents to these countries, it could just shift the share that it was giving to the governments, and instead of creating a cartel which was distortive and was, as Sebastian said, giving money to the Soviet Union directly. Okay, so Good. So he considers an extension where there is voters' bias that basically the US is giving too little weight to the consumer surplus. And I thought that for political bias. And I thought that a way to reinterpret his results would be actually and a scenario where the US doesn't take into account the whole welfare loss of this cartel. And in the case on the coffee, not only there was a welfare loss because of a decrease in quantity, but because of a decrease in quality, and that was not really ever discussed. And so you can see this is the Starbucks location, and it grows exponentially when the cartel ended in '89. And a final comment I have, and don't worry about the 14, that's just for Sebastian to see. So the last comment I wanted to say was about the Soviet Union. I mean, at the moment it's a parameter, and I understand that they don't want to make the model excessively complicated, but in the extension where the Soviet Union is getting some profits, at least these extra profits should be affecting on how much rents the Soviet Union are giving to these countries to turn them into communist. But yeah, I mean, that's the last one. That's it. I'm done.
Thank you very much for the comments. I will basically go through the slides and see what we shall incorporate. I think basically, of course, there is a whole literature on sustaining collusion, and we didn't have anything new to say about that. What Marta suggests is that, yeah, there might be a way in which you can also condition foreign aid to support collusion. And that could be interesting. It will make them, I think what we try to show is there is a puzzle. Can you explain it with the simplest possible way? I mean, one thing that Marta herself recognized in the presentation is that the cartel was effective anyway, even without using aid to sustain it, because she showed us how the price increased. And essentially, the reason was because the United States got involved and sort of published whether countries were producing more or not, or the agreement was binding. And I'm pretty sure, being in government, that the United States also play as an enforcer by using their ambassadors to go to the countries that were not really complying with the agreement and say there's always a lot of things going on, right, in the real world. But that's why I think adding the modeling of the supporting the collusion could be another extension, but again, at some point you have to decide, well, where do you want to stop? There's always different opinions. For example, I got reports saying that the model is already complicated, and so who knows what to do.
So if there are questions from the audience, I think we have time for one, perhaps.
Well, if I remember the history of the ICA correctly, it was an export quota cartel, and in spring 1997, there was a tremendous shock in the cartel, 77, when 1/3 of world production of coffee got bust because of frost in Brazil. So it raises the issue of, let's say, compensation among cartel members from the demand side. So were the Americans prepared to shoulder the burden of compensation for Brazil, whereas in Colombia, Costa Rica, and others, of course, the prices shot up? Or did they simply say, okay, that's your problem?
Yeah, that's true. As I say, we have a case study with details that I didn't have much time to go through. But again, like in every collusion, there is shocks to the stability of it, right? We don't model. What Marta reminds me with that figure is, I didn't say, but I had it in the last slide, which is something that really worries me about geopolitics and economics getting into geopolitics, is that, of course, when you say, okay, now there is this political objective, you can end up justifying policies that were not optimal from the point of view of economics. So at the end, if you get into that business, I want to be careful. But what I find it interesting and comforting was that as soon as the Soviet Union collapsed, the cartel dissolved, right? It was not maintained after that. And the same with the sugar. As soon as Cuba became communist, well, the attempts of the United States to support the cartel. And it didn't have to be that, right? Because of the Olson reloaded effect. It could have been that even after the Soviet Union collapsed, the big importers in the United States kept doing lobby and kept sort of trying to profit from extending the agreement, but that didn't happen. So that I think is the bright side of the story. It's okay, they didn't use what for the war as a whole was efficient, but as soon as the geopolitical challenge disappeared, the policy went back to efficiency.
Hello, everyone. First, I want to thank the organizers for including this paper in the conference. This is joint work with Monica Bilio, Mila Gedmansky-Sherman, Andrew Law, and Loriana Pelizzan. Well, the centrality of the United States in the global financial market is taken for granted. If you look at the literature, there are papers documenting the leading role of the United States in the financial market. For example, there is a paper by Rapach, Starus, and Zhu in the Journal of Finance in 2013. They show that the lagged US returns predict returns in other advanced economies. On the other hand, there are studies pointing to the central role of the US-originated shocks. For example, we have the financial crisis of 2007, 2009, in which a shock that was originated in the United States was transmitted to other countries. Now, what we do in this paper is to examine the leading role of the United States in the global equity market. We do that using high-frequency data. The high-frequency data gives us the ability to take daily snapshots of the lead-lag relationships between countries' equity markets around the world. Now, we applied several methodologies from VAR estimation, lasso estimation, and variance decomposition, and use different network centrality measures, degree centrality, CAT centrality, and net directional correctness measure. And our results are robust to different methodologies and different network measures. In addition to this, we also do the analysis using monthly return data, in lower frequency, and the results remain, the pattern that we observe remain the same. Now, let me give you an overview of the finding that we have in the paper. So in this graph summarizes what we find, our finding in the paper. The idea is that the US leading role in the global stock market is waning. Now, let me describe the graph. So here we have 12 industrialized countries. We have Australia, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, Netherlands, Sweden, Switzerland, United Kingdom, and China and USA. USA is in blue and China is in red. So on the x-axis, we have time. Our data starts from 2012 and it goes until the end of 2020. And on the y-axis, we have degree centrality. So the idea is that every day we compute the lead-lag network. We build up a network of lead-lag relationships between different countries' equity markets. And we compute a centrality value for each country. So the higher is this centrality value, here we have degree centrality, the more leading role that country has in the global equity market. You can obviously see that in the beginning, in the early days, the United States is by far the highest central, has the highest central equity market. It's leading other countries. Now, as the time goes on, you can see that the US centrality is waning over time. On the other hand, you can see China in red. And in the beginning, you can see that its centrality is low, and over time, it comes to a position that becomes, at some point, the highest central country in the global equity market. In addition to this, we also flag different days. So here we have initial tariffs. That's where the US imposed the first sanctions on China. And then we have the WHO announcement of the COVID-19 as pandemic. And we also flagged the election day in the United States in 2020. Now, in order to make this graph more digestible, we go on and we focused on the country with the highest centrality. So what I'm going to do is to show you the color of the country that is the highest central, that has the highest central position in the lead-lag network in each day. So in this graph, you can see that, well, here we have the color of the country with the highest centrality. In the beginning, you can see that the graph is completely blue. Blue is the color for the United States. And as the time goes on, you can see that other countries start to take central positions. So other countries, other colors start to pop up. In addition to this, we accompany the figure with daily snapshots of the lead-lag network. These lead-lag networks come from lasso estimation. That's why they are sparse. In the beginning, you can see, so each country is a circle in these networks. And the bigger is the circle, the higher centrality that country has. You can see that in the beginning, for example, in the 10th of January 2013, the US has the highest centrality. So the circle for the United States is big, and it's leading other countries. And as the time goes on, you can see that, for example, at the end, the last figure, we have the United States taking relatively similar size to other countries. And in addition, we have days that some countries take a high central position. For example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, we have the China, right, that's the third figure. We have China taking a high central position. It's leading other countries. You can see the blue, red circle there. Now, this was the previous version of the paper. We worked on the paper and we tried to understand why is it that we observe such pattern over time. Why is it that in the beginning the US take a high central position and over time the other countries start to take a higher central position. Now, to answer this, we need to understand why the lead-lag relationships exist. So to get that, the reason for observing lead-lag relationships among equity market returns is because of gradual information diffusion. Now, we can relate directly to the paper by Rapach, Starus, and Zhu in the Journal of Finance in 2013. Well, they examine the equity return data, monthly equity return data from 1980 to the end of 2010 among countries in the world, and they show that the United States take a high central position. It is the United States equity market is leading all the other international equity markets. And they argue that, well, United States appear in the leading role because investors likely focus more on the United States market, so that the information from the US market diffuses gradually to other countries. Right? So the key word in their discussion is the information. So if we have a way to understand how the information supply and information demand for the equity market changes over time, or how the way we process the information has changed over time from 2010 to the end of 2020, then we have an understanding, we have an explanation for why we observe such a change in the pattern of centrality rankings over time. So we go on and we look at information supply in the equity market. And thanks to the data set that is available now, we could look at the country-specific equity news events over time. I will show you figures, and I will discuss it. I will discuss the figure with you. Basically, the pattern that we observe is that over time, the equity news were gradually went on to be less US-centric. You can see that other countries get to have more equity news popping up in each day. On the other hand, we also look at information demand to discuss information demand. We look at the supplier-consumer links of the US companies over time. We observe that this supplier-consumer links has increased over time, creating an information demand. And in addition to that, we look at the portfolio composition of institutional investors. Again, similar, the same pattern shows up. We observe that the investors start investing more internationally, creating an information demand. In addition to this, we also look at the computing power, the changes in the computing power and technological innovations over time. And again, we observe that, well, computational power has increased, so there is a chance that information is being impounded into the prices rapidly, and that's why we observe other countries showing up as highly central. Now, let me delve a bit deeper into the paper, and then I go on and discuss these explanations in depth. Now, as for the data, we use minute-by-minute high-frequency data from the TAC dataset. To look at countries, we use iShares country ETFs. So these country ETFs are from 2012, in January 2012, to the end of 2020. So the good thing about these ETFs is that they are all being traded in the United States, so we don't need to deal with time zone biases, right? So all of them are being traded at the same time in the US trading hours. Now, here I should mention that any bias that appear in our results should be in favor of the US. So there is more chance that you see, because they are all being traded in the US trading hours, there is more chance that you see the United States popping up as highly central, right? So if you see other countries taking high central positions, the results should be even stronger, right? So, yeah, so just to be clear, the bias is working against us if you want to show other countries appear as central. So in terms of methodology, here I'm going to show you a simplified version of one of the methodologies that we use. This is vector regression. So basically what we do is simply with high frequency, with minute-by-minute return data, we regress the return of each country on the lagged returns of other countries. We compute these beta coefficients, right? And then we go on and build an adjacency network, right, to represent the network that we have. And then we go on and compute centrality ranking. For example, the sum of all of these beta coefficients in a column shows how a country is influencing all the other countries in this lead-lag network. Now, here I should mention that we also use lasso estimation. We compute, we estimate other network centrality measures, CAT centrality, and also net directional connectedness measure. We do low frequency analysis. We take the exchange rate into account. The results are pretty much robust. Okay, so the results that we find, as I showed you before, is like this. We observe that the United States is highly central in the beginning, and over time, the centrality ranking is diminishing. Now, as for the explanation, so for the first explanation, we focused on information supply, right? So the reason we observe that the US is central in the beginning and is diminishing over time, it can be that, well, the information supply is changing, right? So we observe the lead-lag relationship because of a slow diffusion of information, right? So if that information is being supplied in a different way, then this is why we observe other countries popping up as highly central in different days. So we go on and we use the Ravenpack equity fall edition dataset. They claim that this data set covers over 98% of the investable global market. And we focus on highly relevant equity news events and news flash types with the highest novelty score on each day. And each of these news events are being tagged by the company and by the entity and the country of that entity, right? So we could really figure out where that news, which entity in which country that news come from. And then we go on and draw this graph. So let me explain. On the top graph, you see the news count for the United States in blue and for other countries in red. On the lower graph, you see the difference between the news counts for the United States and the news count for other countries. As you can clearly see here, the news count, this difference, if you look at the lower graph, the difference in the early years between 2000 to 2010 is mostly like basically US-centric. Most of the news comes from the equities entities in the United States. And as the time goes by, mainly at the end of the graph, in the time that we observe other countries popping up as highly central, we see that investors, right? We see that news comes start to show up, news events for other countries start to show up. So we have more coverage of other countries' equities, basically. And that's why you may observe other countries popping up at highly central. We go on and we do statistical, basically, regressions. There is more of this, like all of these graphs have statistical tables and summary analysis and regression tables. So you can see it in the paper. So here we do a regression test, and here basically what you see is that each of these news counts positively impact the centrality values. For example, in this case, you have like each of the news count that comes for a particular country adds about 11.7 basis point to the centrality, to the degree centrality of that country in the lead lag network. Now, this is the information supply. When we look at information demand, we observe similar pattern. The information demand for non-US equities has increased over time. To support this claim, we look at the supplier-consumer links over time. We use the FactSet data set that contains the global supply chain relationships for over 9,000 publicly traded companies worldwide. And we look at how the suppliers and consumers for the US equities has changed over time, right? And basically what we observe is as follows. So in the left, we have the percentage and the number of US customers, and on the right, we have the percentage and the number of US suppliers. So just to be clear, the left axis of the graphs is the percentage of non-US customers, is the percentage values, and the right axis is the number, right? And as you can clearly see, these basically the international suppliers and consumers of the US equities has increased over time. Hence, it creates a demand for information of non-US equities. On the other hand, we also look at the institutional investor holdings, right? Whether it has changed over time. So we use the data set, Thomson Reuters data set, and we classify an investment as foreign, right? So basically they need to fill out these 13F filings. So they can declare in these 13F filings whether an investment is foreign. In addition to that, we look at their investments, and if CompuStat identifies this investment as a non-US headquartered company, we also classify that as foreign. And what we observe is that the portfolio composition of the institutional investors end up becoming more non-US over time, hence creating an information demand for non-US equities. In addition to that, we also look at the computing power. So the idea is that, well, either the information supply and demand so it's the information supply and demand is changing, or we have more computing power, so we have the way we process information and we put the information into the prices has changed. So here we come up with a measure which we call the probability of leading country switch for each month. So this is basically the chances of a new country appears as highly central in each month. As you can see in the beginning, so it's shown in blue. As you can see in the beginning, we have basically this value is close to 0. So it's basically US is highly central. And over time, there is a chance that other countries appear as highly central. So, and then we relate this to the computing power. And we can see that this explanation also is consistent with what we find. Now, we also, so you can claim that, okay, what you do is low frequency. What about what you do is high frequency? What about low frequency? Maybe it's that the US is central in low frequency, in monthly return. You may observe the US as highly central. So we go on and extend the study by Rapach, Starus, and Zhu. So they analyze monthly equity returns from 1980 to the end of 2010. And what they find is that the US is leading all the other countries, all the other equity markets. And when we replicate this study, we observe, so this is basically the first observation in this graph, you know, on the left. The first observation pertains to their paper. And you can clearly see that the US is blue, has the highest centrality ranking, right? It's leading all the other countries. And when we do the analysis in a rolling window fashion, we find that their centrality ranking, the centrality ranking of the US diminishes over time. Now, we do this analysis with monthly returns, controlling for time zone biases, and also take the exchange rate into account, and the results are robust. Okay, now finally, the case of China. So why? So we come up with two explanations as to why we observe China taking a high central position. One was that the relative size of the Chinese equity market is increasing over time. So as you can see, this is like a proportion of total market cap for different countries over time. The US is in blue and China is in red. And as you can clearly see, well, the US market cap is pretty much the same, right, as a proportion of total market cap across all the countries. And you can observe that the Chinese equity market's proportion is taking more proportion in the total market cap around the globe over time. In addition to this, we also look at the trading partner portfolio of China versus other countries. So we come up with a measure, which basically it's a Herfindahl index measure for the Chinese export portfolio over time. And you can see it in this figure. So here on the x-axis, we have the date, and on the y-axis, we have the Herfindahl index. And you can see that, well, here, the red line is China, and you can clearly see that the Chinese export portfolio is becoming more and more diversified. The closer this Herfindahl index is to 0, the more diversified the trading partner portfolio is. And this purple line is Australia. Well, they get to have a lower diversified portfolio because, well, recently because they have more export to China. Okay, so in conclusion, we document a decline in the leading role of the US equity market over time. Well, and we document that the global financial system is becoming multipolar. We related this to the slow diffusion of information and the way we process information over time. And we also show you the information supply and the changes in the information supply and information demand over time. Thank you very much. Comments are welcome.
That should be okay. So good afternoon, everyone, and a big thank you to the organizers for including me in the program. Before I start, just a little disclaimer. So I received a heavily updated version of the paper by Abby Thursday night, where this whole informational story was fleshed out and the main message was a bit toned down. So between the old and the new version, I'm going to do the best I can. All right. So I'm going to start with a little bit of motivation. So the paper, I think, positions itself broadly on a rich literature that looks on the role of the US in global trade, financial, and monetary systems. So we do have very important contributions in this literature, and you can think about the exorbitant privilege and duty stories by Ray Grinchas and co-author. You can think of the role of global imbalances, the relationship between financial development and risk sharing, determinants of safe assets and implications for issuers, the dollar being the hegemon currency and the role of trade invoicing, and more recently, essentially, the future of the US hegemon, right? So in this particular work, the authors effectively look at the US position in global equity markets, right? So this is the focus of the paper. And they really build on the work of Trebesch, Strauss, and Zhu of 2013, who observed that in the last 40 years, the returns of the US stocks are actually leading those of other advanced economies, right? So this is the starting point. So this is what this paper does. So they study the leading role of the US in global equity markets. And effectively, the way they do it is by looking at these lead-lag effects, as Abby explained very clearly, in those markets. And they bring into this debate high-frequency data, right, of country ETF returns. So they're working throughout this paper with these network centrality measures, right? And the story is very consistent with the story of Trebesch and co-authors. It's an information diffusion story coupled with changing investor inattention, right? So the two together essentially are the drivers behind the countries and in particular the US changing centrality in the system. So in terms of methodology, what they bring to the table, besides effectively the high-frequency data that are minute-by-minute data, and they span 12 countries, they also try a bunch of different methodologies, right? So they employ VARs, lasso estimation, variance decomposition, and also they try 3 different network centrality measures. And the last point that they bring, they try to push on causality, right, by using the number of daily COVID-19 cases as an instrument for news counts, right? Because if you look about news counts and the impact on centrality, I mean, there is some endogeneity there. So effectively, they try to clean this out by employing the daily cases as an instrument. So what they find is that, the centrality of the US equity market is just falling over time, and more recently. So we are shifting to this multipolar paradigm in the global equity market. And they explain this by informational supply that is captured by news, right, on the supply side, and information demand. And as Abby said, effectively, they're looking at this internalization of supply and consumer relationships between the countries. So they also find that there is a causal relationship coming from news to country network centralities. So I'm going to start with a couple of issues I would like to clarify and propose some suggestions for the authors in case they want to take them on board. So my main issue with the paper is that there is this implicit jump, right, from return predictability that is going down, right, to centrality and to the declining role, essentially, of the US in financial markets. So we could think of cases, right, where we have this increase in informational efficiency, and that results in declining predictability without the center country losing its role on the system, right? So this is my main comment. And the reason is because effectively the link between these news counts and larger centrality does not need to be causal, right? So, and Abby showed these graphs about increasing computing power, which I find a bit troubling because we can interpret this in multiple ways. So computing power can lead to more efficient processing of information and incorporation into prices, but it also, at the same time, facilitates faster execution. So I'm going to be a bit petty here. I'm just going to show you a graph from Goldman's, right, that shows you the market share of algorithmic trading by asset class, right? So you can see the equity market, this is the darker blue shade, and it's increasing a lot following the global financial crisis. So could this be an alternative explanation, for instance? So could recent prominence of, algorithmic trading basically kick out profitable trades without the US going down in importance? Another issue, so effectively the contribution of this paper is that we're taking Trebesch and co-authors 2003, and effectively, there is this link with their work on monthly data, and then we bring in the high frequency data and we compare the two, right? But if we really think about this, I'm not entirely convinced this is the correct robustness exercise to do. Because, for instance, if there is minute-by-minute return predictability, or if it's going down, right, that means actually that information is incorporated already at higher frequencies. So you should not have a similar result on a monthly frequency, right? It's a bit bizarre that we have the two of them together, because either information gets incorporated fast or it doesn't, right? So it takes a month. So could something else be going on? And at this stage, I think that potentially maybe the authors want to assess these two different results, right, and provide different explanations. So if we focus on monthly results, right, there is an old literature by Campbell and Schiller on the decomposition of unexpected stock returns that is correlated with a bit the recent findings. And there is this Campbell 91 extension of the log linear present value approach. So effectively, these unexpected stock returns can be either associated with changes in expectation of future cash flows, right? That is one way to think about it, thinking about dividends or consumption, or expectations about the future discount rates, right? So maybe they can exploit, right? They can look into these different channels and see what is actually causing the decoupling. Now, if we focus on the daily results, which is a big methodological contribution of this paper, effectively, I think that the authors can leverage on those high-frequency data to indeed look at more detailed insights, but maybe they can start by establishing a benchmark, right? So in the literature, we have two stylized facts. The one is that the US equities are actually leading other equities of other advanced economies, but there is a parallel fact by Lowe and McKinley in 1990 that large caps lead small caps in a similar fashion. So maybe if they actually compare the two with high-frequency data, so if they think that the large cap leading small caps finding is still there, then it's really helping your argument with centrality, right? So it can be a very useful benchmark in what you do. Last comment, number of daily cases as an instrument for daily news and impact on centrality. I'm not sure your instrument is great for the exclusion restriction because the centrality, if you think about the importance of the center country and big financial institutions and how those people go to work, is really independent from daily COVID cases, right? We're thinking about big financial centers, people moving around. I'm not sure this is completely satisfied. Overall, I think is a hugely important topic. You bring a nice toolkit. You have provocative and convincing patterns, and there is room to make a significant contribution in the literature. I would propose to work a bit more on distinguishing the mechanisms. And the last thing, which is from the old version of the paper, is that the way, at least you used to position this paper, is more in line with my first slide, with this larger literature that looks into the hegemon status of the US, which is, I think, the big question there, But then we also need to think about political institutions and policies on top of economic fundamentals and stock market, and this is like a tough argument to make. And obviously, as Nancy pointed out before, we have new developments, plummeting demographics in China, US tapping on gas resources. So all of these issues make the whole argument very complicated. So that's it. Thanks a lot.
We are now open for questions from the audience. No questions. Yeah, I can.
Okay. I just want to thank so much for all the comments. Apologies for the late update of the paper. You did a great job, and all the comments are well taken. I especially like the benchmark idea, and I think that would be great. Yeah, we're gonna go over all of the comments, and yeah, thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Thanks everyone.